Good morning and happy Wednesday, Mega and Realty Texas. I know we're going to have more people on the call than usual today, usually because of our contracts class. Lots of people like to jump into this contracts class. But I wanted to check in with all of you. We've got a smaller group so far, so I'm guessing we're going to have more people popping in over the next couple of minutes. Today is the last week of Mega. We are exactly in the middle of the week, so we have today and Friday before we have our Mega graduation. And looking back on the last month journey that we have all gone through, we have been memorizing our code of ethics and memorizing our contract paragraphs, trying to determine and uh, look deep into our value proposition and determine what that's going to be and how to answer that question. We've watched lots of videos. We've done lots of configurations of things like Builder's Update and our MLS and our settings, and kind of just did a whole refresh of our entire business. This is a deep dive or a salesperson academy for really launching your career and or relaunching your career, having a new foundation to stand on. The confidence that you will have after you have graduated Mega, there will be a significant difference before Mega versus after Mega, both in your understanding of what this job is, how to approach it, how to approach different clients, scripts, role playing, open houses, listing presentations, buyer presentations, CMAs, all of it. All of it kind of comes together and lots of light bulbs start going off. We are going to be asking for casting calls for people who would like to share their mega journey with the world. Um, Camille, I don't see Camille in yet. We're going to be asking Camille if this is something that you would like to do. Knock, Meg, Samantha, Jamara.
I'm here. I'm
Eh,
here. I'm here.
Oh, there
Can you
you
see
are.
me?
I
Okay,
can.
yeah.
You are. I do see you. You were first on my list, so I didn't see you. And so I'm going to be asking for casting calls. So if this is something that you think that you would like to give back to Realty Texas by doing a little video and show the world what Mega is about for our Mega 15 class, please reach out to Deandra. She's really excited to hear from you guys. We're going to do a fun, like, little 30-second. Maybe you can explain the contract paragraphs and how Mega has impacted you. We're going to be talking more about that later. So thank you to all of you for all of your hard work and investment in yourself and our profession. I am profoundly grateful. It always makes me so proud to watch real estate professionals in Mega learning their paragraphs, learning their contract paragraphs, and learning their value proposition and understanding this profession and digging deep into the contracts and just learning this business, because I care very much about our reputation, the bar in real estate, helping buyers and sellers with the largest transaction of their life. I think that there's just a low bar out there. And I think there's just not enough brokerages that are investing in their people and helping the 1.5 million real estate agents across the country really know this business and do their best. And there is a definite difference between the 5% who are selling 95 and the 95% who are sharing in 5% of the business. And I'm hoping that through this journey, it is unlocking the door for you to be the 5% that shares in 95% of the business, because you understand you understand the business in a different way. The success blockers are out of the way and you become unstoppable. And 85% of it is your belief in yourself and the comfort level that you have in talking with clients. Um, that's 85% of it. And the 15% is what we're teaching in class, just the scripts and how to approach conversations, and how to explain things in such a way that makes a light bulb go off, that makes your client feel comfortable with you, um, that ability, that commitment, that ethics. Today is a very important day for Mega. Today is our contracts day. The contract is your most important tool, and we're going to be digging deep in the contract, and we're going to go through the contract. We're going to spend the entire day going through the contract from beginning to end. And I often will spend the first hour of Mega kind of talking about a review and talking about the subject. But in today's Mega, we're actually going to be jumping right into the contracts and we're going to dig in. So, welcome to contracts. Welcome to this contracts day. I know a lot of you were really excited about today. Some of this, some of this we went through as a foundational week before last. We talked some about contracts week before last. It's very important for our sales agents to know at what point an offer turns into a contract. It's very important. And I think that through the contracts training that we get from either track classes or even Texas Realtors, I think that that part is left out often of at what point a offer turns into a contract. So we're going to go through some of what we talked about in that prior class, and then we're going to go through every single paragraph of the contract, and I'm going to explain it to you. And this will be recorded, obviously, like the rest of them are, so we can go back and review it if you have any questions. Your most important tool in real estate, we can say it's your phone, we can say it's your value proposition, because these are all true. But in a transaction, when you're working with a client, the tool that you have is the contract that will help you formulate a path forward that everybody now has a set of responsibilities and promises that they've made. The idea of a contract is so that you can defend that contract. Is it enforceable? Creating an enforceable agreement is what you're trying to do as a real estate agent. And we call it the bulletproof contracts class because if you have left a hole in the contract for one person to get out, then you really never had a defendable contract or an enforceable contract in the first place. The idea is that both parties are in good faith held to the terms of the contract, and if one person, either side, breach their promises, then you can take it to a third party who can then enforce that contract and make sure that the other person is made good on their promises. Or there's damages, which is where paragraph 15 comes in. You can write a contract on a napkin and close that transaction. I say that because as long as both parties are willingly moving forward without taking issue, you'll get to the closing table. A lot of transactions close just out of sheer will of the buyer and seller. The two of them, they want to get to the closing table, and despite all the deficiencies that made their way into the transaction, either through technical errors or problems that arose through the findings of the contingencies, all the way through the process, they didn't care what came up and they were able to work it out and move forward, and they didn't have to hold each other to these promises that they made. But what happens when you have a seller who is working with the buyer and that buyer gets to the closing table and the buyer just says, yeah, this isn't fun anymore and I don't want to buy the house? You have maybe a seller who has maybe non-refundable earnest money out on another home. They've got movers set up. They've got their life scheduled around the promises that the buyer made. Now, I want you guys to remember the word contingencies because that's important, because the contract is full of them. I promise to sell you the home, and the buyer says, I promise to buy the home. And I'm going to show you where it actually says that in the contract, because on paragraph 1, it actually says the seller promises to sell and the buyer promises to buy. And then in between the time the offer is turned into a contract and the closing table, there's a set of contingencies that says, unless, unless I find a deficiency, unless there's a title issue, unless I can't get financing. And all of those unlesses are the contingencies, which are ways for the buyer to back out. There is a class that I highly recommend. Reba Saxon is a real estate trainer. Lisa and I served with her on the board of directors of our local realtor association. Very smart, fun lady. She wrote this book called Let the Buyer Beware. There is a new version now that's coming out because of the contractual changes that are coming through track. But this is a really great book for a real estate agent. It used to be called The 32 buyer outs, and it's been renamed because it was the 21 buyer outs, and then the 26, and then the 30, and the 32, because we have identified every contingency that a buyer has to get out of a contract. An agent needs to know every which way a buyer has to exit a contract. Does anybody know how many outs a seller has to a contract? Hold up your hand and show me on your fingers how many outs a seller has to a contract. What is my finger reporting? The seller has one out to a contract. Does anybody know the one seller out? And no, it's not them dying.
Would it be the appraisal, the house not appraising? No?
Nope. That's a buyer out, not a seller out.
Yeah, I forgot, sorry.
Yeah. Anybody?
It's not the earnest and option money.
Well, let's talk. It's not the option, but let's talk about the earnest. So talk about that because you're dangerously close to the right answer, Katie.
Really close. Okay. Well, they have to turn in the earnest money within the 3 days of the executed contract. So if they don't turn it in, then there's
Ooh!
no.
All right, Katie's getting a gift card.
Oh,
Talk
okay.
about nailing it. I mean, she got the answer exactly right. All right, so the contract says that the buyer has 3 days to turn the earnest money in, and if the buyer doesn't turn in the earnest money within those 3 days, on day 4, the seller has the right to terminate the contract before the buyer does. So if you're going on and you're on day 4 and then you're on day 5 and the seller's like, maybe I should back out. And on day 5, the seller hasn't issued termination yet. And the buyer goes and delivers the check to the title company. The buyer has cured it and the seller no longer has the right. But they did have the right from the moment that they didn't turn it in time. From that moment forward, the seller has the right to terminate the contract. And in that time period, their agent has a fiduciary duty to let them know that they have that right. And it's the one and only time that a seller has a right to bail. So the contract that we have is very, very one-sided because as long as and by the way, they don't have we don't have an earnest money contract. That's not what we have. We have an actual two-way agreement where the moment an offer is turned into a contract, the checks are due, but there's a timeline to get the money to the title company. So they have an agreement, it's binding, and both have to fulfill their duties. The moment someone says, I agree, the option period has been spent, even if it's 1 second into the transaction, it's non-refundable. The buyer can, like, 1 second say, I agree, and then say, okay, well, you know what? I'm terminating. I don't want to do this anymore. The option fee was spent, even if they haven't written the check yet. They have an obligation because if they don't turn in the option money, then they didn't have an option period and their earnest money is now due. The option money is protecting their earnest money. So if they refuse to turn in the option money, then not only does the option money due, the earnest money is also due. So we're going to go through the contract and we're going to read those words. I'm going to break it down because some of you are all probably already feeling a little overwhelmed. It's okay. We're gonna all get through this step by step. But what I'm trying to impress upon you is that the buyer has all of these outs and the seller doesn't. They only have one. And as long as the buyer turned in the earnest money in time, nowhere through the transaction did the seller have the ability to change their mind. So it's very, very one-sided. And for a buyer to have all of these outs, we have to explain to our sellers what buyer outs they have and at what point we have satisfied all contingencies. Now, I have some good news. Some of you may have noticed a new tab in your room's system. Pay close attention to the little beta flag that's on top of it. We are in beta for our critical timelines. So each one of the timelines that I speak about right now are being tracked in your room system. The option period, the loan contingency period, paragraph 60, objections, all of the timelines, turning in a survey on time, turning in the earnest money, on time for the option and the earnest money, and even just the seller's disclosure delivery. All of those timelines are now built into our critical timelines. We're going to be doing some training on that, but right now we just got it in beta, and so we are polishing that up over the next week. So it's going to help you guys make sure that you don't miss one of these deadlines. But how important do you think it is that an agent know what the buyer's rights are in terms of their contingencies? You think it's a little important? And ask yourself today, do you know what contingencies your buyer has now? And I think when you ask the average agent their understanding of the contract, it's far less than what it should be. So we're going to start from the very beginning. We're not going to start on page one parties because a lot happened before we got to paragraph one parties. We have to start from the very beginning. We're going to start with the language. We're going to talk about unilateral contract. We're going to talk about consideration. We're going to talk about option and the difference between an enforceable contract and an unenforceable contract, and even mutual consent, which is one of the pillars that's required to establish a valid contract. So I'm going to walk you through these 5 alignments, 1 through 5 and A and E, and lining them up. Then we're going to talk about what it takes to have a valid agreement and how you establish a valid agreement. Because if an agent doesn't understand the what I would call the basics of what's required in order for an agreement to be binding on the parties, then they don't know how to create a binding agreement. And that is the most important thing, turning an offer into a contract. And at what moment, at what nanosecond you have a contract. And it's not oftentimes what people think. And the reason it's so important to know the nanosecond, let me just ask a question. You tell me, why is it so critically important that we know the nanosecond that an offer was turned into a contract? What is important about that moment?
The timeline.
Okay. And what establishes the timelines?
Say that again.
What establishes all the timelines? How are you calculating the timelines?
The
When the
acknowledgement of
contract
the
is the
receipt.
date,
Say that again, Michelle.
the date on the executed contract.
Okay. And what do we call that date? Because it's something that a lot of agents call incorrectly. What are
I
we going
know.
to call it?
Effective date.
Yes, Michelle Fortune. Exactly right. 1,000,000% yes. Now, you'll notice on page 10 of the contract, it says, this contract was executed on this day, and then it has a date. And then it says in parentheses, effective date. Execute is a fancy word for signed. But that, in effect, this contract was executed on this date is not the same thing as me saying the contract was executed. What does the difference really mean of those two things? And I know it sounds nuanced and it sounds like it should be the same thing, but the divergence here in the sentence diverges these two topics onto two completely separate topics that are very important to understand. And why we'll never call it, oh, I got an executed agreement. What is
Okay,
it?
I want to take a chance.
Okay, Michelle's gonna do it. Let's do it.
Okay, executed mean that's when they sign. When they put the date and signed it.
Yes.
The other one, which I keep forgetting, it's when it started.
Well, the date it signed and the date it started would be the same thing. So we'll put both of those in
Okay.
the same bucket.
Okay.
Is it when it's been communicated to all parties?
Well, okay, so at the moment right now, I'm not talking about at what moment that we're going to choose the effective date. What I'm really asking is, what is the difference between me saying we have an executed agreement and we have an so people we have an effective date on the contract, And then we have this contract was executed on this date. And if I say, oh, we have an executed contract, what is the difference between an executed contract and if and me saying we have an executed agreement?
Basically,
Isn't
it's
it the monies
acceptance.
that have to be entitled?
It's when it's accepted.
Okay, so let me explain. Typically, in the world of contracts, you don't have contingencies. A contract is executed, meaning it's fully executed and done, and the rights and the parties and the remedies of the parties are completed. And you have an executed agreement, meaning it's done. But you actually have an executory agreement in real estate, not an executed agreement. So when you put the executed date on it, which is an effective date, you now have an executory agreement. You don't have an executed agreement because you don't have an executed agreement until the thing is closed. So if I say I have an executed contract, that means I just went to the closing table and we finished the final contingency and we've closed, you see. So when you say, oh, I have an executed contract. Oh, you went and closed? No, we my clients just signed the contract today. Oh, so you signed and closed in one moment? Okay. I only bring this up because even Trek themselves uses the word executed, and there's been a lot of arguments and there's been a lot of fights in Trek meetings regarding their use of the word executed on this date. But executed means signed. So an executed agreement means we signed the agreement, but an executed contract means fully executed and done. So I want you guys to remember that a contract is executory until it's closed. So we're going to start using the correct vernacular, because if you use the wrong words for the wrong situation, you send the wrong message. But more importantly, it also sends a message to the other side that maybe you don't know it as well as you should.
Can you please put that word executory in the chat so I can see how it's spelled?
I would be more than happy to. Just like it sounds. Okay, and you guys can look that up and you guys can learn about this word executory and be like, oh, okay. It means that there are obligations of the parties to perform acts before the contract will be fully executed, you see. So do we have lots of obligations in the parties before you can get to the closing table? So we very much have an executory agreement. All right. What is on the Q&A quiz? Which of these A through E is mutual consent?
B.
Okay. So 1,000,000% yes. We have a meeting of the minds. A meeting of the minds is really important. I'm going to tell you a story because with each of these, I'm going to tell you a small story and the light bulb will go on and you'll realize just how important a meeting of the minds is. Circa 2009, the real estate market was at its best of all time? No, it wasn't at its best of all time. Circa 2009. Were we in a hot market or were we in a cold market? The financial crisis? Okay. We had lots of lots foreclosing. We had lots of properties on the market for a really long time. Builders were going out of business and entire neighborhoods that were in development were frozen. The lots that were in a lottery that were going to be built on were going out of business and the lots were being foreclosed on. So there's a scenario where there was a sign on a yard, there was a sign on a piece of property, and it had been on the market for 400 days. This was a lot that was for sale in Hutto, and it had been on the market for 400 days. Over this 400 days, the weeds grew, the wind blew, the sign fell over, and the sign was literally under 4 inches of weeds. The sign was now gone because the listing agent hadn't been there for 6 months. Next to the lot. Now, have you ever been in a new home neighborhood where there's lots and you're driving down a street and it's empty lot after empty lot after empty lot, and you're trying to find lot 10? And you're trying to figure out which one of these is lot 10 and there's no spray paint anywhere, and have you ever been in that scenario where you don't really know where the lot is on that street? Well, if not, just imagine you're driving down the street and it's one big dirt patch from one corner to the other, and you don't know where lot 10 is, and maybe the weeds grew, and you're just kind of like, okay, I guess this is ish where the house is going to be built, kind of thing. Well, a buyer's driving down the street and they see a beautiful, brand new lot, all mowed and nice and flat. And next to it, there is a gigantic rock and some unevenness to this lot. But next to it is a very flat, beautiful lot with a brand new, shiny "coming soon" sign on the lot. And a buyer's driving through and they see the "coming soon" sign and they say, "Ooh, that's exactly where I want to buy my house. That's exactly where I want to build my house." So they drive to a real estate office that, by the way, has nothing to do with that particular sign in the yard. That sign was there from Keller Williams, and they drove to a Remax office in Hutto, walked in and said, "I saw a sign on ABC Street, and I would like to submit an offer on that property." And the agent says, "Okay, let me look in the MLS. I see 123 A Street on the market. Looks like it's been on the market for 400 days, and it looks like it's on the market for $85,000." And they print out the tax records, and it has a little map of where the property is, and the buyer initials the tax records, and the buyer and the agent submit an offer to the listing agent. The offer gets submitted, accepted, and closed. And 3 months later, there is a crew out there, and they are on the property, and the owner drives by and says, "What are you doing on my property? What do you think happened?"
It wasn't the right lot.
That's right. The buyer bought the lot next door from that seller, the one with the rock and the one that was uneven, thinking that they were communicating and buying this other lot, having no idea. So at any point in time, did the buyer and seller ever have a meeting of the minds?
No.
They never once had a meeting of the minds, which meant the meeting of the mind means the seller understands what they're selling and they understand what the buyer is buying, and the buyer understands what the buyer is buying, and the buyer understands what the seller is selling. Those two things come together like Legos, click, and you have a meeting of the minds. However, in this situation, there was no meeting of the minds because the buyer thought they were buying one thing and the seller thought the buyer was buying their lot and they weren't. So a meeting of the minds never took place. If a transaction closes and there was never a meeting of the minds, does anybody know what happens? The transaction is unwound. And that's exactly what happened. And it was unwound at the expense of the real estate company's air and emissions insurance. So, meeting of the minds is a very important element of the law. And so we have to make sure that there's never a concern over a meeting of the minds. Now, that was the most drastic meeting of the minds that I've ever seen in real estate, and I've seen a lot of them. Unilateral contract number 2. Which one is that?
E.
E.
Is E?
Okay, so it is E, a contract in which only one party is obligated to perform. Unilateral contract. Give me an example of a unilateral contract. Or maybe a time period in our contract that's unilateral.
The option period.
I like that answer, Laura. Also perhaps a minor. Can a 15-year-old buy a house?
No.
Yes.
Well, with an educational Roth IRA.
Mm-mm. No, if a a minor can, uh, Justin Bieber, when he was 14 years old, bought a $2.5 million mansion. Um, you can buy a home and own a home regardless of your age. Now, why do we say that a buyer can't, a minor can't purchase a home? Why do sometimes agents think that?
Because you have to be 18 and of sound mind,
You don't
of
have to be 18 to buy a house.
competency.
You don't have to be 18 to buy a house,
Okay.
but you do have a competency issue. You do have, um, because a minor is considered, um, I was just having this conversation the other day. It is considered the word escapes me. When someone is disabled, they are
In- the
what, Mike?
Incompetent?
Well, no, but we'll just use that word. Um, the legal doctrine is they actually have a disability. That's the word I'm looking for.
Oh.
They actually have a disability. And you look under the Texas law and actually uses that word disabled. And I said, they don't have a disability. And they literally say that they do. And at the age of 18, they become competent. What I'm getting at here, an important thing, is that a minor can purchase a contract, or they can't purchase a home, but the contract from beginning to end can never be enforced. It's always unilateral from beginning to end. So this 15-year-old can enter into an agreement, and as long as the 15-year-old decides and continues to want to move forward on every step of the way, they can make it to the closing table, but at any given moment, they can back out. On any given moment. So the seller has to know that you don't have to enter into this agreement with this minor, but if you do, it will be a unilateral contract all the way to the closing table. At any given moment, the buyer can back out. Doesn't mean they're going to. So that unilateral contract is also an option period. An option period, the buyer is buying the right to terminate the contract for any reason for a preset amount of days, which means it's unilateral. The
Could also
buyer,
be when the minor is the seller, then all the obligations for the buyer are in effect, but whatever money they spent, if he backs out, they lose it.
and it is important that that mandatory disclosure be provided. And even if it's not, and they didn't know, it would be not the requirement of the minor to make that disclosure. It would be required of the agent to make that disclosure for the person who's on the other side. So if you're the buyer and you have a seller that's a minor, the buyer agent has an obligation to tell their client what they're getting into. And if they don't, then they haven't facilitated their duties under the law. So knowing this stuff would be very important, because what would be a violation of the law and a violation of someone's rights for an agent to look at a minor and say, you can't buy a home. That would be a violation of their civil rights. And you would violate fair housing. And so if you get that answer wrong, you put yourself in jeopardy. So many people think, oh, buyer can't buy a home. No, it's not that at all. It's a buyer can't be bound to the terms. Very different subject matter altogether. Consideration. What is consideration and what is not consideration?
It's D.
Okay. Consideration is something given in exchange for a promise. Is the consideration earnest money? It is not the earnest money. The earnest money is not consideration for the contract. It is in fact liquidated damages in the event of default. It shows the seriousness of the buyer, and it is a way for the seller to understand the seriousness of the buyer. But more importantly, it acts as liquidated damages in the event of a breach or a default. So consideration is something given in exchange for a promise. Now, what would be the consideration? It could simply be goodwill. I want to buy this house because I'm buying it for my granddaughter, and I want that good feeling of being able to buy a house for my grandmother. And the reason, my consideration is that. Or I want to buy the house because I want to live there. The consideration often is unknown, but it is one of the elements of a valid contract. So we're going to talk about it, but it's never, ever the earnest money. That's not the consideration. Under option, that one obviously is an agreement between a buyer and seller, giving the buyer the right to purchase a property at a preset price for a given period of time. We talked about this on Monday a little bit, where I told you guys ahead of time, ahead of this class, because I always like to throw that out there and let it sink in for a couple of days, that an option is an area of law, not just paragraph 5 of our contract. It's not just the termination option, but people deal in options. And they deal in options in oil and gas. They deal in options in lots of things. I want the option to buy this property for the next 10 years at a preset price. So I'll give you $1 million for this property, and I want 5 years. So if you decide to sell it to someone else, I want the option to buy it. I'm not buying it today, but if you sell it, I want the option to buy it. And they've taken this idea and this concept of option, and they've inserted it into our contract, which is very helpful. Not all states have an option period. Did you know that? In fact, that Texas is one of the only states that does have an option period. Do you know what most states have instead of an option period? Okay.
Just the EMD, I mean, closing date or
An inspection period.
inspection, yes.
They have a due diligence inspection period, which you have in DC, which we had in California, which you have in Florida, in most states. There was an inspection period built into the contract, and that inspection period, by the way, did not have anything to do with money exchanging hands. The buyer would have 5 days to get the home inspected, and during those 5 days, certain rights and remedies would fall into place. And it doesn't always mean that they would have the irrespective right to terminate. And in fact, in California, when a buyer and seller come together in a contract, the buyer doesn't have the right for any reason to get out of the contract. They can only back out if it's inspection related, but we don't have that in Texas. The buyer can get out for any reason, and because of that, they have to pay for that. And then unenforceable is a contract that can't be enforced due to a flaw or a defect in it. And I call that, now when we're talking about unenforceable, can an unenforceable contract close? 1,000,000% by the sheer will of the parties, just like I said in a napkin. A napkin is unenforceable. You can't enforce it. And enforcement just means one person is mad at the other one and wants to take them to court and sue them for performance. They want them to close. But then you get to court and realize the contract's such a mess that the judge looks at this and says, I'm sorry, guys, but I can't even enforce this. If you have an unenforceable contract and one party wants to sue the other party to move forward, and the defect in the unenforceability of the contract was at the agent's defect, then the air and emissions insurance goes against that agent, and that agent is going to bail out all of the damages and how that consumer was harmed. And that's a really big deal. That's a really big deal. So our job is to create an enforceable agreement. An enforceable agreement is literally at the very heart of what we are trying to create for that client. A contract can be in 4 states. It can be a valid contract. It can be a void contract, and a void contract's like it never happened ever. It could be voidable, which means there's some defect in there, but the parties are still moving forward, but one of them has the ability to void it. Or it could be unenforceable. And you can be voidable and unenforceable at the same time. Because a voidable contract would be most likely, but a voidable contract could be enforced. It may be enforced. So let's talk about what it means to be a valid contract. A valid contract means that it meets all the requirements of law. That you've got the mutual consent, the meeting of the minds, the handshake. An a void contract means it was invalid from the beginning. It's like it never happened. A contract for an illegal act, or your contract has paragraph 6D in it. Which is your objections paragraph. And someone threw in the objections paragraph something that says something like, I want to be able to cut down this oak tree in the backyard, and you find out that it's an heritage tree that can't be cut down. The contract is contingent on the oak tree. The contract's going to be void because you can't cut down the oak tree. So that would be another example of how agents could put together a voided contract. There's no way to cure it. A voidable contract is one that can't be enforced against one or more parties. One party has unilateral right to terminate. So misrepresentation, a seller who didn't disclose a material fact, doesn't mean, if a seller lies, does it mean the contract goes away? It gives the buyer the right to bail throughout the entire contract. From that point forward, all the way to the closing table, the buyer has the right to get out. So misrepresentation, fraud, undue influence. The agent decided while they're out showing properties to take their client out to lunch in the middle of it, and they had 3 margaritas, and then they get back in the car, they go to the next property, and the buyer buys it. Next morning, they wake up after their hangover, realize, uh-oh, I bought a home. What have I just done? And then they go back and say, well, I got drunk and I purchased a home. Well, that contract is going to be voidable. And the agent is going to have to answer as to how they allowed that to happen. We don't get to determine as an agent whether someone has mental capacity or not. The only person that can determine mental capacity is a judge, unless they're a minor. Outside of a minor, we don't get to judge mental capacity, whether they're drunk, under the influence, and of whether they were of right mind in order to enter into contract. So if someone were to claim that, they would have to take this to court, and a court would have to determine the outcome. And your job is to create a bulletproof, enforceable contract. So if you're sitting in court with your client, no matter what happens, no attorney and no judge can poke holes in your contract. You have dotted your I's, you've crossed your T's, and you are not looking like an idiot in front of the judge and the jury and in front of everyone in the courtroom. Very unlikely that there's a jury, but I will tell you a story about a transaction that was in Dallas that showed up in our Legal One for 3 years. And there was a case that went on for 7 years. It was a $4 million property that sold in Dallas. And the seller's disclosure had a checkbox on it that said that they wanted to attach TXR 1414, which was the mold note, the flood hazard areas notice, and 1414 wasn't attached to the seller's disclosure. And the buyer decided to terminate under the seller's disclosure provision of the contract, saying that the seller's disclosure was never provided because the addenda that was checked off in the seller's disclosure was never received. Now, here you have a buyer that just changed their mind and they didn't want to buy the house. They didn't have any contingencies left. And so they went to an attorney. An attorney went through the contract with a fine-tooth comb looking for a hole. They were looking for a contingency to get the buyer out to be able to save the buyer's $250,000 earnest money. And the seller said, this really smells like bad faith to me. This looks like, I believe I did give them the seller's disclosure. This TXR 1414 form is a promulgated form. It's not a fill out form. There's not even a single checkbox on it. It is an addendum disclosure. And that is promulgated and it's on Tech's website. So it's available to all. So you could have went and got that yourself if you wanted to. We gave you the seller's disclosure. We find this unfair. It went back and forth from the appellate court to Superior Court and back to the lower court 3 times. And 8 years later, over $400,000 had been expended by attorneys. And they came out the other side, and finally, the judge ruled that you're both wrong and you're going to split the court costs and this is over. All that had to have been done was the agent attach the 1414 to the seller's disclosure and give that form along with the seller's disclosure, and those multiple years in court and the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of attorney fees and the thousands of hours that that agent was forced to appear in court on both sides would have never happened. When I'm talking about bulletproof contract, that if there is a single bullet hole in your contract and someone exploits that, it can be a career-ending event or a nightmare of epic proportion that goes on for year after year after year. And it's not a matter of when you get sued, or if you get sued, rather, it's when you get sued. It's not about you being an ethical agent. It's not about you always being friendly and being nice. It's not what it's about. It's about someone feeling harmed. And when they feel harmed, then they're going to get an attorney, and an attorney is going to try to exploit the situation. And of course, the first thing they're going to do is try to find where the agent's made a mistake. So knowing that you're under a microscope, that is why I have a compliance department here. It's why I have packets that automatically apply to your room. It's why there's labels that you have to apply to every single document. And that's why Miguel and Katie are going through your rooms and looking for the bullet holes. And we don't let you have a DA until every bullet hole is plugged to help you and protect you from being in those scenarios in court. Can you imagine if those agents had a compliance department that called them and said, you need to send form 1414 to the seller? What do you think that agent would have said? Staff people, they're always making my job difficult. But you don't know what you don't know. That one thing could have saved you years and years and years out of court. Those agents would have never known what the outcome would have been had they sent the 1414. They only know what the outcome was because they didn't. We're talking about very, very serious stuff here. Voidable contract is one that can't be enforced. Again, we're talking about a minor, a breach of contract. Now, there's another topic that I want to throw at you that's very important. I don't want you to summon the gates and the demons from hell. And you can use a word that summons the demons from hell accidentally, and now you've got a problem that you can't fix. Using the word default is the most dangerous word in real estate. It is so dangerous. Does anyone know why you can never utter the word default?
You're
Is it
giving
a,
legal advice.
It's even more profound than legal advice, Mike.
Only parties can declare default.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. That's exactly right. Did you hear what he said? You see, there is no such thing as a defaultable action that the parties can perform. If a party doesn't uphold their side of the transaction, it's called a breach. And if the other side wants to call default, they're putting the contract in default and terminating the contract. And if an agent says default, what they're saying is this contract is now terminated. And once a contract is terminated, there's no undoing it. Avis Wukash, she says, you know, you're not God, you're not Jesus. You can't bring something back to life. Once a contract is dead, it's dead. It cannot come back to life. If an agent says default, they're actually invoking default. They're actually saying paragraph 15 is now in force and the contract is terminated. And we're either going to do one of two things. We're going to sue you for performance, or we're going to get your earnest money as liquidated damages. An agent doesn't have the authority to utter the word default. So remember, I think what you're often trying to say is the client's in breach. and a breach can be cured. So your client is in breach. How are we going to fix this? A breach can be cured. We can move forward. Okay, I've given you 3 opportunities to cure the breach. My buyer's calling default. Now the contract is dead. Could you see how important it is to get those words right? The vernacular here is really, really important. Unenforceable. Laura, go ahead.
Okay, so for instance, if you have a contract and the buyer doesn't give the money within the 3 days,
Yes.
okay, I can't, I mean, I being the buyer's realtor, cannot say the word default, right?
They're not in default.
They're in breach.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, because
so
if you say you're in default, that means that my seller has now turned the contract, my seller has elected to terminate the contract.
okay, and we can just, not get that over to the title company, right? Like they didn't get the money over to the title company. That's considered breach. And so
That
how do you rectify that?
a contract never terminates itself. You do that, right? Contracts always go on forever and ever and ever, even past the close date. There is zero way for a contract to kill itself. The only way a contract can be killed is by the action of a party, by submitting, either withdrawing an offer, and the way you kill an offer is by withdrawing it. If you put an offer out there, the offer stays alive forever until it's withdrawn, and there's a form to withdraw an offer. The same thing with a contract. A contract, once the contract is binding on the parties, it stays going forever. And if it goes into a breach status, the breach status goes on forever and ever and ever. It's the year 6,855. We all have beards. They figured out how to live forever. That contract is still alive because someone hasn't yet terminated the contract on either side. So if a buyer hasn't turned in the earnest money in time, then the only thing that happens is the seller now has a new right they didn't have before of them terminating the contract up until the time the buyer does deliver the earnest money. And by delivering the earnest money, the buyer has cured their breach. Seller no longer has the ability to terminate the contract, and the contract is moving forward again, and the seller lost their ability to terminate. And hopefully the listing agent provided disclosure to the seller, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the buyer is currently in breach and you have the right to terminate the contract, because it's the agent's job to explain all contingencies to their clients, be meticulous and scrupulous.
Just because it's in breach, the seller can go ahead and let it stay that way and close.
1,000%. And the seller can say, you know what, I really feel bad for these people. I really need this thing to close, and they didn't bring the earnest money. So what are we going to do about it? Well, the listing agent is going to say, look, you've got 2 options. You can ignore this, or you can get to the closing table. But right now, all the way to the closing table, you have the right to terminate the contract all the way the day before, day of closing. So another offer comes in. My recommendation, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, is that we start looking for a backup offer. And then that backup offer, if that backup offer comes in, then now their option money and their earnest money is due. You're going to take them to small claims court for the option and earnest, and you're going to sell the home to someone else. Or that first one makes it to the closing table, and no harm, no foul. Exactly right, Mike. So these are primary things. So raise your hand if you've learned something so far in class today. Okay, excellent. More about an enforceable contract. It's one that cannot be enforced due to some flaw of the contract, passage of time, maybe. Now, what happens if a contract is 9,000 years old and someone takes it to court and says, they should have bought this home 100 years ago, and the court's going to look at this and say, I can't enforce this. but the parties can come together and close it on that original contract. So an enforceable agreement is different. Someone has to terminate the contract. A judge can terminate a contract. An attorney can't. A party can, or a judge can. An agent can also, because they represent the client. Now they can do so through what I would call misrepresentation, because they can tell the other party, oh, you're in default. And when agents say that to me, I scare the heck out of them. When an agent calls me and accidentally uses that word, and I say, oh, so you guys are terminating the contract. Wait, what? You've just terminated the contract. What are you talking about? Well, you're calling breach. You've just turned this breach into a default, which means your client just terminated the contract. No, that's not at all what I'm saying. Actually, it is. And I explain the difference of the two. And when I explain it that way, they fall right off their high horse and they start backpedaling. So this is a really good way for them to put them back on the rails, explaining the difference between a breach and a default, because half the time they're wrong and it wasn't a breach in the first place. A really good example of an unenforceable contract is those buyer temporary residential leases or seller leasebacks. How good are those? How long are those good for?
90 days.
90.
Why do you think Texas has made this 90-day rule on a seller leaseback or a buyer temporary residential lease?
Problems with financing or
But why have they capped them at 90 days? Why don't they let them go for 6
Because
months?
they turn into
Because I,
because then they'd have squatters' rights.
yeah.
Well, they would have squatters' rights after 5 years, not 180 days. But I get the point. At some point, there's adverse action that happens. Laura, you had something to say as well.
Oh, because squatters, and they would have to do an eviction.
Okay. Again, squatters is if they were there for 180 days, they're not squatters because they have a right to be there because there's a lease signed, right? So what I'm asking is, why only 90 days? What do you think their
because
rationale was?
after 90 days, it might turn into a regular lease or
Is this because this is a short term? Not 90 days is considered short term?
There's two reasons.
Lease purchase.
Yes, Mike. Because if you have so did you know that you are not required to have, do you know that remember that it always says that you don't need that there is no required contract for a lease that's under 180 days? Okay. So this is something really important for you guys to get. We can't have a lease purchase and we have a lease that's tied to a contract. Now, they don't want that. But what's more important is these lease agreements, Trek and everyone else wants for a very short time. They don't even want 90 days. They wanted 15 days. This was for a couple days the seller needs to stay in place, or a couple days the buyer needs to get in early. The most dangerous thing you could ever do in real estate is getting a buyer temporary residential lease and the buyer move in early. It's actually a violation of our policy. You have to go to your manager and have your manager advise everyone because how dangerous it is. Because the only reason a buyer ever wants to move in early is because they're having problems with financing and they can't close on time. And if they're having problems with financing already, you got a buyer in place and you're going to have a problem. So Trek understands that the two-page agreement that we have is so incredibly problematic that all of the protections under a normal lease aren't there. What happens if the buyer does damage? The lease doesn't say. What happens if what happens if the seller does a 5-day lease back and they leave 6 truckloads of stuff in the house, of trash? Transaction already closed. They're stayed in 5 days after closing and they don't get any of their stuff out. The lease back doesn't say. But had you just not had a lease back, the contract said the buyer could have chosen not to close. But that 2-page lease back has no protections about the return of the earnest money, about the return of the deposit, and a deposit's required. But there's There's huge provisions that are missing, including the rights of the tenant themselves. Is there a peephole where the locks changed at the time the property changed hands because it's required statutorily? And so it's very dangerous to be enter into one of these agreements. It's incredibly dangerous for the parties because the protections that's in our 18-page lease agreement can't even begin to protect in a 1.5-page agreement. So in any sense, a unenforceable contract is one where a seller leaseback, the agents put a close date that's more, and the move out date that was more than 90 days. It's unenforceable. I can't enforce that. Or ambiguous terms. Now, we're going to talk about what we put in a blank. Is there a difference if you have a field that asks for a number of days? Is there a difference if you leave it blank versus put in an A versus putting in a 0?
I thought we couldn't leave any blanks.
Well, what
It,
happens, Mara,
it,
if
it's
you have,
ambiguous.
I like what Mike is saying, but Jamara is also partially correct. But what about this, Jamara? What happens if you have check A, check B, and check C? And you checked A and you left B and C blank. You didn't check off the box, but there's a bunch of blanks in B and there's a bunch of blanks in C. Can you leave those blanks in B and C there because you didn't check off the box in front and you only checked off A and A doesn't have any blanks? So I have to be careful in when I say you can't have any blanks. Now, if you checked off A and you left a blank in A, I'm going to say you can't have any blanks. But I'm not going to say you can't have any blanks because if you didn't check off B, there can be blanks on B. Make sense? But there can't be blanks in a provision that's binding on the parties. And those two parties, those provisions didn't apply. So if you leave a blank and you don't put a 0 and you don't put an NA in it or something, do you know what the courts have ruled about a blank on a section that has a checkbox that says this section applies, but someone left a blank? And let me give you an example of one that doesn't have a checkbox. Can anyone tell me what paragraph 7H is? And by now you should know this, and that's okay if you don't. But what is 7H? Or let's just back up. What's paragraph 7?
Property condition.
Uh-huh. Thank you. And what is 7H? Good job. Okay.
Residential service contract.
Thank you, Michelle. Yes, and all of you should have a copy of your contract. I see Meg looking, so that's good. I will hope that all of you brought a 1-4 with you today. Residential service contract. Now, is there a checkbox on paragraph 7H or is there just a blank?
Just a blank.
Just a blank. So that paragraph always applies. You can't turn that on or off. It's always on. So it has a value. So it always applies. So if I leave it blank and there is no checkbox that says this does or does not apply, and someone leaves it blank, do you know what the court has ruled about that blank?
They
Does it
can't do
mean,
anything.
what's that, Michelle?
They can't do anything. The judge cannot judge on an empty space. Like it
Oh, yes,
doesn't.
they can. Oh, yes, they
Oh,
can. Oh, yes,
oh,
they can.
okay.
Oh, yes, they can. Judges can judge on anything. Oh, yes, they can.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Do you
so
know what the
glad. Like,
judges, do you know what the judges have said about this blank?
Negligence.
This is gonna blow your mind. What'd you say, Kay?
Negligence.
No,
No.
no, not negligence at all. Quite the opposite, actually.
Oh, it's in.
Incompetent.
Not incompetence. No, no, no. The judges say, well, the parties haven't agreed to that yet.
uh,
The parties haven't agreed to it yet. That should blow your mind.
oh,
It doesn't mean that the seller doesn't pay. It doesn't mean that the buyer doesn't get anything. It means they haven't agreed to it yet. Now, if they can't come to an agreement, you have an unenforceable contract. So if you left 7H blank and they get into a fight about it later, you have an unenforceable contract that can't close. And you take it to court and they can't close. And if the buyer wants out, the seller is going to have to pay them. The buyer says, look, I want a $4,000 home warranty because I want every single package and I want it for 3 years. So if the seller really doesn't want to pay one, do we leave it blank? What do we put there? I want to hear it. What do we put there?
Zero.
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 Or
That's
zero.
Now,
What if there is a TBD on it, like to be
oh,
determined? That's what I've seen it. That's why
TBD,
I'm
and that's exactly what a blank means. TBD is exactly what a blank means. 100% to be determined. Haven't figured it out yet. It's exactly the same thing. So you can have a blank or put TBD and it will have the exact effect. I like that actually. So we would never do that. We are trying to create a bulletproof contract where you have a meeting of the minds, where the buyer understands the terms and the seller understands the terms, and they've made an agreement on each paragraph. And that's what's required. And if they haven't made an agreement on a paragraph, then the only way that that contract is going to close is by the sheer will of the parties. Okay.
Okay. Why do we put a TBD in residential use then?
I don't. Never have in my life. And that's not our company policy. We actually have a company policy for paragraph 6D objections. And residential use is not it because it's a residential contract. And in fact, on the header on page 1 on the top, it says for residential use only. We're going to get into 6D and I'm going to show you exactly what should be put there, which is no special objections at this time. Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, I wonder if this is an issue. We have the option during the contract, the client has the option to either put under a dollar sign. Okay, let me rephrase that. Okay, when the client has an option to choose. I apologize. I'm running with a bad cold and I'm like, my head is spinning.
Well, think
Okay.
it through. Think it through.
Okay, thank you. We have the option with a dollar sign versus an amount, versus a days. Do you have a problem with zero when it's dollar and not applicable when it's a word or whatever?
Okay. Yep, that's where I was going next. So there's a difference between NA and zero and blank. So we've talked about the dangers of blank. Danger of blank means that they haven't negotiated it yet. Zero means that either it's a zero number of days or a $0 amount. Zero means zero, which means goose egg, nothing. Very clear, could not be clearer. NA is a different thing. Now, Jamara and I were having a conversation about 3 minutes ago about a paragraph A, B, and a C. Paragraph A is checked off and there's a blank on paragraph A and it asks for a number of days and maybe we put in there 0. All parties agree, paragraph A is enforced with 0 days. Paragraph B is not checked off and paragraph C is not checked off. So the blanks that are in paragraph B and paragraph C would be applicable to put in A, not applicable, because they are not applicable. So you could put NA in the ones that are not checked off to make sure that it sends a message that these are not applicable. But if there is no checkbox on a contract, that paragraph is applicable. So you have to actually put something in there, whether it's a number of days or a 0 or a dollar amount. Now, if it's a dollar amount, it has to be a dollar amount. It can't be a percentage, 50-50. It doesn't allow that. So if there is a dollar sign in front of it, a dollar amount has to be there. And I have a situation right now where a very well-known broker, past president of a realtor organization who does not work here, is doing a deal with me. And I was very surprised to see when they submitted a contract to me on paragraph 6, title policy and survey, where they checked off both boxes that the buyer will pay and the seller will pay the title policy. And then she put in special provisions, paragraph 5, that they will split it 50-50. So that's not allowed. It's illegal practice of law. I talked to my client and said, this is a good offer. I don't think that we should terminate it here, but I can't advise you on this. This is not technically correct. I understand what they're trying to accomplish. They're trying to offer to pay half the title policy, and that's good for you. So I would want you to talk to your attorney about this, because I don't think this is something that we should counter, but this is technically inaccurate, and I need you to know that. And my recommendation is that we move forward with this, but if I was the buyer agent, I would have never done this, because it puts everyone in a bad position. You see, there are sometimes you get an offer that has a technical inaccuracy. We're not going to recommend anyone do anything about it, and I'm certainly not going to tell this broker that she's wrong, because that's not going to get me anywhere. But I advise my client on it, and we move forward anyway. Now they know what they're getting themselves into. Make sense? Jamara. So
Okay, but I have,
if I wasn't the broker, what would I have done in that scenario?
if you were not the broker, I would have called you
I would
and
have,
said,
we
what
would
do
have,
I do?
well, no, that's actually not, that would have been a violation of the chain of command. So as much as I love that answer, Jamara, the answer really is that you call your sales manager and then get with your sales manager about that, because we have to make sure that when we have a technical flaw in a contract that could be ambiguous terms, that might not be an enforceable agreement later, that we take it to the sales manager, and the sales manager is aware of it, so that we can be assured that the client has been properly informed as to their rights and remedies to what it is that they're agreeing to, and take them to paragraph 23 and remind them what? What's paragraph 23?
Consult an
Jamara?
attorney. Consult an attorney.
That's
Yeah.
right. Consult an attorney before signing, and pay special attention to paragraph 5 in this case, where they've checked off both boxes, in paragraph 11, special provisions, where they've added some special language to make sure that you understand what it is that you're signing, and that this is not traditional, typical language. Okay, now, Jamara, I'm sorry. I
That's okay.
want you to ask your question.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You're saying the other broker checked the box that they were supposed to split a fee. You're saying that that's technically they cannot do that, but you're going to move forward with the contract.
Mhm.
And I guess what I'm trying to understand is when it comes down to the end and everybody's supposed to pay their part, if you're saying it's technical, then what happens?
Well, so I believe that the buyer was trying to send a notice that they want to pay 50%, and because the buyer made a promise in special provisions that they're going to pay 50%, my belief is, whether it's technically accurate or not, a judge would look at this and say they promised to pay 50%. Now, if the buyer pushed back on that and the buyer never spoke to an attorney, the buyer agent get themselves a whole lot of trouble if an attorney didn't advise them on this. But that's their risk. That's their liability. That's on their side. It's less liability for my client. And how?
If you have an investor that is interested and they send you a offer, but and it's not but and on their approval letter they have XYZ done exactly what you're talking about, offered to pay the title policy on all of those other things. It's not written into the contract, it's on the approval letter.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, does it?
No, no, ma'am, it does not. The
Okay.
agreement between parties is in the contract unless they were to go to paragraph 22 and check off other and say, see pre-approval letter, and make the pre-approval letter part of the contract. But whenever an agent comes to me or Cindy or Lisa or anybody here, anybody comes here, and ask the question, we always say one thing. What does the contract say?
Right?
What does the contract say? Because everything is between buyer and seller in the contract. I'm going to give you an example of exactly what you're talking about on a more common situation. The MLS and the advertising everywhere says, washer and dryer, refrigerator, convey. And you get to the closing table and the buyer does a final walkthrough and the washer, dryer, or fridge are missing. And the buyer says, hey, where's my washer, dryer, and fridge? And the buyer agent says, those pesky sellers. They've obviously tried to cheat us. I'm going to call this listing agent right now. Hey, you guys stole the washer, dryer, fridge. We're supposed to be closing today, and you've taken them. And the listing agent says, well, okay, we did offer them, but you didn't offer us a non-realty addendum and tie that to the contract, so you didn't accept our offer. I don't have to. You offered them, so we get them. Well, okay, offer and acceptance. We offered, you didn't accept them, so we thought that you were just saying, we don't want them. So it's not part of the sale. Yes, it is, because it's Deceptive Trade Practices Act. No, it's not, because we can offer you the world, but if you don't accept it, it's not an agreement. But it says in the seller's disclosure that there's a washer, dryer, and refrigerator in the property. That's not an agreement, that's a disclosure. Okay, so exactly what Ann was just saying. They made a claim somewhere where they made an offer, but the other side didn't add that offer to the contract accepting that offer. So all of the terms between buyer and seller exist in one place, the purchase contract. And on paragraph 222 agreement of parties, all of those addenda that's tied to the contract. If it's not an addenda on paragraph 22 or part of the contract, it's not an agreement between the parties and it's not enforceable. Make sense?
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Okay, so we're still actually now, we're not even talking about the contract yet. I usually get almost until noon before we even grab page one, because I want to make sure that you guys understand the fundamentals before we get into the contract, because I can't explain the contract unless we understand the fundamentals first. There are 5 elements for a valid contract: competent parties, offer and acceptance, a legal purpose, in writing, and some type of consideration. And the consideration, again, we really don't know what the consideration is. These are the 5 legal doctrines. From your perspective as an agent, you care very much about the first 4. The first 4 is what you need to know to ensure that you have an agreement. So when you're the buyer agent and you're out showing, getting tequila shots at lunch might be a bad thing because you're playing into item number 1. So no alcohol before signing a contract because you are giving them a license for a contingency. Jamara.
So when I was taking my classes for my licensure, there was an example given, and you just said that we cannot um, say whether the people that we're working with are competent or not, right? So if I'm showing a house and someone shows up and they're drunk, smell like alcohol, what is your suggestion? What is my next step? And they say that they want to make an offer on this house. What do I do?
I said, I'm so excited to be working with you guys. This is going to be amazing. Are you pre-qualified? Great, you're pre-qualified. I am booked today. Are you available tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. to meet me at my office? Put some space and let them sleep.
What if we keep showing them the house? Just let it slide. And if they say they like it, we just tell them, hey, how about we sleep on it? Or maybe, let me know by tomorrow. Just kind of
Well,
let
the
them
reality is that they're probably not going to submit an offer and get that offer accepted all in that same period. You've got to get the offer to the other side, and at some point, they're going to accept it. So if they have become competent in the process before it's accepted, then they went from incompetent to competent, and there's less issue. So just add a little bit of time between. But if you're right, they're drunk, they submit an offer, they get it accepted, all in that same 3-hour period, you have a problem. And if you have questions, we go to the sales manager and say, hey, I need help with this. We need to walk us through this. There are delicate, good ways to handle this. It protects everyone without telling your client they're drunk, because that's probably not what we should be saying. At least not with our outside voice. Okay, competent parties. Contracts with a person who lacks mental capacity can be judged either void or voidable if the person has been judged to be incompetent, and that was the word we're looking for, incompetence. The contract is void. Now, contracts with an individual under the age of 18 are voidable at the option of the minor, but enforced against the other party if an adult. So a person under the influence of drugs or alcohol could be considered mentally impaired, and that impairment could put the transaction in jeopardy as well. So that's our definition of our competent parties. The second one, which is offer and acceptance, which is our mutual consent. I give you an example of a lot in Hutto and some other examples as well. Mutual consent is referred to as a meeting of the minds. It means that there was a consensus, there was very clear understanding on what was being offered and what was being accepted, and there's no ambiguity there. So if an offer is made and then countered, and the counter is returned signed, it's not yet a valid contract, because, and we're going to go to break as soon as I'm getting messages, so I know that this is break time. If an offer is made and countered, just talk this through. Okay, I want you to be the buyer agent and I'm the listing agent, and we're going to walk everyone through this because this is very important. I am a buyer agent and I submit an offer to Kay, and it's fully signed by my buyers. And I send a PDF and call Kay and say, I've got clients, I showed the property, they're very excited, we just submitted an offer, it's in your inbox, when would you be able to present this? So I say, Kay, when would you be able to present this offer to your seller?
Well, I will review the contract and get back with you after I speak with my seller.
Awesome. So I could expect to hear back today, tomorrow, something like that. When would you think you'd be able to get back to me?
I will let you know as soon as I speak with my seller, because I cannot confirm time.
All right, you're fired, Kay. Jamara, you're my new person. Hi, Jamara. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. I just submitted an offer to you. When would you be able to get back to me after speaking to your seller about my offer?
I will speak to my seller and we will try and get back with you within 24 hours.
That is awesome. Now, the next day, I called Jamara. Hi, Jamara. This is Jack. Just checking back on my offer. Were you able to present that to your clients?
I have to be honest. So I'm going to say yes, I did present it to my client.
Awesome. And are you going to be getting back to us to let us know if we're receiving a counter or if you're accepting, just so I can keep my client in the know?
I absolutely will.
You guys are all fired. Seriously. Jamara, say yes. My clients are signing the offer and we're going to get it back to you.
Okay. Yes, my clients are signing the offer and we're going to get it back to you by the end of the day.
Awesome. Thank you. Now, Jamara sends me the PDF. I checked my email at 5 o'clock. And in that email, hi, Jack, please see attached. And I open the attachment and I open it. And I see buyer seller signature on page 1, page 2, buyer seller signature, go to page 3, buyer seller signature. And I go through and there are no counters that I could see visibly. And I go to the end and I see that it's signed and I see that there is an effective date filled in. So I have now I am I'm the buyer agent. I submitted an offer in a signable format, good offer. She submitted it to her clients. They countersigned the whole thing, filled in the effective date, and sent it back to me. Now, I'm now holding on to this PDF. What do I have in my hand? Do I have an offer or do I have a contract?
It's
You
still
have a contract. You have a
You have
contract.
a
No,
contract,
no,
right?
no, no. You have an offer. You haven't signed. It's not effective until all parties see it, right? So it's a form at this point until you sign it, and then you
Yeah.
have a contract. Yeah.
So technically, that's exactly right, Jamar. What I have in my hands is a fully signed offer.
Yeah.
Because at what point does this fully signed offer turn into a contract?
Once all
As
When
soon
it's
as you let
When
executed,
the
it.
My clients already saw it. My clients already said this is what we're offering. My buyer signed the whole thing. The seller got it. They signed the whole thing. And she just emailed it back to me. At what point does the offer turn into a contract? With everyone's signatures or what?
with the
Oh,
acceptance,
the moment you open the
the
email,
earnest money.
The last party that has it and signs it, the
no,
When
last agent
when
signs
the
it.
acceptance has been
executed.
communicated.
Meg is the only one out of the 6 of you that spoke that had it correct. So was the communication that the sentence in the email that Jamara put in there, please see attached?
no.
So what would have been needed to have in the email in order for that offer to turn into a contract?
Hey, congratulations, Jamara. My seller has accepted your offer. He
Kay
please
is
see
rehired.
attached.
Yes,
Dash signed document.
that's exactly right, Kay. Kay delivered acceptance. Acceptance cannot be implied. It has to be acceptance. I can tell you that 99% of agents are working a fully signed offer all the way through the option period because nobody at any point delivered acceptance. And the acceptance is the point in which the option period starts. So now you have an ambiguous effective date because there was never anything. And remember, Trek says something very important. All of your agreements have to be in writing. And acceptance is an agreement and it has to be in writing. So it should be in either text or email or somewhere where you can define the very moment in which acceptance occurred because a judge is going to require it. Because they understand the legal elements of the law. And the judge is going to say, all right, I see this effective date. How did they determine this date? Show me when you delivered acceptance. And if you're in a courtroom and you have 2 rookie agents on both sides, one on the plaintiff and one on the defendant, and the judge says, at what point did you deliver acceptance? The agent said, I emailed them the contract on the 3rd. Can you give me a copy of that email? Please see attached. This is not what I'm asking for. When did you deliver acceptance? Show me your text messages. I just sent you an email. When did you deliver acceptance? I thought I
so
did when I sent you the PDF. Acceptance was never delivered. So the offer is still a fully signed offer. Now, argumentatively, there is also the very technical legal doctrine that if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. There will be a point in which the judge says, at some point, this thing did turn into a contract based on the actions of the parties. But that's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to build a bulletproof contract that's easily enforced and easily figured out. So the agents have a requirement to be scrupulous and meticulous. And if they haven't delivered acceptance as one of the 5 canons of creating a contract, then what the judge is really going to say is, I don't know really when your option period expired. So they needed 2 more days. So because you guys didn't have a delivered acceptance date, it's ambiguous when the option period expired because it's ambiguous of when the contract was turned into a contract. And
so
we don't.
clarify who's responsible to deliver the acceptance.
The buyer agent as what's called imputed notice, the legal doctrine of imputed notice. Imputed notice means my client told me this, so I'm required to tell you.
Okay.
So the buyer agent was required to put in the email, my client accepts, see attached PDF, we'll have the checks to the title company as soon as possible. Just that little included, my client accepts. That
So
is the delivering of the acceptance.
So the seller basically says once they sign, they've signed, and then they send saying, you know, we have accepted your offer,
No,
and then, huh?
the seller didn't accept the offer. The buyer accepted this. The seller has to accept the offer from the buyer. So the buyer submitted an offer, and then the listing agent sends it back and says, I accept. It has to be in that way.
Okay.
So the
Jack,
listing agent
is
had
the,
to.
is the effective date then when you open the attachment?
The effective date is very technically, Mike, when I sent it to my client, and then they said acceptance, and I delivered acceptance to the other side. So there's going to be a chain of events. It's my client signed it, and at a point my client signed the whole thing. So let's talk about the buyer agent wrote an offer, fully signed, sent it to the seller. The seller agent receives it. The seller agent's required to respond back that says received. They then email to their client, call their client. I just sent you an offer. When can we go over this? We can go over at 2 o'clock. My phone rings. I get a call from the buyer agent. Hey, I just sent you an offer. I already got it. I already called my client. They said that we can go over it at 2 o'clock today. I'll be presenting that offer at 2 o'clock today, and I'll get back with you right after I go over the offer. Great, thanks, Jack. I really appreciate the communication. No problem. 2 o'clock rolls around. All right, guys, here is what we've got. We've got this sales price. We've got this close date. Here's what their contingencies are. In the last hour and a half, I already called the lender, spoke with the lender. We got an A+ client. There's no issues with creditworthiness. This looks like a good offer to me. What do you guys want to do? We want to sign it. Can you send it over to me via e-sign? You bet. I send it over to them via e-sign. They sign the whole thing. They send it back to me. I now have a fully signed offer. Hey guys, all right, I just got your offer back. I just want to make sure that I have authorization from you to go ahead and deliver acceptance. Is that correct? Yes. Great. I'm going to deliver acceptance right now. Pull it out of the email, stick it in an email, send it over back to the buyer agent that says attached, see attached, fully signed contract. My clients agree. Thank you so much. When are we going to get to the checks to the title company? And now, the moment the buyer agent receives it, they are now in receipt of the acceptance. Imputed notice means that the moment the agent finds out about it is the moment in which the effective date needs to be put on the contract. That would technically be the date, but the effective date isn't a moment in time. It's actually a day. So now through imputed notice, what the agent knows, the client knows. So in that moment the agent saw it, technically the imputed notice kicks in. However, the agent now sends it over to the client. Hey, we have acceptance. I just received the offer. I just emailed it to you. There is a part that's missing that most agents miss before we go on break. Paragraph 21 is what paragraph?
Notices.
And what is on the notices paragraph? And please, everyone hears, I know you have to go to the bathroom and you need coffee and all of that stuff, and we're about to go there, but this is really important. What is on paragraph 21 notices? What piece of information do I need when I'm emailing people?
Their email.
Yes, sir. So when I am an agent and I have this offer, the seller agent, who am I supposed to deliver this email to? Just the buyer agent?
No.
No. Everybody whose email addresses appeared on paragraph 21. So I'm going to deliver acceptance to the buyer agent and the buyer and the seller. Well, I'm not delivering acceptance to the seller, but I'm going to include the seller in the email that shows those words in there that we accept. And that email in that moment is the acceptance.
Okay, now which person is doing this? Is it the listing agent or the buyer's agent?
Depends on who's the last person to touch it, who got a counter. If it was a counter, then it would have been the other one. If it's a counter, then it's going to be the other one. So in the example that I gave, the buyer submitted an offer, the seller agent received it, the seller signed the offer. Now the seller has to deliver acceptance back to the buyer unless they countered it Now they send back and say, hey, I rejected your terms and we've terminated that contract. We're submitting you a new one with new terms. That's called a counter. It's a two-step process. And a rejection of terms followed by a new offer. Now the buyer agent is sitting with a new offer from the seller, and the buyer agent has what's called power of acceptance, where the buyer has power of acceptance. They can accept it. And if they accept it, they have to deliver acceptance. So are we good on all of this? Are there any other questions? Because this is fundamental day one stuff that we have to know so that we're building a bulletproof contract. So when this goes to court, and one of your contracts one day will, you have a perfect chain of command and communication, and the attorneys are going to eat this up because they have proof of when acceptance was delivered.
I do have a question.
Okay.
In the example you used where it just said see attached PDF and not an acceptance in writing in the email, is it okay to respond back to the other agent and say,
Can you please deliver acceptance?
yes, yeah, something like that, or may I don't want to assume anything, so I guess saying exactly what you just said is probably better than I'll take this as your acceptance.
Yeah, I would. If I don't have acceptance, I would just say, just so that we don't have an issue with the effective date letter, can I assume that this is your client's acceptance? And if they say yes, they have now just delivered acceptance. So yes, you want to make sure that in somewhere in this process, you have, now if they sent you a text message that says my clients accept, and the clients accepted before they sent you the document back signed, do you have acceptance?
No.
You
No.
do. You absolutely do. Not only do you have acceptance, but the effective date was the point in which they sent it to you in the text message, which could have been 2 days before they sent you back the contract signed. Because remember, you can have a contract on a napkin. It's not enforceable until all the elements come together. But if they've delivered acceptance ahead of the signatures, the agent blew through the option period the moment acceptance was provided. So don't be that agent that delivers acceptance before. Make sure you do it in the right order, because you will have just created a nightmare because you really have the wrong effective date now. Oh, my clients agree. They're really excited. They're accepting your terms. I just sent it out for DocuSign. And I'm thinking to myself, good grief. Okay. So when should I expect that back? Hopefully today, right? Because if it's tomorrow, we have a problem we're going to have to talk about. Exactly right. Good question, Meg. And Gilbert, I see your hand up. Gilbert, I can't hear you. You're not on mute, so there's a microphone issue. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, so Gilbert, when on your mute, on your bar at the bottom, you'll see the mute button. There's a down arrow key under select a microphone. Make sure that you have the right microphone selected. That's 99% of the issue. So when we get back from break, I will answer your question. It's 11:34. Let's come back at 11:44.
Good morning, Jack. It's Cheryl. I have a question.
Hi, Cheryl. Yeah.
What if you get the offer from the buyer, you deliver it to the seller, they sign it, and then the agent signs acceptance and you send it back to the buyer's agent. Isn't that an executed contract? If the last hands that touched it was the seller's agent?
As long as that what included a message that says my clients accepted. A fully signed document is not acceptance. You can have a fully signed offer, but what takes and turns into what turns a fully signed offer, when I say fully signed offer, if I am the buyer agent and my clients prepare an offer and they sign it, and I send it to the seller, to the listing agent, and the listing agent gets signatures from the seller, and they send that document back to me, and it's signed by all parties, I don't have a contract until they say we agree. The words we agree or my clients accept, that is what takes the fully signed offer and turns it into a contract. So what we're looking for is that moment in time where acceptance was delivered. And in real estate school and all of this, they always say you have to deliver acceptance. Deliver acceptance is not a PDF with all the signatures. Deliver acceptance has to be somewhere that says, my clients accept, and in those words is where your effective date begins.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we on break now?
We've been on break. We're coming back at 11:44.
Sorry, because I'm talking to Cindy Bell, but when we come back, I don't know who wants CE credit for this. And it's hard for me to know because a lot of them have, like Cheryl and some other people have had their videos off the entire time.
Okay. No stress, no drama. We'll get it worked out.
So when we get back, give me 1 second so I can remind them if they want the credit, because I have to have
No problemo.
Come back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, Gilbert was in the process of asking us a question before we got to break, and he was going to work on his microphone so we can hear what that question is. Gilbert, are you back? Gilbert is not back yet. And we also have a lot of people who do not have their cameras on. Lisa is needing to know whether or not you want CE credit. I do know that Miguel already sent out an email to each of you asking whether or not you want CE credit for this class. So Lisa, do you want to chime in?
Yes, I just need to know if you make sure if you have the CE in front of your name, that's really the most helpful way for us to know. I know some of you put it in the chat, but just a few of you. I know some of you have already paid ahead and this class is included in that, and it's not an extra charge, it's the $20. So if you can please put CE and rename yourself with CE and your name, that is very, very helpful. If your video is not on, you cannot get credit for this class. It has to be on. Obviously, if it's like a minute or two, I'm constantly watching in the background. So if I don't see it on and I text you and your video's not on, I will mark it as no credit. And that's all I have to say about that. Oh, one more thing. Also, if you are going to join us today at lunch at 1 o'clock, can you please Teams me and let me know so I have you on the list?
Miguel Stapleton.
Okay, so also I have already charged your credit cards. Most of you, if you gave me the form through the email. Give me 1 second. If you didn't see the credit card charge, please let me know, because otherwise I didn't see your form or something and you will not get the credit. So these charges should have been already done and you will see them reflected into your credit card. But if you don't, that means that I didn't receive your form and therefore you will not get the credits.
Thank you, Miguel. And this class, by the way, is not an elective CE hour. This is a contract CE hour. So remember, when you renew your license, you need some elective hours, and you're getting a ton of those, but you also need Legal 1, Legal 2, you also need ethics, and you need contracts. And if you pay for the time in Mega, you're getting your contracts 3 hours, you're getting the ethics for NAR, and then you're getting your elective. So everything that's included for you to renew your license, if you're not CE, is included here. If you are SAE, everything outside of the 90 hours is here, but then we also teach GRI in-house, which is your 90 hours of that. Okay, thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Lisa. And Gilbert, are you back? Gilbert is not back. I'm going to lower his hand. Oh, he is back. Hello there, sir. Did we fix our microphone?
Hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
My question was about the notices and what
Talk
happens.
louder because I can barely hear you, and my volume is turned up all the way.
Yeah, what I was trying to find out is what about the notices where you want to communicate an offer to everybody, working for a buyer, and then you ask the seller's agent for emails from both parties, and they be like, we just sent you one, and then on the MLS it shows that the property is owned by two people, and
Gilbert,
this.
I'm going to stop you there because I've 99% of what you said, I cannot have any idea what it is. So type your question into the chat and then I will review it and I will answer the question because I want to make sure that I hear your question and I answer it fully. Gilbert is a phenomenal agent. He has taken mega before. He has come out the other side and put all of this mega stuff to work, and he has become on our top 40 list. And he is out there getting agreements signed for premium pricing, delivering premium services, and doing a really, really good job. So he is certainly one that you want to mimic. So thank you, Gilbert, for all your hard work and your professionalism. I look forward to your question, but I'm sorry that I'm not able to hear you. Okay, we have been talking about the elements, just the elements to know that you actually have turned your offer into a contract. And that's kind of blows your mind that it's a 2.5 hour conversation, doesn't it? And a lot of us may have not been following the right procedures to dot our I's and to cross our T's to make sure that we have a bulletproof contract, that what we're doing is not ambiguous, that we're not making assumptions, that we're not treating fully signed offers as contracts, that we're actually delivering acceptance. And so remember, if you're the last one to touch it, you have to deliver acceptance. I don't care who fills in the effective date. I just don't ever want to see your offers making it. Let me fix that. I don't I don't care about the effect who fills in the effective date. Someone needs to, but it's between the agents to fill in the effective date. I'm not going to say that it's more one agent's responsibility than another, but it's both agents to determine, working together, what the effective date is by issuing acceptance. Then someone needs to put that date on the contract because you now have one. Does the contract become a contract before the effective date was written on it? Yes, it 100% does. The moment you have the fully signed offer and someone delivers acceptance, you have a contract now. Now, the contract timelines, you go back to see when it was. So the proof of when the effective date and when acceptance was delivered is some third-party piece of information. It could be a text message, it could be an email. And then you take that and you memorialize that by writing it on the contract and you send it to the title company. So the title company now knows the timelines, and you send it to the lender and the lender knows the timelines. Never send a contract to the title company without an effective date. And Independence Title told us something very interesting. 30% of contracts they receive have no effective date. So it is the agent's responsibility to make sure that there is an effective date on the contract. And if you send a contract to the title company and realize there's no effective date because you simply attached the wrong version, accept responsibility for that, apologize to them, and let them know, I'm so sorry, guys. Um, I sent you the wrong version. Please use this version. Because the title company is going to come after and they're going to write an effective date on the contract for you. And you don't want that because that could cause lots of issues later. And title company should not ever be writing an effective date on the contract. That's like a next door neighbor coming into your house and feeding your children. It's completely unacceptable. It's just not even a thing. The fact that we would allow a title company to write an effective date on there is so inappropriate that it is a violation of your license in the professional conduct of scrupulous and meticulous. You're letting someone else do your job for you that has no right to do that job. And if it's wrong, now you've got a bigger problem. So make sure that someone has sending the title company. And if you see the other agent did it and they CC you, just like, oops, sorry, looks like we sent the wrong version here, use this version. And say we, not, oh, that other agent didn't do their job. It's we because it is a we. You and the other agent are working together with that title company. And so it looks like we sent you the wrong version. Here's the one with the effective date. Let's use this version if you don't mind. Okay. I put a question on here. I started to answer it and then Gilbert popped in too. And so I'm not sure if we got through this. If an offer is made and countered and the counter is returned signed, is that a valid contract? We told you the whole story about it. So now there's a missing question here. You can't just say yes when I read this. Now, can you? If an offer is made and countered and the counter is returned signed, is that a valid contract? What is the answer?
Yes.
As long as all parties signed?
If an offer is made and countered, and the counter is returned signed, is that a valid contract?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the element that we just spent 30 minutes talking about that's required in order to turn an offer into a contract?
Oh.
Accepted.
Acceptance.
See,
Accepted.
is there anything here talking about acceptance? No. So what's missing here? The acceptance. So the answer is, I don't know. Was acceptance delivered? That's the only appropriate answer to this. If an offer is made and countered and the counter is returned, is that a valid contract? I don't know. You may have a fully signed offer. Did that email or did that have an I agree or something in there that says acceptance? If so, then yes. So if you were to be asked that question, answer it correctly. Technically, no, because the contract was not formed because there was no consent from the contract just from an offer to be formed. The offer has to be turned into a contract by acceptance, not by the signatures of the parties. The signatures of the parties does not turn an offer into a contract. The acceptance does. That is a valid legal doctrine. So now we're going to move away from number one and we're going to go to, okay, go, hi, Isolde.
Hi. Just before we move on, I just want another question regarding that matter. What is the considered accepted time to respond? Because I'm just thinking in the case, for example, let's say the sellers are in a cruise and they have a hard time trying to get internet or Wi-Fi, and they can't get to I can't get to them or whatever. Like, let's say it's 5 days and I still can't answer, or we can't still, or maybe we need to review it, then maybe they need more time to. What is a considered time?
There isn't.
Okay.
Like we mentioned earlier, and once an offer is made, that offer remains an offer in perpetuity. That means in the year 6570, when we're 3,000 years old, that offer is still out there until someone withdraws the offer. We are not allowed to have a automatic termination clause or an escalation clause or any of that language. We can't put in special provisions that this offer automatically terminates. This offer automatically is withdrawn in 48 hours, and we can't do that because that is the illegal practice of law. So we have to prepare our buyers. If we never hear a response from the listing agent, then we can escalate it to the listing agent's broker because they have 2 days to respond. If they don't respond in the 2 days, they open up the door for us to literally go knock on the door of the seller. Hi, the broker had 2 days to respond. They haven't. We have this offer that we sent them, and I'd like to present this offer to you. And you present the offer yourself. If they don't answer the door, they're not home because the agent and everyone else is on a vacation and no one's responding, then the answer to the buyer is, you have two options. You can wait, or we can send in and withdraw the offer. Those are the two options you have. There is no timeline.
Got it.
And we can't create a timeline because it's illegal practice of law. So a lot of agents They'll have an offer. They'll have a property that their buyer loves, want to submit an offer, and they don't hear back in the time that the buyer feels like they should have hear from. Now, there's nothing wrong in special provision saying buyer respectfully asks for a response in 72 hours, because that's just a blanket statement. But it can't say, or this offer will, and something happen. That's the part they can't. You can ask, but that doesn't mean that you're going to get it. Because I told you, what happens just, and I know this is not the question that you asked, so I'm going to ask the whole class, but what happens if an agent put in the offer, offer automatically terminates or offer automatically is withdrawn in 48 hours. And then the 48 hours goes by, and then the next day the seller sees the offer and wants to accept it. They can't now. Are you really saying that the buyer's not going to want to move forward?
Not valid anymore.
It's not valid anymore. We killed it. So the seller can't respond to it because we killed it. So now we would have to start over. And yes, you can represent that same offer, but it's not an offer. Okay, so now we're really kind of getting down into the nuances of offer and acceptance and all of that, which is very, very important for agents to know. Let's move away from offer and acceptance because I think we really understand that well now. Now let's get into legal purpose. A contract for an illegal purpose is automatically void. Automatically void, like it never happened in the first place. On all the parties, everything is unwound. The law treats it like it never happened. It's never happened. A seller leaseback with a term longer than 90 days could be considered void because it's not for a legal purpose. Now, that is a difficult one because it's not illegal for the parties to agree. They just now have a form that's in violation of TREC rules. And so the parties can do whatever they want with our forms, but the agents can't advise this. So if the agents created this, then the agents have created a problem in the transaction. So a really good, better explanation of a legal purpose, not 90 days for a leaseback, but a better example one would be someone is purchasing a home and the buyer's use for that property is going to be a daycare or a hospice. And they find out that that's not a permitted use for the property. Or they're buying a property and they want to buy it and use it as a commercial property and find out that legal purpose is not there. Or if they want to put a mobile home on the property and they can't, and they've added that to paragraph 6D. It's not a legal purpose. The contract would be void. They don't have the ability to move forward, which is why we have the objection paragraph there anyway. But the buyer understands that if they can use the property for the purposes that the offer, they want to be able to explain, I'm buying this property with this use in mind, and I want to be able to terminate the contract within 6 days if I find that this offer, if this is not permissible. Remember, the contract has to mirror what the laws say because all the agreement between buyer and seller needs to be in the contract. So all of these elements of law has to be fit within our contract so that all of the elements for a valid contract are contained inside the contract or inside of the notices. Agreement of parties in paragraph 22. The next one is in writing. Now we're talking about the 5 elements of a valid contract, and a valid contract means it's enforceable. You can write a contract on a napkin and it close by sheer will of the parties. Now, we as agents, we're not supposed to be helping with that. We're not supposed to be walking a client through a transaction like that. But if our buyer is an attorney and the attorney's going to draft their own form, they can do that. If a buyer wants to cross out language all over the contract, they can do that. But the buyer can't come to us and say, all right, I want this outcome. I want to offer 5% over any other offer. So I know we're in a multiple offer situation. So I'd like to put in special provisions that I'm offering 300, but that my offer will increase by 5% over the highest offer. That's called an escalation clause, and escalation clauses are not legal in Texas. The agent can't say, okay, well, let's see what kind of language we can come up with and help the buyer put that in. If the buyer demands it and says, I'm putting an escalation clause in here, we can remind them, I need you to speak to an attorney about that from what I've been taught, that escalation clauses aren't allowed in Texas. So I'm going to need you to talk to an attorney to get clarity on that. That's not the illegal practice of law. That's using the wisdom and the information that we know and says, I've heard that that's not okay. You need to talk to someone about that. But a buyer who's a principal or a seller who's a principal, they have the right to cross things out. And I ask the question all the time, can your seller cross off language on a contract? And they say, no, that's not permissible. What happens if your buyer, you present an offer, your buyer asks you to put together a contract for them, put together an offer for them, and you put it together and send it to them for signature, and they cross out a bunch of stuff, cross off mediation paragraph, and they cross out other stuff on the contract, and you tell them, oh no, you can't do that. We can't tell a principal what they can and can't do with the contract. They can do whatever they want, but there is something we have to tell them if they do cross that out. What is it we have to tell them?
Consult your attorney.
Mm-hmm. And even more profound would be the subsequent addition to that sentence. I can't advise you on what the effects of this would be. At this point forward, I can't advise you on any of this because now you've added a provision to the contract that is going to create outcomes that only attorneys can forecast. So now what you've done is you've tied the agent's hands from being able to assist you, and you're going to have to rely on an attorney from this point forward. Does that make sense? And the clients need to know that. But also, more important, well, Mr. Buyer, I understand that you want to modify this language, but this is what I have seen in my experience. Yes, you have the right to modify this form, and if you instruct me to present it, I have to present it. 3 things I'm going to tell you about this. Number 1, it ties my hands and I can no longer advise you on the client on this offer, and you have to either understand how it's going to affect you or speak to an attorney. But the real issue that you're creating is that I'm sending this to a listing agent, and the listing agent's not going to be able to advise their seller. And the seller is going to have to hire an attorney to respond to your offer. And what usually happens in these situations is they just don't. And you never hear back. Is that the desired response? Make sense? Okay, because this happens. This will happen to you when you get, especially when you have attorneys, because attorneys think, oh, I'm representing myself. Okay, that's cool. And they're too close to it, and they need to hear, by the way, the other side, you're causing a problem for them because they don't have free legal advice. They have to go to an attorney to respond to this offer, and they're not going to like that. They want to rely on their agent. They hired their agent to help them, and now you've just, by crossing this one word out, you have basically crossed out their representation, and now they have to get an attorney. And the light bulb goes on. I got it. So is that really what you want to do to the other side? So now we've talked about in writing and a little bit about what happens when they want to modify that writing. Consideration, earnest money is not one of the requirements to form a valid legal contract, but earnest money is required on our purchase contract. It says within 3 days after the effective date, buyer must deliver earnest money. Now, I'll tell you, I have spoken to 4 attorneys about this and legal counsel Lori Levy with Texas Realtors, and they will tell you earnest money is not required for a valid contract, but to use our contract, earnest money is required. Did that make any sense? I hope it does. I mean, do you understand the words and you're like, okay, I get it? You can require something in a contract, but in the legal doctrine, earnest money is not required, but the parties would then being agreeing that it is required. Now, if a party comes back and says, I absolutely do not want earnest money, and I'm submitting this offer to you with $0 earnest money, the listing agent should not be saying that this is not a valid contract. The listing agent should say, let me get with my sales manager, Mr. Seller, let's get an attorney involved. Or do you even want to accept this offer or even want to look at it? And the seller is likely to say, if they don't want to submit earnest money at all along with this contract, and there's not some mitigating circumstances like a 0% VA buyer who just doesn't have the money but has the ability to buy the house, maybe they don't want to enter into the agreement with them at all. Maybe not. But suffice it to say that we as agents for fair housing have to be careful about telling them whether or not earnest money is or is not required, because they can close a transaction without earnest money. So we're not going to rise to the level that says it absolutely is required. However, if earnest money is not ever delivered or received, the seller has the right to terminate the contract all the way to the closing table because it was never delivered. Okay. Kay.
Can you put an earnest money down, but not an option money?
Yes.
Okay.
If there is no option, then if there is no option money, or the option money is not delivered in the time prescribed, there is no option period. And we're going to read that in the contract. We're going to read those words very specifically. If the earnest money never arrives, you have a valid contract, and the seller has a new right they never had before. They have the right to terminate the contract before the earnest money does arrive. But if the option funds never arrive, or there is no option funds, there just simply is no termination option. So the recap of the elements: competent parties, adults, no drugs, alcohol, everyone's mentally fit. We don't get to determine whether someone's competent or incompetent unless they're under 18. And if they are under 18, we have a mandatory disclosure to explain to the clients that that's a unilateral contract. Offer and acceptance. Offer is made and accepted. There's a meeting of the minds, and this accepted, this is very important. We're going to make it red and underlined, because if there is no written acceptance and we can point to where it was accepted, then you really have a fully signed offer that everyone's working with the terms of a fully signed offer, which in my mind, one party could withdraw that offer at any time. You could be in the middle of a contract and withdraw the offer, and all of a sudden now you're like, wait, I thought we had a contract. Yeah, it was never, no one delivered acceptance. It's a legal purpose. There's not a heritage tree. We're not trying to use a property in a way that's not legal. In writing, it's got to be in writing on a promulgated form. Again, we're not saying, you're saying that transaction can't close. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying enforceable. A valid contract is enforceable, which means the parties didn't behave. And now we have to go to court, and one party wants to make the other party behave and enforce the contract and enforce it on the other party to get them to the closing table. And now we have a contract that the courts can't enforce. So you can have a contract that's not valid and it close. Nobody cares. As long as the parties, based on their sheer will, gets it to the closing table, it's fine. But if someone tries to enforce it later, then you have a problem. And our job is to create an enforceable contract. And if we've created a contract that's not enforceable, it's ambiguous, and an ambiguous language is creating language that is creating liability for the firm. Laura.
Okay, is there any specific like wording or a template that we can form that there is for the word, to get that across for acceptance? Because I'm working with some not so bright agents lately. I don't know why. I mean, is there a template?
Well, hopefully they take a class like this, like we are today, and we all learn the language and we all learn how to do this. Is there a template? No. There's a requirement of the law that says we deliver acceptance. If the other agent didn't deliver acceptance, and I'm not sure who it was, actually, it might have been Jamara, I'm not remembering who, when I had a conversation about, they said, what do I do? Might have been Meg too. And I said, I think it was Meg. The response should be, you simply respond to them and say, so your client's accepting the terms? Oh, yeah, we're good. And now you have helped them make sure. So what I never want to do is throw the other agent under the bus and their client lose faith in them, or they think that we are difficult to work with or kind of, not very nice, right? So when we know more, we have a responsibility to help the other side. Remember when it says that we're going to cooperate with realtors unless it's your client's best interest? And someone asked me what that meant in the code of ethics. You could have a situation here where, okay, well, my client really this people really forced my client to have a 1-day option period. And they really pushed us into that. And this agent didn't deliver acceptance. So maybe we're just gonna not call them on this right now, and we're just gonna let this fully signed offer remain that for a little while to give my client maybe the ability to have an ambiguous time period. Do we want to use their ignorance against them? I think that that could be problematic because you might not have a meeting of the minds and you're using your knowledge now to interfere with their rights and remedies. So that would not be that's not how we would apply that paragraph because we have to be fair to all parties. And if we know more and we leverage that, it could be problematic. The right thing to do would be to respond and simply say, am I to understand we have an agreement and this is acceptance? Or I just want to clarify, your client is accepting the offer, correct? Well, yeah, I sent you the entire signed agreement. No problem. I just wanted to make sure we had that in writing so that there was no question later about the effective date. And leave it at that. They don't even need to know why you're asking, but you are making sure that if this goes to court someday, that you and everyone else is protected. 99% of the agents out there are new. You're going to have technical inaccuracies. There are contracts that I get on expired forms. In fact, we're going to see a lot of that over the next 48 hours and 72 hours as we have a whole bunch of contracts that have just expired on the 24th. There have been times I've gotten offers that were so bad that I literally rewrote the entire offer. Like I rewrote it and sent it and said, "Hey, would you mind if we use this as a starting point?" There have been times that I had offers that were sent to me in writing in cursive that was so scribbly I could barely read it. And I just sent them an offer and say, "Hey, my client is really excited to work with you guys. Could we use this version of the contract instead?" So I'm continually trying to help my client get to the closing table and work around everyone else's deficiencies to get them there without throwing them under the bus.
Okay,
And
but Cindy, conversations with Cindy said, don't do the other agent's job.
Cindy never said that. So I can say that maybe there was some confusion in that sentence because that's not something that Cindy would say. So let's get back with Cindy and find out exactly what it was that she was trying to convey because it was not heard correctly. I'm going to raise it to that level because I meet with Cindy on a daily basis, and so I know what she says. So there was some confusion there. Okay. Recapping the 5 elements: competent parties, offer and acceptance, legal purpose, in writing, and the consideration. That's not something that we're going to get involved in. And I sold is your hand up? I'm sorry. I'm just realizing that.
Sorry, yeah, I just had a quick question, and it was just out of curiosity. Does the death of one of the parties can make the contract void?
No.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. It becomes a death of a party does not make it void. It makes the contract an asset of their estate. And the estate then has to determine what they're going to do with it because it's a tangible asset. Remember, all contracts are assumable and assignable. So you can have a contract and assign it to someone else. In California, maybe even DC, if someone wants to have the right to assign a contract, they have to vest it that way. Vesting means in the parties, paragraph 1, parties would say Jamara Alexander or assigns, and you would vest it that way in the contract. But in Texas, all of our contracts are automatically assignable, so we don't need to put as assigns. So if a party becomes deceased, it becomes owned by their estate. And terminating that contract without the estate's knowledge would be conversion and fraud. Now, there could be a scenario where the estate doesn't respond within the timelines and the contract automatically go into breach, I would say that the parties had been very careful about taking that breach and rising that breach to the level of a default, because a default has to have a meeting of the minds, and the person who has now taken over that contract would have to be notified so that they can cure the breach. Yes, it might go into a breach, but do you remember what I said about a contract? It never automatically terminates. So you might have a contract that's in a breached state, and now it could be liable if they were to offer a default when they're not able to actually notify the other side. You notify the agent, we're putting this in default. I get that, but I don't have a party to go back and notify. So we're stuck in the breach date until I can get in touch with this other side and let them know what's going on. And then at some point, we can't get a hold of them. I need to get an attorney involved. Let me get my legal counsel involved and get my real estate attorney involved. And now they're going to start putting some things in motion so that we can make sure that we handle this correctly so we don't end up getting sued by an estate later. Make sense? That's a great question, and it's coming. Are you guys getting to the sense that the team that's standing behind you has 100 years of experience and there's nothing that we can't handle? There's nothing we can't handle. We have seen it all. So when you start getting into the details of the contract and you start understanding it a little bit better at this level, you start getting a heck of a lot more confidence, a whole lot more confidence. But we're not even into the contract yet. We're still into theory still. We're in legal law 101 basically, right? Okay. Bilateral versus unilateral, commonly referred to as a termination option or the Texas option period, where the Texas option is a provision in the contract where the buyer is purchased from the seller the unrestricted right to terminate the contract for a preset number of days for a preset dollar amount. During this time, the buyer can perform inspections. Are the inspections, are they limited to the option period? Can a buyer do an inspection outside the option period?
Yes.
1,000,000% correct, Laura. 1,000% right. Home run. They can. They just lose the ability to do anything about it.
Yeah.
During the option period, the buyer has the unrestricted right to terminate. That gives them leverage. The leverage is, look, I did an inspection, I did some due diligence, I now have a better understanding of what it is I'm buying, and now that I have this new knowledge, I want to renegotiate the contract because I may not move forward. And the seller says, all right, well, what is it that you're offering? I want you to pay $1,000 because I found out that the HVAC needs to be serviced. And the seller says, let me think. You've got $800 worth of option money that you're going to lose, and you're telling me that you're going to terminate the contract over $1,000. So if you terminate, you're going to lose 800 because you're not going to move forward over 1,000. I call your bluff.
Love it.
Or it's there's damage to the shingles. The shingles have $50,000 worth of damage. We can't move forward under this. Okay, let me call my insurance company. 13 an hour later. Okay, looks like my deductible is $3,000. So I am willing to replace the shingles, the $20,000 damaged shingles. I'm willing to do that. My deductible is $3,000. Are you willing to split the deductible with me? Because you're getting brand new shingles. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but it's a negotiation. Most likely the seller in this market is going to pay the $3,000. I'm negotiating that right now. Maybe, maybe not. It just depends on every micro market has multiple offers going on here, or offers that are properties that are staying on the market for a really long time. So we have to determine what's called BATNA. BATNA is negotiation strategy, is Who has the best plan B? Best alternative for a negotiated deal. Who has the best alternative to walk away? The seller really needs to get things sold because they've got non-refundable earnest money out. The buyer has a house that they like just as much around the corner that doesn't have hail damage, and the seller's not gonna play ball with them. They're like, fine, there's a property next door that we like just as much, so we'll just take our money over there, and you can keep the $800. So it's all about negotiation. Once the termination deadline hits, it's done, no more. So there's 3 issues with a termination option. 1, the option fee must be delivered before the deadline, or they don't have the option to terminate anymore. And the earnest money is now due, by the way, or non-refundable in certain circumstances, because the option is there to protect the earnest money. 2, once the option period expires, there is no more termination option, so they lose it at that day. There's 2 timelines that we're going to pay attention to. One is the delivery of the option fee, and another one is the time period in which to deliver termination notice. Notice versus fee. The notice has a different timeline than the fee, doesn't it? One is by 5 p.m. and one is by 11:59 p.m. So tell me, option period being such, this is why I love our critical timelines that we've just introduced, by the way. One is critically important. They both are, but one says you have until 5 p.m. and one says 11:59. Which one is it? Is it delivery of the check is by 5 p.m. or 11:59 to create and form a valid option? Or is it to deliver termination is 5 p.m. or 11:59? Which is it? And do you think that you should know this like that?
Yeah.
Which is it? Anyone?
The 11:59.
Which one, Mike?
The 11:59
Hmm?
is the option period ends.
No, sir.
I
No,
thought that
Is
the,
5.
the termination you have at 5, right?
Yes, sir. The option,
Period.
that's right. So let's walk it through it. We have how many days of after the effective date to deliver the earnest money and option fee?
3 days.
3 days after the effective date. And you have until what time to deliver those checks?
5 p.m.
No,
No. No?
No,
11:59.
that's right.
11:59.
That's right. So if you are driving across town to get the option fee and your earnest money at warp factor 9.975 to get to the title company before 5 and it's 4:55 and you're sweating bullets, you've caused all kinds of drama for yourself because you had until 11:59. Now, technically, if the title company closes, then maybe you do have a problem. But maybe they close at 6. But you have until 11:59, which is why you should know where your closer lives. I can tell you, Melissa Mayo, who's a closer that I used to use at Reliant Title, I know exactly where she lives in Shadow Glen because I've been to her house at 8 o'clock at night before knocking on her door and having her receipt my contract. That has happened to me before. You have until 11:59 to deliver the earnest and option. You have until 5 p.m. to deliver termination. Those 2 time periods are very important for you to really understand, to get that down. Now, what happens if your option period is up today at 5 o'clock, meaning that your buyer has until 5 o'clock, which I would really argue is at 4:59 because it says the termination option happens at 5 o'clock. And if you deliver termination at 5 o'clock, in my belief, after my understanding of the contract, is it's too late because it now is terminated. The day you die, you're no longer alive. A second ahead of them, you were, right? So at what point do you consider it? So I would consider 5 o'clock was the deadline that is passed. So at 4:59, you're at 3 o'clock and you know that you have to deliver notice from your client at 4:59, and your client doesn't know if they want to move forward yet because they're still arguing with themselves. What do you do? What do you do? You have how much time? An
About
hour?
an hour?
What do you do?
Do
Do
you
you
tell them time is of the essence and they have an hour? Like,
well, can they extend it?
They can, right? But they have to pay money for the.
Yes.
A buyer can extend an option. Did you know that a buyer can also terminate an option early? Did you know that both of those options are available to a buyer? Hey everyone, I'm really excited I'm going to show you something. I'm going to use my new form system. All right, so let me get into my system here. I'm going to log in really quickly, and I'm going to take us on a journey to find the amendment to contract. The amendment to contract in our form system can be found quickly using our new form system by simply going up here and typing in amendment. And we looked for 1903 amendment to contract, and ta-da, we have our amendment. Now, item 7, buyer waives the unrestricted right to terminate the contract for which the option fee was, hello, Kitty, for which the option fee was paid. Why would we use item 7? Now, I'm just going to hold that for a second because we also have this other one, item 6. Buyer has paid seller an additional option fee of $100. For an extension of the unrestricted right to terminate the contract on or before 5 p.m. on, we're going to pick a date here that's in the future. Let's just take June 28th, 24. Okay. Let's just say I put that in there. And the option fee will or will not be refunded, credited to the sales price. Let's just say will. Okay. If I want to do this option number 6, because let's say the option expires today at 5 o'clock and it's 12 o'clock now and my client wants 2 more days. So we're going to extend it to the 28th. When is the option fee due? If I submit this this amendment, when is it due? Read it very carefully and look at the words and read those words. And when you after read the word, what does it say?
It says paid, so it would be immediately.
It would actually be paid as past tense, isn't it?
Yes.
So it means that you have to pay it, and once it's paid, then you have a valid amendment. So you don't have 2 days after or 3 days after the effective date of the amendment to get the additional option. If you want to extend the option, you have to pay it before the expiration of the first option. Make sense?
So you
And
have an hour in that case.
exactly right. And now you're trying to figure out, uh-oh, I'm in trouble because I have an hour, and how do I even do that? And what happens if the seller doesn't? Because I have 1 hour to do one of 2 things: deliver termination or get this signed for an extension. The client can move forward because if nothing happens and nothing is signed and the option terminates, the buyer automatically moves forward and they no longer have their irrestricted right to terminate. So if the buyer really wants to terminate, or the buyer really wants to have an extension, they have to know their 3 options. You can move forward, you can terminate before 5 o'clock, or we can get them to agree, and I can't force them to agree, I can't force them to extend. And if they don't respond, you have to terminate. Doesn't mean that you can't form another offer again, but the option money is gone and you're starting with a new set of option monies. Okay? So important. Now, why would I pick number 7? Buyer waives the unrestricted right to terminate the contract for which the option fee was paid. Why would I pick item 7? Why would I waive my option period after I have one? Give me one example.
I use this one all the time.
Me too.
It's like, it's such a powerful one. And I noticed over the years, agents don't use it, and obviously you asked for an example. I discussed that during my buyer's presentation. Okay. And what I do with, like, let's, like, time is the essence. Let's schedule this, the inspection. And I'm not rushing you, but faster you answer. And whatever we ask to the seller to agree, then let's end the option period. That's like a negotiation 101. Then the seller, like, when they receive, okay, they want A, B, and C, and they're gonna end. They don't have to wait. Like, let's say with the third day, they don't have to. The option period is 7 days, which we're gonna see that more often now, and even 10 days. Then we shorten it. Then we reassure the sellers, like, hey, listen, you give us that. In exchange, we end the option period.
That's exactly right. Because, and thank you, very well spoken, Michelle. So this is the scenario. The seller says, all right, so they got 5-day option, and now they just asked me to, they did a septic inspection this morning, and now they're asking me to have the sump pump fixed. Okay, so we've agreed to that. The next day, they come later with another amendment that says, hey, we want you to replace the windows. And then seller's like, my gosh, what the heck? Fine. Well, we're going to give you a credit for $3,000 towards the windows. And then the next thing you know, you get another amendment on day 3 of the 10-day option where they're asking to replace the GFCIs, and they're asking to give a credit for service the HVAC and replace the water heater. And at some point, the seller says, how do I know if I sign this, they're going to keep coming back for more? At what point are we going to stop the hemorrhaging here? So my recommendation is you get through all of the inspections, you submit a single inspection report, and on that, no, my bad. You send a single amendment for repairs request, whether it be a dollar amount, whether it be a repairs or a mix of all of them. And then you can check off item 7 that says, if you sign this, we will terminate the option and move forward. There's no more option. It is leverage. It's a very important piece of leverage. So hopefully now you guys understand a little bit more about your amendment and how to use items number 6 and 7. 6 important says that it has to be delivered to the seller. It can't be delivered to title. So the additional earnest money, whereas the original buyer option was sent to title, any additional option must be delivered to the seller, which is a different person than it went to the first time. So you have to figure that part out. And B, it has to be paid before the first option is terminated. Otherwise, you don't have an option. And then item 7, how we use that is a little bit different. We're going to use that as leverage to get them to agree to our repairs. Okay, helpful?
Question about that. Like we get the title company normally gives a receipt. How would the seller give the receipt, or what would be the evidence or the proof that the money was paid to the seller?
Yeah, so the evidence should be pay it, and then once the seller has received, they're signing a document that says, I was paid, which is the amendment itself. They shouldn't have signed the amendment had they not received the payment. You see? So now the issue becomes, well, how do I know they're going to sign it? So I like to use Zocom for this, because Zocom will allow you to be able, or Zelle or some third-party service where you can guarantee that it was paid. The it is what it is. The very best way is the additional option is actually on the contract, and it's on a receipt page, and they should receipt the additional option on the receipt page along with our additional earnest money, and you write it on the receipt page.
Do
Okay,
you
so
put them to initial after the fact? Since you already had it checked on 7 already, right? So the 7 was no.
I think the way it really, I mean, the way it really works is they agree to the amendment, everyone signs it. Once it's signed, then they send over the actual option funds and they get it over to them before the first one terminates, and they've got usually a couple days to do that. And then they receipt the page 11 and then you're done. That is the method that we usually fall through. Okay. Unilateral, we talked about. I'm not going to get through all of these because we already deep dived in them. Okay, so now let's talk about statute of limitations. All states have one. However, our statute of limitations here has nothing to do with how long an offer remains out there or when a contract terminates, because there's no such thing as statute of limitations there. But it does talks about the time period in which a party can file suit against you for their rights under the contract if they feel like they've been harmed. So there's a doctrine called the doctrine of latches. The doctrine of latches says in Texas, the statute of limitations is 2 years for an oral agreement and 4 years for a written agreement. So they can bring suit against you 2 years for an oral promise or 4 years for a written promise. And at the title company, when you close a transaction, they're going to ask the buyer and seller, do you have any oral promises that are out there? And there shouldn't be. So there should never be any oral promises in real estate. It's everything should be in written form, and there's a 4-year time period there. And then reasons for termination. The parties can at any point decide to terminate the contract, whether or not either party has a right. Know that. You can, as an agent, say, I'm sorry, Mr. Buyer. I know that you want to get out of this contract, but you can't. You have no more contingencies. You can't. You have to purchase this property. Why can a buyer agent not advise their client of that? Jamara, someone? Because can the seller decide to let the buyer out of the contract?
Yeah.
The seller has that right. We can't make a claim to the buyer that the seller is going to refuse. We have to present all offers and counter offers objectively and timely. If the buyer asks us, I want to terminate this contract, I want out. Mr. Buyer, we don't have a reason to terminate the contract and use that as formal termination, but I can call and find out if the other party wants out of this contract too and see if they would be okay with that. And you pick up the phone. My people really want out of this. Oh, thank God, my seller decided they didn't want to sell and they were stuck to this contract and they're going to be so excited to hear this. Okay, now we have to figure out compensation because compensation is due. So the parties are going to have to pay their respective agents. But separate from compensation is the contract. The contract terminating is at the will of the parties. Now, if one party says, no, I don't want out of the contract, I'm going to enforce this contract against you, you had better not have a bullet hole somewhere in your contract or an unresolved contingency that you're not aware of. Because those who know the contract best are going to win in this scenario because they're going to exploit one of those 32 buyer outs that we talked about before. Like you heard in the situation where Form 1414 wasn't delivered along with the seller's disclosure in that lawsuit that went into Dallas for so many years. They're going to try to exploit and get and find a way out if the buyer really wants out. Or the buyer's going to breach and they're just going to walk away and they're going to say, I don't care. I don't care what you say. You can't force me to buy a property. Well, Mr. Buyer, you're right. We can't. I can't hold a gun to your head and take you to the title company and force you to buy a property. That is true. But I can tell you that you can be sued and you can be sued for performance. And so I can't tell you who would win, but I can tell you that you can be sued and you do need to talk to an attorney because if you are sued, you lose the earnest money, you lose the option money, you have to pay the commissions, you have to pay for the property, and you have to pay the sales price. Right now, if you purchase the property, you're going to get the commission has been agreed to be paid by the other side, and you get your earnest money back when you buy the property. But if they sue you, you're going to lose your earnest money and your option money. They have the ability to get the entire sales price from you, and you have to pay commissions, and you have to pay the attorney fees. And so the cost of the home astronomically gets more expensive for you if you're forced to perform. You need to talk to an attorney. You see? Okay. Or so we've got mutual consent, they agree. One of the clients has some kind of out that they're going to use to terminate, or someone breaches the contract and someone may exploit. All right, we're almost to our contract, 2 more slides. And we're going to, and it always turns out to be that when we come back from lunch, we spend the entire second half of the day reading the contract, starting at page 1 parties. And I love doing that. And some of you may have even watched that in Mega 13 or before. Okay, evaluation of offers. The party who makes the offer is called the offerer. And the attorneys use these terms because they understand that when they talk about buyer and seller, it gets really confusing when you start talking about who has power of acceptance when it's a counter. Because when a buyer submits an offer to a seller, and then the seller counters and goes back to the buyer, and the buyer counters and it goes back to a seller, it's really offerer and the offeree. The offeree has the ability of what's called power of acceptance. When you receive an offer, you have 2 options. You can accept it or you can reject it. And if you reject it, you have the right to submit a new offer. And so those are the options that you have, but they call it the power of acceptance. They can do nothing, they can reject it, they can accept it, or they can counter it. If they accept it, I want you to be very clear with acceptance, because remember when I talked about how important it is to deliver acceptance? Well, my very last tile before we get to the contract is about this again. Your acceptance has to be binding on the contract, and there cannot be a change to it, not even a slight bit, no matter how trivial it becomes. What happens if you receive an offer as a listing agent from a buyer, and the buyer left out on paragraph 21 the sellers, you represent the seller, a buyer agent emailed you an offer, you're the listing agent, they filled out their section on paragraph 21 notices, but on the seller side of paragraph 21 notices, the seller's name, phone number, and email address is left blank. Now, they probably left it blank because you didn't have offer instructions in the MLS explaining how they should fill that out, so they had no idea. Maybe they called you, maybe they tried to get that information, they couldn't get a hold of you, so they went ahead and prepared the offer and they sent it over to you, and that information is blank. If your client signs the contract and you handwrite that information into that paragraph 21, it's a change. And Texas Realtors, Lori Levy, says it's substantive. Substantive means it matters and it needs a signature or an initial. So now your seller is going to have to initial the addition to the name, the phone number, and the email address to paragraph 21, and they submit that back to the buyer agent. What do we call that?
An addendum?
No.
Amendment?
No.
Damn.
A counter.
Yes, it's a counter. It's a counter because you can't amend an offer. You counter an offer. You amend a contract. So at this point, remember, all that happened was the listing agent received an offer. They wrote in some missing information on that offer. They signed the offer. And now they signed the paragraph 21 initialing that change. So they have effectively rejected the initial offer, although they liked the price and they liked the close date and they liked all of it, but they were forced into countering it because they know the dangers of not having paragraph 21 filled out. So now they're going to sign it and they're going to return it to the buyer agent, and the buyer agent now has a counter, and that buyer agent's going to be required to send that over to the buyer, and the buyer initial it. Once they have buyer initials, now they have a fully signed offer. The buyer agent's going to email that fully signed offer to the listing agent and include the seller from paragraph 21 in the email that says, my client accepts your counter. Now you have, the moment they click send and it's delivered, you have a contract. That is the date that's going to go into the effective date. Okay, so just know that any change between paragraphs 21 and 23 is substantive. If it's after paragraph 23, it's not. And what do I mean by that? The effective date, the signature page, or the real estate agent page. None of that is substantive. Making a change to any of those pages is not substantive. It is not a counter. A counter is a change between paragraphs 1 and 23 only on your 1 to 4 family, which is your 23 paragraphs. Okay, we are actually a little early. Imagine that. So what we're going to do is we're going to use these 15 minutes to actually jump into our 1 to 4 family contract, TXR. Does anybody happen to know what the form number is for our 1 to 4 family home contract, Jamara?
I do not know. I'm sorry because I'm stuck on what you just said. I was trying to write it down and I missed it. You said any change between paragraph 21 to 23 is, will you repeat that, please?
Let me show you.
Thank you.
Okay, so here we are on paragraph 1. Any changes to paragraph 1 through 23 is substantive. Any change on any of this stuff here is not substantive. The receipt pages of the earnest money, the contract, the option fee receipt, the agent page, any changes here is not substantive to the contract, meaning it's not a counter. You only counter paragraphs 1 to 23. All I'm saying. Okay,
We
so
need
let's go ahead.
right? And we need an initial, right?
You do not a counter.
For 1 to 23, we need an initial on everything.
That's right.
Okay,
Because
got it.
if there wasn't an initial, there wasn't a contract. That's exactly right. Okay, so first thing, we've got 10 more minutes, and we're going to use each of these. You'll notice that the effective date in the top right corner is 11/7/2022. That's the most recent effective date we have for our contract. You will see that it says not for condominium transactions across the top. We have a special contract for condos. What are the 2 things that you're going to see that's different about the condo contract? The 2 major things that's different between the condo contract and our 1 to 4 family. What are the 2 things?
Is it with the HOA? The HOA is included in.
Yes. So for extra credit points, Samantha, what is that? How are they different?
The HOA is in the contract, like it's not separate.
Okay, so Samantha just earned herself a gift certificate. Exactly,
Yay.
Samantha. Our HOA contract, so one of the 2 is that for our 1 to 4 family, we don't know that there's an HOA because there may not be, but in a condo, we know that there is. So the condo HOA form is built into the contract. But the HOA form is not built into our 1 to 4 family. It's a separate addendum to the contract. All right, so that's the first one. What is the second one? Not for a gift card, just for general knowledge, but what is the second item that's really different between the 2? What does the 1 to 4 family have? So we know that the condo contract has something that the 1 to 4 family has. The 1 to 4 family also has something that the condo doesn't. They both have something that each other doesn't.
Is it you don't own the land?
Yes, so what paragraph is that?
2A.
It's not property. It's actually paragraph 6. And what is paragraph 6?
The
Title
title policy and
policy
survey.
survey.
Right. And what part of the title policy and survey is the issue? The survey, right?
The survey.
That's right. Because we don't have a survey for condos. Surveys are only for a 1 to 4 family because you don't own the land. So a survey only comes when you own the land. Otherwise, you're going to have a plat map, which is a big, huge, on a single family home that's not a condo, fee simple. You own the land 100% that's under you. But in a condo, everybody owns the land under you in percentage. Okay, so this is why in the across the top it says not for use for condominium transactions, because sometimes agents forget that there's a separate condo contract, especially when you have what's called a garden home. Someone tell me what a garden home is. I love hearing from you guys.
You
No,
share, oh, my bad, sorry.
nope, Cheryl.
You share, well, I say a common law, a wall, but it's actually like 4 inches apart. You share the same lot. In my words, it's next door to each. Oh, my bad. Never
Okay.
mind. Scratch me.
No, I mean you're not exactly incorrect in that a garden home is a detached property in a condo regime. So you can drive into an HOA and you have homes that are detached that look like a regular house, but each one of them is a unit. Unit 1, unit 2, unit 3, and all of the land inside of the condo is condo land. So they're garden homes because they're not attached. Versus you could have a duplex that's a condo, unit A and B, and they're attached. So whether something is a condo or not has nothing to do with whether it's in a high rise and they're above and below each other, or if they're a duplex and they've sold each duplex to 2 different people and now you have basically condos and there's an HOA so that they can pay their properties taxes separately and they have a shared wall. Has nothing to do with the dwelling on the property. It has to do with the land underneath you and how that land was subdivided. So either you own the land under you completely 100%, or the land under you is owned in percentage of everyone. So if there's 100 homes in a subdivision, you own one of them, you own 1% of the land. Make sense? Everyone owns 1% of the land. So at the end of the legal description, it'll say 3.4%, own 0.015%, because everybody owns a percentage of the whole instead of 100% of the land under your house. So everybody owns the land under your house, but you only have the right to be on the land under your house. Make sense? Okay, it's cheaper for developers to subdivide land. Paragraph 1 is our parties. The parties to the contract are seller and the parties to the buyer. My recommendation on how you handle paragraph 1 is this. Do you have a preference in the order in which your names appear in the contract? Somebody say that back to me verbatim. Do you have a preference in the order in which your names appear in the contract? This is a script and I want you guys to use it.
Do you have a preference in the order in which the names appear on the contract?
Ooh, Tamara, didn't that sound professional? And when you just said that to your client, you're opening up the conversation with respect. Because are you just going to put the guy first and the lady second, and that's how you do things? Are you going to ask? And how do you ask that question? Who wants to go first? Do you have a preference in the order in which your names appear in the contract? And they'll look at each other, they will smile, and they will negotiate it, and they'll turn it into a fun little place. And it's a great way to start the contract if you have multiple buyers or multiple sellers. And it's respectful. let's talk about a seller, and you're sitting in front of a seller in this conversation. Why would it might not be established norms?
Because one of the parties may have owned the house prior to the divorce, all the drama of relationships, you know, the
And it might
they
not even be a divorce, right? It might be that
yeah,
the
or an
maybe,
estate.
or maybe it could be that you have a husband and a wife scenario. The wife has owned the home for 18 years. She got married 5 years ago, and the husband is signing the contract, and she owned it before. That is a thing. So in that scenario, like, okay, maybe the guy shouldn't be first. Maybe he should be her, but I'm not going to make that determination either. It's not my decision. It's not a respectful thing. It should not be an assumed thing. The world is not that world anymore. So we should ask, is there a preference in the order in which your names appear in the contract? And then follow their instruction. It's a great way to also bring up the conversation. And may I have your legal names? Because if it's Jim Bob might be James Robert. James Robert Thomas. Should we write Jim Bob Thomas on the contract? How would you know that Jim Bob is James Robert? There's two ways really that you can know.
Their driver license
is one of them.
Tax records.
Well, okay, let's talk about from the buyer side now. But yes, the tax records, I would never trust those for anything. I wouldn't. But you're right that their information's there, but I wouldn't trust it. But let's take this from the buyer's perspective, because I flipped the script and I didn't tell anyone, so that's not fair. How would, if I have a buyer sitting in front of me, what are the two ways that I would know their legal names? And yes, one of them, Mike, is the driver's license. What is the second one?
Passport.
Okay, let's just lump those two into the same thing. Let's call all those IDs. Joyce.
You can have them text it to you is what I've done before. And in the order of how they wanted it on the contract.
Okay, I mean, yes, we can ask them, but I mean, how can we find out other than asking them?
If they have been approved, I guess the lenders, the loan,
Yes. Is the bank $1,000,000%? A lender's not going to put Jim Bob as their name on the pre-qualification. They're going to say James Robert, and so is their bank statement if they're going to be doing proof of funds. So you're either going to have an ID from them, or you're going to have a pre-qualification letter or proof of funds, which will have their legal name on it. So those are how you're going to get those pieces of information. Do you remember when I said that there's a sentence in here where the seller and the buyer make a promise to each other, and it's the whole substantive promise that they make for the entire transaction? And it's a little seemingly innocuous sentence right there in paragraph 1 that no one has ever read. And every time I point this out to people, their mind is blown. They're like, I've never read that sentence. Jamar, will you read me the sentence after the word buyer on paragraph 1?
Seller agrees to sell and convey to the buyer, and buyer agrees to buy from seller the property defined below.
That's the whole crux of the thing. They agreed. That was their agreement, to buy and sell the property to each other. And if they breach that promise, well, there's a whole lot of buts coming. But an option period. And all of the buts are called what again?
Contingencies.
That's right. And with that, we're going to take you on to lunch, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock and we're going to power through it. So have a great lunch, everyone. You guys are doing really great so far. We've already given out 2 gift cards. I look forward to giving out more after lunch. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd out here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. We are going to use up every single nanosecond of the day talking about the contract, going through the contract. It is going to be time well spent. Are you guys having fun nerding out on the contract? All right, so we finished paragraph 1 before we went to lunch. It's going to go much quicker from this point forward, but we talked about the last sentence being that the seller agrees to sell and convey to the buyer, and the buyer agrees to buy from the seller the property defined below. And that takes you into paragraph 2, property. Does anybody know the bundle of rights, as they call it, that you get when you purchase a property?
Is enjoyment one of them?
Quiet, peaceful enjoyment is one of them. It is.
I can't remember the other ones.
I think it's privacy.
Mm-hmm. And under the property, the land portion of it, when you buy land, what do you get with it?
You own what's on the surface and some of what's on above the air.
Okay, so we have 3 types of rights. We have surface rights, air rights, and what's the third right?
Mineral?
Yes, exactly right. So we have subsurface, mineral, surface rights, which are buildable land, and then the air rights. We're not exactly sure what the owner owns when they sell the property, but when they sell a property, does the mineral rights automatically convey, or are they automatically held back?
Should I say it depends on where you purchase?
No, it doesn't matter where you purchase. I'm assuming we're talking about Texas. It doesn't matter where in Texas we purchase. So if I use this contract, 1 to 4 family, or the farm and ranch, or the land, either one of our track promulgated purchase contracts, if I use any of our purchase contracts without any sort of addendum attached to it, does the surface rights come along for the ride, or are they not going to come along for the ride unless we use an addendum? What do you think?
Comes with it.
Yeah, I think it would come with it unless you say it doesn't.
I very much like that answer, Samantha, because it's absolutely right. The land, the improvement, and the accessories are all collectively referred to as property. And whatever mineral rights that the seller owns automatically convey unless they want to hold some back. If they want to hold some back, then they use a reservation, and the reservation is paragraph E at the bottom, and we have a separate reservation for oil, gas, or other minerals. But whatever the seller owns comes along for the ride unless the seller decides that they're not going to convey. Make sense? So if there's no addendum, the seller sells everything that they own. That's real property, including air rights, surface rights, and subsurface rights. On our paragraph, on paragraph 2A, we have the lot, the block, the section, the city, the county, and then the address. And then B, C, D, and E, all part of the property paragraph. We have improvements, which are, what is that sentence or those few words that are in bold?
Permanently installed and built in terms.
Yes. Thank you. So the bold really means something big in Texas. When you have bold languages, it's either time of the essence for this paragraph or something that they really need to make sure that people understand. Because the improvements are permanently installed, meaning they're a fixture. Do we see that sentence under accessories? We don't, because the accessories are not permanently installed. So as I read the improvements section, people will immediately say, well, what about a dishwasher that's not, what about a refrigerator in the garage? Or what about a range that is not attached to the cabinets, or a dishwasher that's not connected to the cabinets. Like we sometimes see disconnected dishwashers. We don't see that very much anymore, but we saw them in the 90s and 2000s in mobile homes often. If it's not permanently installed, it's not a fixture. So it has to be either built in or permanently installed. So as we're reading these things, if they're not permanently built in, then it would not apply. The house, the garage, and all other fixtures and improvements attached to the above described real property, including without limitation the following permanently installed and built-in items, if any. So the following things, what I'm going to read right now, have to be permanently installed or built in order for them to be considered real property and be conveyed. And this would be something that the buyer saw at the time they made the offer. They saw all these things and they are to understand that they convey. That's different from when you're a listing agent and you're sitting down with the seller and the seller points up to you ask the seller the important question that we ask all of them: is there anything in the property that you want to take with you that we might be able to call a fixture, something that's screwed to the property, something like a decorative door or a light fixture or something that's attached to the property, indoors or outdoors, you want to take special bushes, something like that? And then they say, actually, yes, there is. The front door came from my great grandmother's homestead, and the barn door that's the door to the office is also from our old homestead, and I intend to take those with me. Oh, and also the chandelier ahead of me, above us right now, that I also want to take. So how do we handle that? What are some options that we can give the seller in that moment that might help give clarity to them on how to approach this and best practices?
You can
better
remove it.
better get it removed and replaced before they show the house.
Yeah.
Okay, so one option would be out of sight, out of mind. So let's go ahead and remove those items now. But let's say you give them that option like Mike did. And they say, well, this is a very delicate light fixture. I really don't want to have it in a box where someone could walk away with it. I don't want to take it apart. I'm going to have a specialty mover come and get it. So I don't want to take it down. So then how do we address that?
Exclude.
Would you
Add it
put it
to
in
the MLS.
exclusions?
Okay. Someone said exclude it in the MLS.
Mhm.
If you exclude it in the MLS, is that good enough?
No.
Okay. So if they really don't want to sell something that's a fixture, where do we address that to ensure?
Exclusion.
Aha.
2D.
Exclusions?
2D.
Barn door, chandelier, whatever it is going to be, is going to go right here. So exactly right. So the options at the listing appointment would be, well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we've got a couple of options. We can put it in the MLS or put some notes at the property that these items are excluded, that they won't convey. And then once we get the purchase contract from a buyer, we can exclude it on the contract to make sure that everyone understands that part of the contract is excluded. There's also another option, which is to go ahead and remove it now so that you don't get into an argument over it later and a buyer really want it and they become emotionally attached to it and then them want to deeply reduce the price of the house, and now they're confused on what type of fixture is going to be put there and what it's going to look like without it. But we give them all of those options. Okay, so let's go through these. Again, permanently installed and built in. All equipment and appliances, valances, screens, shutters, awnings, wall-to-wall carpeting, mirrors, ceiling fans, attic fans, mailboxes, television antennas, mounts and brackets for television and speakers, heating and air conditioning units, security and fire detection equipment, wiring, plumbing, lighting fixtures, chandeliers, water softener system, kitchen equipment, garage door openers, cleaning equipment and shrubbery, landscaping, outdoor cooking equipment, and all other property attached to the above described real property. Michelle can, there we go. That is part of it. Now, I'm saying my internet connection is unstable. Are you guys able to see me okay? Yeah, okay, good. So item C, now let's talk about the accessories portion of it. The following described related accessories, if any. Window air conditioning units. Now it said AC units in paragraph B. And if your mind immediately thought, well, what about the window air conditioning units? Window air conditioning units is not permanently built in. So we have to always remember this this bold language here, permanently installed and built in, is what is in B. So if we're curious about an AC unit that's in a window, then we have to go and see, all right, this isn't permanently installed and built in, but this is, let's see if this is addressed in the accessories. And it's addressed as the first item. Window air conditioning units, a stove that may be freestanding, a fireplace screen that's not attached to the fireplace and maybe just decorative, even if it has their family crest on it and their family name on it, and they say, this has been in my family for 3 generations. The accessories are not permanently built in. And so if there's a fireplace screen and they want to keep that with them because it's a decorative one that's been in their family for 3 generations, we as agents have to make sure that we are meticulous in explaining the improvements in the accessories and the land. But what's really great about our exclusive right to sell is you will immediately see that under the exclusive right to sell, you have a paragraph 2 property. So under your exclusive right to sell agreement, we're just using Austin Board of Realtors, same way with Trek, paragraph 2, land, improvements, accessories, and exclusions. You see, we have the same 4 paragraphs. So when we're at the listing appointment with our seller, well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, window air conditioning units, stove, fireplace screens. You see, so it's built into our listing agreement so we can explain to them at the listing what stays and what doesn't stay so that there's no confusion later. We can bring a copy of the contract, but it's already built into the listing agreement and they also have the exclusions paragraph, but we as agents had better make double sure that whatever the seller and you put on the exclusions paragraph of the listing agreement finds its way to paragraph 2D of the purchase contract. Because sometimes maybe there's a gap between when you got your listing agreement signed and you got your first offer. Maybe that gap is 5 months. Maybe it's 6 months. Maybe you went under contract 3 or 4 times and they kept bailing during the option period. And at some point, you have forgotten that the water softener in the garage was excluded. And now you're in the middle of a contract and you forget to exclude it. It would be on the agent to remind everyone to make sure that it's exclusions. So when you get a contract, you should probably go back and revisit your exclusions on your listing agreement or make sure that it's on the offer instructions and make sure that the buyer signs the offer instructions and you review those offer instructions yourself as the listing agent when you're negotiating the contract to make sure that you don't make a mistake and leave something off exclusions, because if it's on our listing agreement as excluded and we forget to put it on the contract, if we don't have an amendment to the listing agreement, amending that item off, and we leave it off the contract, that would be on our air and emissions insurance. That would be on us to help our client remember that, and that could be a big deal. So again, accessories, we're going to go through all of these. We have window air conditioning units, stoves, fireplace screens, curtain. Now, this is one that a lot of people push back on because they just never had this explained. And I'm talking about the sellers, the curtains and rods and blinds and window shades, draperies and rods. Sometimes sellers are very surprised to find out that their curtains and their balances are all being sold. I've had sellers say, I'm not giving them my curtains. Have you ever had that come up? I have. Those curtains are not cheap. Curtains are extremely expensive, especially if they're all been cut down. We're talking about tens of thousands of dollars here. We're not talking about it's really expensive. It's $200. No, that would be cheap for curtains. Curtains are very expensive. So knowing that, if we see custom curtains in the house, we have to help them address that. What are some things we can do? We can have them remove curtains. I think that depicting on the type of house, sometimes, especially nowadays, we see curtains less and less. We see faux blinds, but we see curtains in front of the faux blinds, don't we? Because we often see both of them. But if the property has faux blinds, you can remove the curtains, which will usually open up the room, make it look a little bit more bright and airy. They can fold them up, put them in a box, put them in a plastic sheath, and seal them up and have them ready for the next place so they're out of sight, out of mind. Or we make sure that we put in the offer instructions in the MLS that the curtains are excluded. But it's curtains and rods. And the thing is the rod is an attachment. It is attached to the house, but they're making clear, regardless if the rod is affixed to the house or not, we are making sure that you guys understand that this stays. Curtains, rods, blinds, window shades, draperies, and rods. Now, door keys, mailbox keys, above ground pool, swimming pool equipment and accessories, artificial fireplace logs, security systems that are not fixtures, and controls for garage doors, entry gates, other improvements and accessories. The controls, which is the seller's transferable rights to any software for any of the stuff that's being used in the property. Most devices now are Bluetoothed to your phone, and when you Bluetooth that device to your phone, it's under your account, not someone else's. So let's talk about televisions. If a television is on the wall on a bracket and a buyer says, I don't want them to take that, I want it to stay. How do we address the TV in that whole situation? What are some things we need to talk about? Does the TV,
Non-posted items.
what's that? Okay.
Non-posted items.
So the TV comes in different components. So it's got a bracket and a TV. So how do we separate those two?
The bracket stays and the
wall.
TV doesn't.
Okay, both of you, 100%. The bracket is real property. It stays regardless. The TV is personal property because it is designed to come off the bracket. It's not usually bolted to the bracket. It's usually clipped to the bracket. So the bracket is designed to stay. The TV is not. But in any case, if they want to keep the TV, they would have to do it on a non-royalty addendum, and everyone would sign saying that the TV conveys. Sometimes the buyer will say, I want the TV and the bracket gone. So now you're going to have to negotiate the bracket. I've had situations where the seller said, I want to take the bracket with me. Okay, we can talk about excluding the bracket, but what do you think the buyer's going to immediately counter that with?
Repair the wall.
Yeah.
Yep. And how would we address repairing the wall?
Usually by giving them some money.
Okay.
By a licensed contractor.
Okay. So I agree that we would want to hire a licensed contractor, but how would we address it in the contract?
Special provisions?
No.
No,
Thank
on
you,
a
because I was
Is
waiting for
it-
someone to say that, because that's not where we would address it.
on our
Is
amendment.
it in property condition?
Property conditions?
So what? Yes, property condition. So why not an amendment? Because I keep hearing people jump to an amendment. At what point at what point are you going to ask them to replace the seller says, I'm taking my bracket. You submitted an offer. We're still in the offer. Can you write an amendment to an offer?
Oh,
No.
no, there's a paragraph in the contract that says,
Paragraph 7D2.
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. So the buyer accepts the property as is, provided that the seller at the seller expense shall complete the following specific repairs and treatments. So on paragraph 7D2, it would be repair the holes from post removal of the bracket for the television. So if that's what would happen, they would put it here, and now that would be a required repair. Now, after the offer is turned into a contract, and during the inspection, if something's found that was an unknown and the buyer wants to ask the seller to fix it as part of the contract, then you're right. That would be handled on an amendment. It could be handled as a credit towards the 12A1B, which is the settlement and other expenses. It could be addressed as a reduction in the sales price under paragraph 3C, or it could be an actual repair that's in the repair section of the amendment. You can address it in multiple different ways, but at the time of offer, you've really got one place to address it, and that would be 7D2 under this paragraph. So going back to the properties, the accessories again, so that's kind of around a little bit more background on the improvements and accessories. We talked about exclusions. Exclusions is if they want to exclude the garage door, they want to exclude the bracket. So under this scenario, they want to exclude the bracket from the sale, and the buyer says, fine, but I want you to fix the wall. So then the bracket would be excluded in paragraph 2D, television bracket in living room, and then 7D2, seller to repair the wall after the bracket is removed. So that's how we would address it in both those places to make sure that you're good to go. Or it could be fine, you can take your bracket, but we want you to put up a new one. That's also a thing. It's all negotiation back and forth. Meg, I see your hand up too.
I was just going to state or, confirm that it really takes an astute agent to see what's being excluded and how it's written to make sure you're doing the best for your clients, whether it's repair the wall or put up a new bracket, instead of having to do an amendment after the fact.
1,000,000%. We definitely want to address this stuff up at the front because amendment after the fact might not be a thing because we have to get the seller to agree on an amendment. So once you've agreed to terms, it takes the signature of both parties. You're much more apt to get the seller to agree to these things at the time of offer because they really want to sell their home. Once the offer is turned into a contract, the seller really has no reason to agree to an amendment. So the leverage is lost if we wait for an amendment later. You're exactly right, Meg. Okay, so we talked about exclusions when we're going to exclude something. Would we exclude a washer, dryer, and refrigerator in paragraph 2D? Knock.
I have a question about what you just say, Jack. Let me go different room. This is really loud.
So, and while Knock is going into a different room, would we put a washer and a dryer and a refrigerator in paragraph 2D? Anybody?
They're not attached. We wouldn't.
Okay. I agree with you, Mike, but I am going to offer one situation where you might. But this is a very one-off. What happens if you're in a multiple offer situation, your buyers really, really want the home, and the seller has offered the washer, dryer, and fridge. You didn't offer a non-realty addendum, but you want to make sure that they understand that you're not asking for the washer and dryer and fridge because you want them to be able to sell those items on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace or wherever. So you want to make extra sure that they know you're not asking for it because you're asking for nothing because you want your offer accepted. Under that scenario, you certainly could put it there to send a message back to the seller. We're not asking for them. So it's not that they can't go there. It's that that they don't have to go there. Because you're right, they automatically are owned by the seller. There's no reason to exclude them unless the buyer's trying to send a message. And you could send a message in a lot of different ways. An agent might come to the conclusion, well, maybe we just need to put that in an email message. Well, let me tell you, when you're in a multiple offer situation and you have 15 offers, the listing agent's having a hard enough time getting the offer price to all 15 offers over to the seller, and the information that you did not put into the contract can very easily get missed and not make its way to the seller. You could also use special provisions in the exact same way. Instead of putting it in exclusions, you could put in paragraph 11 buyers notating that they're not accepting seller's offer of washer, dryer, fridge. That's not a legal sentence. It's just sending a message. Look, guys, note, I want you to know that you can sell those and do what you want with them. We don't want them. But about the exclusion, you can tell them, I don't care if you leave them. You can leave them or you can take them, whatever you want. It's your choice. So if you put them under exclusions, then you really leave it for them to determine of what they want to do with them. Okay, so Knock, what was your question?
So go back to the offer. if I hear you say correctly, that it's better up to ask for the seller to fix everything upfront while you still under offer period instead of option period? Is
So
that what I did?
let me if you're gonna make that blanket, you said everything, so I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I said it would be better if you know that the seller is taking the amount and the buyer wants them to repair it, because I know that nugget of information right now. I'm going to include that in my offer. That does not to extend that everything would go here, right? Because there's going to be a lot of unknowns. And that's a really good segue into another topic, which is inspections and repairs. There are some things that while the buyer is walking the property, they see with their naked eye and they can visibly tell. The paint is very bad. The floors are dirty. The carpet is dirty. These are things that the buyer has full knowledge of when they walk the house. So when they offer $350,000 on a $375,000 house, or I don't care, they offer $350 on a $350,000 house. They have offered that based on everything that they could visually see at the time of their preview. They've offered it and they've negotiated it. The dirty carpets, the messy walls, all of that got negotiated already. Now the buyer does an inspection and they find hidden things that they didn't see and they want the seller to fix it. Well, fine. Now that was something was an unknown at the time, and now the seller is going to negotiate that to determine whether the buyer is going to back out. But if the buyer sends an amendment after you've negotiated the house and they get to the option period and said, look, we want you to paint the house, we want you to replace the carpets, and we want you to put sod in the backyard. My response would be, you've accepted those things under the original purchase price because you saw the backyard, you saw the floor, and you saw the walls. That would be my response. And you've negotiated those things. Do you have anything on your amendment list of things that you didn't see that was that you would like to negotiate? When I send that back over to them, buyer agents, often the light bulb goes off on everyone and they're like, oh, I see. Now they may argue and come back and said, I don't care. We still want to negotiate. We want you to present this to the seller. I already presented it to the seller, but the seller has asked me to come back to you that you guys already negotiated these items under the sales price. It's an interesting position to take that sends a message back to them that will often make those items just simply go away because the buyer now realizes I don't really have, they have the right to terminate, but you've kind of explained to them, no, you don't have the right to terminate on those for those sellers to pay because we already negotiated under the sales price. You want to reduce the sales price. What did you learn about the property that you didn't know already that we're going to take into consideration? It's just a tactic to help your client in their position. I would always say, well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, they negotiated this under the original list price. Would you like me to remind them of that and see where that goes? And then them say, yeah, let's just make sure that they're not misunderstanding what this inspection report is supposed to be. Hidden faults. But it doesn't have to be because the buyer has the right to terminate for any reason. So, knock, to answer your question, if I'm walking the property and my client's looking at the carpet and they're looking at the walls and they're saying, I have to replace the carpet and I have to paint the house. And these are things that are going to be of considerable expense to me. I'm paying $15,000 in closing costs. I'm not going to have any money left after I buy this home to replace the carpet and paint the house. So what do I do? Because I can't buy the house in this condition. So the agent says, well, here's a couple of ideas. You can do one of two things in the way I look at it. You can offer list price and ask the seller to make these repairs, or you can offer that the seller pay some of your closing costs in an amount that you think that would cover those two items. So let's get some bids on carpet and let's get a bid for the paint, figure out what a rough number that would look like, and offer the seller to pay your closing costs. Why would I want to include that in closing costs and not the sales price? Why would I not reduce the sales price in that situation? Remembering what the buyer told me, I don't have any money and they're getting a loan and they're putting 3.5% down. They don't have enough money after they purchase the home with their closing costs and down payment. Why would reducing the sales price not help them?
Because it wouldn't help them bring less money to the table.
The closing costs.
Exactly right, because they're not paying the sales price. The lender's paying the sales price. They're just bringing the closing costs to the table, and that is real money to them. So if they're paying $20,000 in closing costs, and we ask the seller to pay $10,000 of the closing costs, then effectively they've only paid $10,000 in closing costs. So there's $10,000 left in their bank, and they can use that money to paint the walls and replace the carpet. So we're modifying the amount of cash that the buyer brings to the table, thereby leaving that cash in their bank account to make those repairs themselves. Separately from that, we can ask the seller to do these repairs. However, it becomes very difficult in situations where the quality of the work, the finish out of the work, this is not going to be like going to a builder and doing a tape walk when they're done painting. You get what you get, and they're going to hire the cheapest person to do it. And especially when it comes to other types of repairs, sometimes the buyer's going to say, I have to move in, and I need them to be doing this over the next 3 weeks of us closing so that it's ready for me to move in. I don't have time to do this after I move in. So whatever, I just need them to fix it. So ask them to fix it. But the recommendation from us is, do you think that the seller is going to do as good job on doing the repair on their way out as you would do moving in? And this means that the answer is no. They're not. They're going to do it for the cheapest. They're going to try to figure out how they can get it done for the cheapest amount on their way out. So yes, they have to give you proof that it was done. They now have to give you an invoice showing that it was paid in full, but the quality of work, the buyer doesn't really get to discern. Not really, not in the grand scheme of things. The buyer asked and the seller did it, and it's not to the buyer's satisfaction, and the seller can prove that they have fulfilled the amendment, just not to the buyer's wish, it doesn't matter. They're not going to have a right to not close over that. Not really, because the seller, if they good in faith had someone do it and they just don't think it's good enough, it's not gonna usually fly. Okay, I saw a couple of hands. Let's get through those hands, and then we're gonna move on out of paragraph 2.
I just wanted to know, like, if I'm the buyer's agent, my buyer is walking around, they want to make an offer, but we understand that we're in a multiple offer situation, but they obviously think the carpet is dirty, it has pet stains on it. And my response, I want to say, well, let's get some bids. But if there are multiple offers and I don't have time for that, then what? What do you do? Do you offer less, or do you, like, what then?
Yeah, I think if you're in a multiple offer situation, you have no leverage. And so usually in a multiple offer situation, list price is off the table. It's usually more than list price. So it's Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. If we ask for anything, there's a very good chance that you're not going to get it. So what's more important, getting the house or getting the carpet? Because I really think that if you ask for the house, you're not going to ask for the carpet, you're not going to get the house. But and it's a crystal ball. All of the offers could be $20,000 less. So let's do this. Let's call the listing agents who are in the neighborhood and see how long they've been on market. Let's look at this property against the listings that are in the neighborhood to see if it's far superior or average. And if it's average, let's look at what's going on with these other properties and to see how many buyers and how hot this market is in here, because I need to know what's going on. And by the way, Mr. Listing Agent or Mr. or Mrs. Listing Agent, could you tell me how many offers you have? And are you guys, have you exceeded list price? I can't tell you that. I understand, but I can ask, but you don't have to tell me, but I can ask, and I did because I wanted to know. That's cool. I understand. Right? Because I'm going to ask. Doesn't mean I mean, it's not a violation for me to ask. It's on them. And usually you ask and they way over disclose. And so I'm going to use that to my advantage. Don't fall into that. Don't feel like you have to answer every question a buyer agent asks. Sometimes it's, well, that's confidential and I can't answer that. And I'm like, I know, but I can ask. And you just kind of giggle it off and move on to the next topic. So that is the age-old question. That is the age-old question that you just asked, Jamar. What do we do? Because pull out the crystal ball and there you have it. We just don't know. We want to help our client. And if our client says, yeah, I just can't buy this home, all right, then this is the deal. You're going to put your best foot forward and just know that you have one opportunity. This is my script for this. You have one opportunity to put your best foot forward. And if you put your best foot forward and your offer isn't accepted, when you get the rejection, you're going to be fine with it because you're going to say, you know what, if they didn't accept these terms, I don't want the house. I'll find something else. But if you didn't put your best foot forward and they didn't accept your offer and you were gambling and you lost, you very well may be upset with yourself. I've had that happen where now every single house that my client goes on and sees after this, they don't like as much, and it just kind of tarnishes the entire buying process for them. So just put your best foot forward, whatever that is, and now you'll be comfortable with whatever happens. It's good advice for them. And then let them run the show and let them make a decision. Well, what should I do? All I can do is give you data. I can call around to other listing agents in this neighborhood to see what's going on, to see how many little bees are zooming around the subdivision trying to buy houses, and trying to figure out and find out as much information from the listing agent. And then I can compile that information. And I've got a very small window of opportunity to do that because the deadline is tomorrow at 4. So I've got a couple hours that I can start doing this research, and then I'll bring back this data for you. But you're probably going to be in data paralysis because it might sound like that data is going to help you. It may or may not help you because you're still going to be in a crystal ball scenario. You see? What we cannot do is make any promises. Great questions. All right, paragraph 3, sales price. Paragraph A, 3A, the cash portion. That's their down payment. So if it's a $300,000 home and they're putting 3% down, how much is it? $9,000, right? So this is going to be the down payment is going to come off the sales price. The remainder between the sales price and the down payment is the sum of all financing. Why does this say sum of all financing? Why does 3B say sum of all financing and not loan amount?
Because loan's not the only option to buying. There are other cash, owner financing. There's other avenues to financing.
Well, cash would go into 3A, so that wouldn't be 3B at all. But I do like what you said about owner financing and also assumptions of loans. So you're right. You can have multiple loans. So it's not the loan amount because you could have loan amounts, plural, and there could be a situation where it's not third-party financing. The seller is offering some type of seller financing scenario, or they're offering a loan assumption. What is the difference between seller financing and loan assumption? What is the real big difference?
One is from the seller and the other one is from the bank,
Okay.
the lender.
So I like that answer. I think in my mind, the big difference is something a little different. It's whether or not the house is paid off.
Right. So basically, you're assuming the seller's mortgage or the
Your
finance.
loan assumption, you are assuming the seller's mortgage. And there's a very important little nugget here that I think until you've done a loan assumption, the light bulb doesn't turn on. Who do you assume the loan from?
The seller's
The owner.
The
The
bank.
bank.
Mm-mm.
The
Wait a
seller's
minute.
The bank.
Yeah.
Not the seller.
That is correct. Yes, yes.
You're going to assume the loan from the bank because the seller doesn't have to agree to it. Technically, now they have to sign the contract and they have to sign the loan assumption, but once they've agreed in the contract, the seller can't even talk to the buyer anymore about it. The seller can't even call the bank and ask the bank what's going on with their loan with the buyer. So let's say you own 123 Main Street and you have a $500,000 loan on 123 Main Street, and you got a 2% interest rate. Huge value there. And a buyer says, "Hey, what's your interest rate?" And you say 2%. We're really be interested in assuming that loan. And someone counsels the seller and realizes the seller is going to have no risk and liability in doing such a thing. And the seller says, "Okay, I'm interested in maybe doing that." And the next thing you see Seller calls and says 3 weeks later after they accept an offer and they're going through the process, and the seller calls the bank and says, "Hello, Chase. This is Sam over here at 123 Main Street. I am the borrower on the loan. I'm just curious how things are going on with that loan assumption of my loan to my buyer." What do you mean you can't tell me? It's my loan. The seller, the bank cannot even tell the seller what's going on with that loan assumption, and it will happen between the bank and the buyer, and they're just going to they're going to move the loan and the responsibility of the loan from the seller to the buyer. We're not going to talk about loan assumption any more than that, because we could spend the rest of the day in loan assumption, and we don't have that kind of time. I do teach a financing class that is about loan assumption, and it is about seller financing. It's a different class. I'm just giving you the highlights here. And on the seller financing side, it is called the property has to be paid off to do seller financing. Now, some of you are saying, well, I know something that Jack doesn't then, because I know you can do a wrap. Wraps are not legal in Texas. You might want to do a wrap, and the reason I say that they're not legal in Texas is because there is an agreement that is made that all of a contract for an illegal purpose is void, right? We talked about that earlier this morning. The borrower's loan says that there is a due on sale clause, that if you sell this property, the entire amount is due. Very clear. So if the seller sells the property to the buyer, they have to pay back the loan. Well, the buyer says, look, sell it to me, and I'll just wrap my name around the loan, and we're going to do what's called a wrap. They do this by sending, there's a little tiny little caveat in the law that says they can sell this property so quickly and hide it from the bank and sell it at such a fast rapids that the bank can't respond fast enough to send foreclosure notice to the seller. It's called manipulating the due on sale clause. You have to provide the bank constructive notice, giving them the right to object, but you sell the property in that window. You give notice to the bank, and boom, close, and they fall out of that window. If the bank does respond in that time, the seller's loan goes into foreclosure, and they won't stop it to save your life. So an agent who gets involved on a wrap transaction is standing in the craps table with a $500,000 bet on red. And that is too much risk and too much liability. And it is so much risk and liability that there's only one attorney in Texas. And you know what his name is? His name is Dick Tingley. Really, that's his name. He works for Chicago Title. He's an attorney, and he does that job, and he's been doing it for years. And it's called the Wally Wrap.
Yep.
And the Wally Wrap is not something that we're going to get involved in, because I have been on a side of transaction where Wally Wraps have happened until I saw what actually can happen. I learned what can happen in a Wally Wrap. That won't be happening. So when I say seller financing has to have the home paid off, trust me when I say we're not going to sit at the craps table and throw $500,000 on red. Jamara.
So I did a Raleigh wrap one time. I bought a house, I flipped it, and I sold it with Mr. Tingley. And I still can't tell you what the heck happened. I was just like, is it done? Is it like it was wild. I won't do it again, but it was definitely wild.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I can tell you one thing about Mr. Tingley. He has been sued more than 50 times from 50 different banks. Okay, moving on from, so we got paragraph 3A is the cash portion. 3B is the sum of all financing, which can be a first and a second, third party. So you got a first. Have you ever heard of an 80-15-5? Let's talk about that just for one quick second. Let's say you're purchasing the property and you check off paragraph 3B and you check off the third party financing addendum here, and you check that box off. And your client is going to get a 80-15-5. What does that mean? Because we need to know how to talk lender speak on this one.
Means they won't pay MIP mortgage insurance because they're putting effectively 20% down, but of that 20, a large portion of it is a second loan.
So exactly what Mike said, and he actually added the bonus, which is the reason that they're doing this is they're trying to escape mortgage insurance. So MIP, mortgage insurance premium, is if you put less than 20% down, you're going to have to pay for mortgage insurance. So they're going to get a second loan of 80%. They're going to put 5% down and they're going to borrow a second lien at 15%. What's great about doing that is that there's no prepayment penalty on these loans. So you can pay the 15% off quicker and you will always have an 80% on the loan. So now the 15% that you borrowed is going to have a higher interest rate, but you can pay that thing off much, much quicker and without ever having to refinance the property. And you've got you've got your 20% equity. Okay, so any questions regarding paragraph 3? Jana.
I actually did that, and I did a conventional loan, and I was told that you can only do those on conventional loans. Is that true or not true? Like FHA, you cannot. Like the insurance won't go away. Like you would still have the insurance on there even if you paid the 20% down. Is that true?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know that tidbit because I have had every single client that's ever done an 80-15-5 has been conventional. I've never had anyone do 5% 5% FHA and then get a second. I don't know what the second rules are with FHA. Every second I've ever seen has been with a I don't see why that would be a problem because the first is in the foreclosure cycle, it would be a subordinate lien. So the 80% would get the 50 their 80% would get paid off first, and the second lien, the junior lien, would get paid off second. I can't see that they would care, but I will ask Michelle Iconin on break what that's about, and we will get back to you on that.
I paid the 20% just, I guess, cash check, whatever, it wasn't a second loan. So I wonder if that makes a difference too.
Well, I mean, if you paid the 22nd, usually at the 80-15-5 would mean that you borrowed 15.
No, I just put 20% down to avoid the PMI. So maybe it may be different than what y'all are saying. I was just curious on the loan thing because I was just told I had to go conventional.
I understand. So that was actually a different question. So it wasn't that the first was FHA and the second was conventional. It was that you got a 80-20, you put 20% down, and the MI was on the life of the loan. It is true now that some FHA mortgages, the MI is on there for the life of the loan. That is true. There was a time where it would automatically fall off at 20%. It depends on the loan. It depends on the terms of whether the MI is going to fall off. You will definitely have MI up to 20% on a conventional loan, and then once your property has increased to either where you have that equity there, either through an appraisal or they agree that the equity's there, then the mortgage insurance will fall off on its own. And some loans will have a stipulation that also has to take a certain amount of years to get there. Like, we're not going to remove the MI for the first 5 years, but after the 5 years, if you have 20%, then it'll automatically fall off. And determine whether or not you have 20%, you're going to need to get an appraisal, and you can pay the lender for the appraisal and it'll fall off. Okay. Paragraph 4, leases. This is a big one, and this is a new paragraph for us because this one used to be brokers and sales agents. And that's not the case anymore. That's now our paragraph 8. So for those of you who are new to the business, paragraph 4 is changed for us, just like paragraph 5 has changed for us in the last, since 2022 when this contract came up. So we're looking at 2 years of this contract now. Paragraph 4 says, if the property is subject to either a residential lease, there's a tenant currently in place, and that tenant is currently under a lease, not a month to month. If there is a fixture lease, And examples of fixture lease could be a Tesla battery. It could be a water softener.
Solar panels.
Some type of solar panels on the roof. Or it could be a generator. It could be anything, a full house water filtration system that is not a reverse osmosis type of water system, not necessarily just a water softener. All of these things could have leases against them. Exactly right. And if there is one, then we would have to disclose that there is a lease. Now, a lease means that it's not paid off. So you can have solar panels on a home that's paid off and it not be a fixture lease. This isn't, are there solar panels? It's, are there solar panels that are subject to a lease that are not paid off? So these are unresolved debt that the seller has with a fixture that's on the property. Because the fixture is supposed to convey, but the seller can't give it to you because money still has to be exchanged, and there very possibly is what filed against the property pursuant to these.
Lien.
So can we use the proceeds to pay off the lien?
Sure. No.
No, we absolutely cannot, because the lien has to be paid off before it's lifted, before you can change the hands of the property. And so this is the deal. The lender, whoever is holding this lien, will tell you, no, we're not going to lift the lien because then you're going to transfer property and then we no longer have the ability to collect. So show us the money, pay it off, then we'll release the lien. The lien holder really is the one who's going to decide whether or not they're willing to release their lien. But the contract that they have says we're not going to release the lien until it's paid off in full. There have been situations where we've tried to escrow money. Title can't provide a title policy and transfer with the lien there. They can't. They have to clear the lien. The lien has to be lifted in order for you to have title policy. So you've got a contract that's all which way sideways until this is addressed. So what has to happen when you're a listing agent and you're walking up to the property and you look up there and you're like, oh, good grief, I hope those things are paid off. And then you're sitting with the table, the seller, and like, yeah, we owe $30,000, but the buyer can just assume that, right? Okay. Awesome. Interest rates have just gone up exponentially, and the seller is sitting with a 3% interest rate, expecting the buyer to pick up a 7% interest rate. So whoever buys this home is going to be more financially compressed than the seller is in this scenario, and they're going to probably be in a tougher DTI scenario on top of that. And now the seller is wanting them to absorb a set of solar panels in which the buyer may or may not even want. So go drive up and down the street and look at how many homes have solar panels. It's not 51%. Most buyers don't want that expense. Some are very excited about it, but some don't want that. So it becomes a negotiating thing. The very first thing that the listing agent needs to do is contact the lien holder and ask about the solar panels and find out what are the options here. We're going to list this property. What are the options? The first thing they're going to say, well, the first option is pay us back. Just write us a check and we'll release the lien. Okay, that's not possible. Will you be willing to then write a new contract with a buyer and let someone else assume the remainder of this? Maybe. So now you're trying to negotiate this lease along with the transaction. So it becomes a little extra work for the agent, and that is the same situation for any lease against a property that's a fixture lease, like the water softeners and the rest. In about 2012, there was a property in 4,020 square foot home in Shadow Glen that I had listed, and I was a short sale expert, and I had the Bank of America short sale approved. We had been under contract for 6 months, and Aqua Water I had been negotiating with for at least 3 months, and there was a $6,000 amount due to Aqua Water. We had the short sale approved. The buyer had been tapped out of their DTI. The seller had absolutely no money, and there was no way to pay Aqua Water the $6,000. And you're talking about a $185,000 house that house is now 500,000, by the way. And there wasn't even that much commission. There was no way to sell it, and the home foreclosed because of the water softener, and the water softener company refused. And we told them this is going to foreclose and you're not going to get any money. Take $500, take something, make this go away. I offered them half my commission, and they said no, we can't. It's $6,000 or nothing, and they home foreclosed, and they got nothing. So that is, I even said, come pick up the thing and we'll give you $500. And no matter what it was, they absolutely refused. So fixture leases have always been a pain in our side because it makes selling homes difficult. So difficult now that they have found their way into our contract as an addendum. If there is a fixture lease, during we have to check the box B that there is one. There's now an addendum that's to the contract, and the addendum says that the buyer gets a copy of whatever agreement that they have, which means the buyer can then make a phone call and they can determine what they're going to be able to do about that fixture lease. Same thing with residential leases. And what I love about the new, if there is subject to a residential lease, during the once the contract turns into a contract, the buyer will get a copy of the lease, and then it says on the lease whether or not there's any outstanding debts. It talks about what's going to happen with the deposit. Before this paragraph 4A, residential leases, the deposit really wasn't handled in our contract. And if you didn't handle the contract through negotiations and special provisions before, then the deposit wasn't ever transferred. But now it is. So it's a lot cleaner. So if there's a tenant in place, if there's a fixture lease or a natural resource lease, let's just start over. If there's a residential lease or a fixture lease, then we're going to have a separate addendum to the contract, and they're going to read that addendum to the contract, and everyone's going to agree to those terms. If there's a natural resource lease, then whatever agreement they have with that natural resource lease is required to be conveyed, and you're going to pick either C1 or 2, which is the seller delivered the natural resource lease, or they're going to deliver the natural resource lease in a number of days after the contract goes into effect. Because maybe they don't want to give that natural resource lease to every person that sees it, and they want to go under contract before they disclose what that natural lease looks like. And that natural resource could be maybe a lease that they've done on the property for high power lines, where they've leased part of their land, or they've leased the land to someone who's going to cut the coastal Bermuda hay to keep their ag exemption because it's a 10-acre property. And yes, there can be a 10-acre property and you use this contract, although if there's an ag exemption, I recommend using the farm and ranch. But suffice it to say, natural resources lease is on this contract for a reason. So that's paragraph 4. Does anybody have any questions regarding A, B, or C of paragraph 4? Okay, good. All right, now we get to the fun we're going to spend a lot of time. We're going to go to break in about 10 minutes. I'm going to get through paragraph 5 before. This is a big one for us because you're going to have more drama in your transactions regarding paragraph 5 than any other paragraph. And it's because it's the home of the option period. Delivery of the earnest money and option fee within 3 days after the effective date. Buyer must deliver to, and there's a blank, and then it says escrow agent. Who's the escrow agent? Is it a title person or a title company?
Title company.
Yes. So you are a real estate agent, and Realty Texas is the broker. In the world of title, escrow agent is the firm and escrow officer is the person. So they have different wording than we have. So the escrow agent is the firm. So that this would be Independence Title. Can you put the name of the company and the name of the closer in paragraph 5A just to send the message to them that you want to work with that person at that company?
No.
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 Yes.
No.
No.
You shouldn't do that.
No.
No.
You can't. And this is why. What happens when that person no longer works at that company? Now you have an ambiguous situation. If they've moved to a different title company, is the earnest money supposed to get transferred to the new title company to follow the person? Or is it supposed to remain at the old title company who originally took the file? And because that ambiguity is there, Trek has had so many problems with this, they tell people stop it. If you want to add us another piece of information to the escrow agent, it would be the phone number of the title company. That's all. The firm, company, Independence Title, and their phone number, that would be the most that they're going to allow you to put into that field. However, that field is connected to our title companies field. We have tens of thousands of title companies in our database. So when you double click and you pick from our list, it's actually just going to show the firm name. Okay, the second field is at, and it's going to autofill the address from our systems because I don't think there's a title company we haven't worked with yet. So it's going to autofill the address as well as the firm name. The next field is as earnest money and then as option fee. So there's a dollar amount. So we're going to double click the field here. You're going to see the title company name, the address, the city, state, zip, and then over here, we're going to put in earnest money. If it's a $300,000 home, what is the rule of thumb for the earnest money amount?
Jack, can you enlarge your screen, please?
If it's yes, I can. I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
1%,
Okay, and 1% of 300,000 is
$300.
No, 3,000.
No, oh, my bad. You're right, you're right.
3,000.
okay. Now, the $3,000 that we have as earnest money, what is the rule of thumb for option money?
I feel like it's always $100. I don't know what the rule is.
Mm-mm. It's very much not. In fact, I have seen options as high as $15,000. So option is a tool, and we in a strong multiple offer situation, offering $100,000 earnest money means nothing to the seller. Offering a $15,000 option, the seller says, "I hope you back out. Please back out. That would be the best $15,000 I've ever made in my life, because I know I'm going to sell this, turn right around and sell someone else." You can almost sell the house for list price with a $15,000 option. Now, there was situations where we use that as a massive tool in our multiple offer situations to send a message to the seller, go with us because you know we're unlikely to back out of this transaction because we really want to close this transaction. Now, earnest money is to show seriousness. Option money is to prove seriousness. So the rule of thumb, Jamara, is 1% of the earnest money, purchase price is the earnest money, and 10% of the earnest money is the option. So we would see this as 300, 3,000. So that would be the rule of thumb. You would expect a $300 option on a $300,000 property. A $600,000 option would be a $600 option, something like that. Okay. All right. So it's negotiable. If our clients are asking our rule of thumb, here's the rule of thumb, but the reality is it's 100% negotiable. Paragraph 5A1. Jamara, go ahead.
So who comes, I mean, I understand the rule of thumb, but like who comes up with that? Is it the buyer's agent that talks to them and the buyer actually says, this is what I'm willing to offer? And is that how that works? I just feel like every contract I've ever had, my agent was like, oh, we're going to just we'll put like $100. But everything has happened so fast, I don't understand that.
It depends on when you purchased your home. It depends on what year it was. It depends on what the purchase price was. And if you're in a multiple offer situation, that number is going to be much, much higher. If you're in a property that's been on the market for 30 days and the average days on market is 30 days, then maybe it's going to be 300. If the property's been on the market for 145 days and the average days on market is 60 days and they're really aged on market, you have a lot of leverage. So you're able to get away with a whole lot more. So when I say it's negotiable, but we always have to remember, where are we on the negotiable spectrum? Are we able to dictate more terms as the buyer agent, or are we really trying to make our offer stand out and get the seller to accept the offer? So it depends on whether or not you're going to have to do better than the average, or whether you can get away with not doing better than the average because you've got more BATNA, but you've got more negotiation standpoint. You see? So it just depends on what's going on in the transaction. If the property was listed in the last couple days and they had a really great open house weekend, and you're trying to get them to take the home off the market for you after it's just hit the market and you're offering them list price, and you really want them to take it off the market, well, you're going to probably want to offer them a little bit more here, because they're going to want to make sure that this person sticks around. Because if you go under contract and you're under contract with them for 15 days and come back on market, you blew through the first 15 days, and the 15 days is the most important. And coming back on market, you're not going to have the same effect as they have right now. So they want it to be painful for the buyer to terminate. Painful. That's the whole option. That's the idea of the option. I want it to be painful. I don't want this to be easy for them. I want them to second guess. Now, if there's something seriously wrong, the seller is going to work with them, but it's got to be somewhat painful. That's what the seller and the listing agent are looking for. And because the seller and the buyer agent are so far on opposite sides, they really have to meet somewhere in the middle, really, probably, to get this done. Okay, good questions. So paragraph 5A1. Buyer will deliver additional earnest money of $3,000 to escrow agent within 10 days after the effective date of this contract. Miguel, Katie. Okay, neither one of them are here. Lisa, can you get them for me? All right, so 5A1. Buyer shall deliver additional earnest money of $3,000 to escrow agent within X amount of days after the effective date of the contract. What are we looking at here? Why in the world would we use this?
That
Why?
would make it more appealing in a competitive market.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Why would giving them more money later be more appealing, not just give them all right now? If you wanted to be more appealing, you would give them $6,000 today. Why would you give them more money later? How would that be more appealing? Katie. Oh, are you responding to my question?
Oh, I was just tuning in to see what you were asking.
Okay, yeah, just send Miguel in here for a moment for me. Thank you.
Okay.
So why would giving the money later be a big deal?
It's not available right now.
Mohammed, I heard a very quiet Mohammed.
It's not available right now.
Okay, got it. They don't have the money right now. All right, that's a really good answer. So maybe we have an international buyer and they're trying to get their money through the international fund. Maybe the buyer works at Dell and they're pulling everything out of their 401k and it's going to take a few days. Maybe, who knows what, right? So where's the money coming from? They really want to buy this home and they got to wait for their check to clear. And they're afraid. Like, look, I'm going to write a check, but I've got this amount of money in my bank today. I'm closing out one of my CDs and it's going to take 15 days for that money to make it to my account. So I'm going to separate these two because I want to make sure that I offer you the money, but I can't because if you cash this check today, it's going to bounce. And if I bounce a check, it's really bad for a transaction. It's like it was never delivered in the first place and the seller has the ability to back out. Okay, so that's what we're looking for here. Paragraph 5A2. Now, 5A2 has nothing to do with 1. Do you agree with that? 5A3, these have nothing to do with each other. These 1, 2, 3, and 4 all have to do with what? What paragraph? Paragraph A.
A.
So it's important that we understand because people read this one and say, oh, additional earnest money, well, then these other things don't apply. 2, 3, and 4 is on a subparagraph of 1. 2, 3, and 4 stand on their own. So now let's read paragraph 2. If the last day to deliver earnest money, option, or the additional earnest money falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, the time to deliver the earnest or option or the additional option money as applicable is extended until the end of the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday. I can tell you that it was 2 weeks for them to get this language right. And it's beautiful language, by the way. What are they trying to accomplish here? Let's talk about 4th of July, by the way. Let's say 4th of July is Monday. And your option is up on Saturday. Or the last day to deliver the earnest money is on Saturday. Where is it extended to?
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
That's exactly right. It extends from Saturday, Sunday. Sunday extends to Monday. Then Monday, the next business day is Tuesday. And now you have until Tuesday, end of day, to deliver it. And it's 11:59, not 5 o'clock, because remember the 5 o'clock deadline is for the buyer to issue termination of the contract through the option period, not the delivery of checks. The delivery of checks are always 11:59. Okay, so 2 is very clear on the timelines. So if you're setting up an option period and you don't really know when the effective date of the contract is when you draft this. You can kind of guess, but you have no idea how long it's going to take to negotiate this going back and forth. But you do know when the effective date hits, you're kind of stuck with that timeline. So you might then agree to a contract and say, okay, look, we were talking about this 2 days ago. However, this option terminate is going to, the option period is going to, or the option, yeah, the timeline to deliver the option is 3 days, but now you have 4 more days. So you really have 7 days to deliver it. Because if 3-day landed on Friday, on Saturday, then you have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So you have actually 6 days. Jamara.
I'm sorry, I don't understand how it is not Monday, but it's Tuesday.
Because 4th of July is Monday and Monday's a holiday. And it says right here, or legal
Because we're
holiday.
saying Monday is the holiday. Okay, that's what I missed. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Well, because part of my skit was 4th of July weekend and 4th of July is Monday. What do we do? Yep. So Monday now is a holiday. Okay. So we figured out 5A1. We're comfortable with that. We're comfortable with 2. And now let's move on to paragraph 3. The amount the escrow agent receives. Did somebody have a question? Because I heard something.
I did. Okay. Is the newfangled beta testing timeline thing going to count that up for us?
Yes.
Sweet.
The amount the escrow agent receives under this paragraph shall be applied first. This is so important, and you got to understand what this is saying because it's brilliant. Paragraph 5A3 is really important. And once you understand and read it, you're going to be like, oh, that kind of is important. The amount the escrow agent receives under this paragraph shall be applied first to the option fee, then to the earnest money, and then to the additional earnest money. This order is very, very important. Why would this order be so important?
If they terminate during the option period, the buyer would keep their earnest money. So they need to have paid for the option.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm understanding because I'm not putting that together. Explain it again.
So like here on the contract that you have, the total would be 3,300. If they only pay for 3,000, they still owe 300 to the earnest money. So
Okay.
they've purchased the option period, giving them the right to terminate.
Yes, I like this. Okay, you're exactly right. So let's explain this to the group. So let's just let's use the numbers that I used before. $3,000 earnest, 500 we did $300 option. So we have $3,300 is due, correct? So how much time does the buyer have to get the $3,300 in, and where does it have to go?
3 days to title.
They have
Okay.
to go to title.
Now, what happens if title only receives $3,000? Because the agent was busy, the client read paragraph 5A, and they saw $3,000, and they wired $3,000 to title. How much was due?
300.
Okay, so how is the contract applying the $3,000?
It's gonna take part of that, the $300 of the
So
3,000.
the amount escrow agent receives under this paragraph shall be applied first to the option fee, then to the earnest money, and then additional earnest money if there is any. So it's first option and then earnest. So let's go back to our spreadsheet and let's look at this again. First to the option fee, and then how much money do they have left over?
300.
$2,700?
Oh, sorry, yeah, it's only 27.
Another
Okay.
short on the earnest.
Yeah.
So did they deliver earnest money?
Yes.
No.
No, they did not.
An amount that's less than the amount due is like it never delivered. So they brought in $3,000. They owed $3,300. Title only received $3,000. So they paid $300 to the option. That was applied first. Was option paid for?
Yes.
Yes.
It was fully covered. Now they have an option period. Now, $2,700. No, it wasn't paid. What happens when they paid for the option in time, but they didn't pay for the earnest money?
The seller can cancel the contract and keep
Yeah.
the option fee.
That's
It's
right.
voidable.
It's voidable, right?
They had at the option of this, you now truly have no longer unilateral contract through the option period. Either party can terminate. The buyer can terminate through their option, or the seller can terminate, exactly as Mike said. It's very important that we understand this, because if it was the other way around, the buyer would have a valid contract without an option period.
Oh.
And that would be really bad. It's better for them to have an option period and the seller have the option to terminate than them not have an option period and have a valid contract where the seller doesn't have a termination period. Because once the option is terminated, it's done. No going back from that. Miguel, are you popping in for my question? Can you visit me for a second? Thank you. Okay, so now you can kind of get an idea of the importance of the order here, because one order gives you an option period and one order gives you a contract versus the other. Go to the next page. Can you just, I'm just showing you that. So 5A. So all right, if that order is wrong, then if that order wasn't specified that way, we would have all kinds of confusion. How often do you think that title company receives the wrong amount?
All the time.
Good amount of time.
A good amount of time. That's right. And it is the agent's job, the agent's responsibility to, what's the seller agent responsibility in this situation?
To verify.
Verify what? The seller agent.
Earnest money is there.
More than just verify. What are their obligations?
Let them
To,
know
to
how
tell
much.
to tell the seller the position this puts him in.
Yes, we have to tell the seller, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you have a new right. You have the ability now. You have the right of termination. So we have a backup offer. You can cancel this offer, keep the buyer's option money, and move forward with your backup offer, Mr. Seller. You have to know that you have that right now, and you have that right all up until when?
Until the right amount of money
5
is
p.m.
received.
of the
Closing.
We're going to read that answer right here in a moment, but you're right. That was the right answer, but we're going to see where it says. And then 4 says, buyer authorizes the escrow agent to release and deliver the option fee to the seller at any time without further notice or consent from the buyer, and releases the escrow agent from liability for delivery of the option fee to the seller. The option fee will be credited to the sales price at closing. Do you guys remember what the option fee said on the amendment about being credited?
The buyer.
No,
There was a choice.
there was a choice. Do I have the amendment here? You have a choice, and that a choice is very indicative of what our contract used to say. It says buyer has paid a seller for an additional option fee, and you read out to the line, it says the additional option fee will or will not be credited to the sales price. There's a choice here on the amendment that doesn't exist in the purchase contract. The purchase contract simply says it will be the option fee will be credited to the sales price at closing. So there isn't a choice. There used to be long time ago, but not anymore in the contract. But the additional option there is. So the moment the title receives the option funds, they have the right, been granted by the parties in the contract, to deliver the option to the seller at any time without objection from the buyer. Now we're going to go through and talk about paragraph 4 CDE, and then you're going to take a break. Paragraph 4B is termination option. For nominal consideration, the receipt of which seller acknowledges and buyer's agreement to pay the option fee within the time required, seller grants the buyer the unrestricted right to terminate this contract by giving notice of termination to seller within X amount of days after the effective date of the contract option period. Notices under this paragraph must be given by 5 p.m. local time where the property is located. This is where the 5 p.m. comes from, by the way, because it's hard written in the contract, and it's the only time where such a deadline exists. They did that because the termination option it used to be 11:59, and us agents, that was really horrible. That was horrible to be, and I heard your side, Michelle. It was a horrible thing for us to be negotiating at 10:45 at night, 11:45 at night. And I can tell you that there was a lot of nights where I was negotiating option very close to midnight. And for those of you who remember 2 years ago, it was all of us were in that. And we were just telling Trek, you got to do something about this because this is not fair. Our clients have already had 5 glasses of wine. They're all tipsy and they're all emotional, and we're dealing with this at the wrong time. And so you're very blessed to be in this contract as I am now, because it's a lot easier to get through this. If the buyer gives notice of termination within the time prescribed, the option fee will not be refunded, and the escrow agent shall release any option fee remaining with the escrow agent to the seller, and any earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. There is no question anymore. If it terminates during the option period, the earnest money goes back to the buyer, the option fee is paid to the seller, and it's done. Now let's talk about C and D, which is very important here. Failure to
Before you go on to that, so basically, so this says, well, if they cancel during the option period,
yes.
So do we need the form that says release of earnest money?
It's up to the title company. You need a termination of contract, so that needs to be stipulated of why they're terminating. So there is the terminated. Then there's the release of option money. The title company now has the authority, but we need to tell the title company, and the parties agree. And it's better for us to send the title company an instruction, which is an instruction to the title company that the parties are in agreement. That's not the case. If the people are no longer in agreement, the title company has the authority to take charge and release those monies and not have it locked at title, and title being stuck in the scenario. Title is going to ask for it because they would rather not get a demand letter from someone. So some title companies work one way, some others. Our requirement here is we want to see a termination and release of earnest money signed by all parties. If the parties refuse to sign the release of earnest money, the contract was still going to prevail. Okay. Paragraph C, failure to timely deliver earnest money. If the buyer fails to deliver the earnest money within the time required, seller may terminate this contract or exercise seller's remedies under paragraph 15, or both, by providing notice to the buyer before the buyer delivers the earnest money. So over and over again, we've been talking about what happens if the buyer doesn't deliver the earnest money in time. Paragraph C tells you. It's not that there's a rule written somewhere in a book on page 900 and we got to figure out where to go find that. It's always in the contract. So here it's paragraph 5B(c). If the buyer fails to deliver their earnest money within the time required, which is 3 days after the effective date, seller can terminate the contract. Or they can sue performance and say, give me your earnest money before buyer delivers earnest money. Because the moment the buyer delivers the earnest money, they've cured it, and paragraph C no longer applies. And then, of course, paragraph D, just as important because it talks about the failure to timely deliver the option fee. If no dollar amount is stated in the option fee, or if the buyer fails to deliver the option fee within the time required, buyer shall not have the unrestricted right to terminate this contract under paragraph 5. Meaning you don't, if it's a zero amount, you can't put 0 days with a 5-day option for $0. If it's a $0 amount, there is no option, or if they don't deliver it in time, there is also no option. And paragraph E is where you see time is of the essence for this paragraph, and strict compliance with the time performance is required, because time is of the essence in the delivery of the earnest money and the option check. Okay, we successfully did it. We got through paragraph 5. Does anybody have any questions on this before we go to break? I know we talked about a lot. There's a lot we unpacked here. Did we learn anything from paragraph 5? We learned a couple of things. Good. Michelle Fortune.
I always learn. That's why I always showed up at every mega, you know, for that particular class. My question is about the earnest money. If the buyer did not deliver the earnest money, but they do it like the 5th day or a week later, does the seller still have the power of terminate the contract anytime?
No.
Or the seller lost the power of, okay.
Yep. So the seller has the right to terminate the moment the time we're after the 3 days up until the buyer does. So if they issue termination on day 4 and the buyer hadn't delivered it by then the contract's terminated. But if the seller finds out, I want to terminate finds out buyer didn't deliver it in time. Seller says, okay, well, let's go ahead and terminate contract. Buyer, seller agent calls title. Did they just delivered it? We didn't deliver it in time. They already delivered it. You don't have that right anymore. Works that way. So the moment if the seller hasn't delivered termination in writing before the buyer gets the earnest money to title, they are no longer able to terminate under that paragraph. Good question. When we get back from break, we're going to jump into paragraph 6, title policy and survey. It is 3:28. Let's come back at 3:38. I'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd out here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from your break, everyone. We are moving right along. We are now on paragraph 6 of our 1 to 4 family contract for title policy and survey. Ears up. Caffeine. Kay, wake up because you're asleep.
I'm just not feeling well today.
I'm sorry, Kay. I can tell you are not your usually energetic self. I know that this is a lot of information too. And it's a day where, we are talking about contractual stuff, and contractual stuff is always contract stuff, right? This paragraph 6 is one of the contracts that agents have the most difficult time explaining. And I am going to teach you a way to explain this to your clients so they totally get it. But I can tell you the paragraph 6 and all the way through subsection paragraph 6A, title policy, B, title commitment, and 6C, survey, and 6D, objections, and E, title notices. Those paragraphs are the most difficult for agents to explain to their clients. And they kind of just try to get through that one as quickly as possible because they're turning the page as fast as they can because they're afraid someone's going to ask questions about it because they don't know how to answer the questions on title policy, especially as it is through 6A 1 through 8. What is 6A 1 through 8? Now we certainly know how to tell a seller, explain to them that what the title policy is ish, and that someone's going to pay for it and what company we're going to use. But what happens if they ask about all of this other information? We have items 1 through 9 or 8. Or what happens if they ask you about one of these? How do you answer those? It's a lot of just gook and legalese and insurance stuff. And like, this isn't why I got my license. I don't want to explain this. What is this? It's okay. I promise you, by the time we were done with this, the light bulb is going to go on. We are talking about insurance here. Title policy is an insurance. No difference than your insurance on your car. No difference than insurance on your house. How many of you have vehicle insurance? Raise your hand. If you don't, Cindy, take a look because we need to call them and have a conversation with them about our independent contractor agreement. All right. So the insurance that is being purchased is title insurance, meaning that if there's a cloud on title, if there's a lien found later, that the buyer will be covered if the seller wasn't able or had liens or had something wrong with their title. Just like you have a title on your car. When you have your car title, it itself, you can get insurance on the car title, but that's not what we're talking about. I want to look at your car insurance because that's easier to remember. I'm going to ask you some interesting questions because some of this, the light bulb is going to go on immediately. How many of you have ever had a roommate? Raise your hand if you ever had a roommate. Okay. Do you remember having insurance at the time you had a roommate and the insurance company said, "Oh, you have a roommate? Okay, you're going to have to add them to your policy." And then you say, "No, I'm not." Okay, then you need to exclude them from your policy. If I exclude them from my policy, then they're not covered driving my car. That's right. If they're in your household, they have to be included as a driver, which is going to make your insurance more expensive, or excluded from your policy altogether. I'm telling you this because there are some exclusions on here. And if you can understand it on the car policy and you apply what you know here, the light bulb goes on and it's much easier to understand. So if someone is excluded from your car policy, that means if they drive your car and get into a crash, it's not covered, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask a very interesting thing. You have inclusions. You also have exclusions. And when something is excluded, it's actually an endorsement that's excluded. What happens when you delete an exclusion?
It's no longer there.
What's no longer there?
The exclusion.
Uh-huh. So I like that. So if you have a roommate and you add them as an exclusion, and the exclusion means they can't drive your car, and you delete the exclusion, then effectively what?
They can drive your car.
Now if they drive your car, they're covered by the insurance. Okay. There are things here in the title policy that are excluded, but you can delete that exclusion. And by deleting the exclusion means that it's now included. And there's a cost because to exclude something, you excluded it because you didn't want to pay the cost. You could have added your roommate to your policy. It would have cost you money. But you said, no, 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 I don't want to pay that extra fee. So I'm going to exclude them. I'm not going to pay them the extra policy. Well, then they move out and they're no longer in this situation. You delete them. There is no extra cost because they don't live in your house. But in this scenario over here in the title policy, there are some promulgated exclusions. So things that are already excluded that you cannot get no matter how much you pay for. But there is one, specifically 6A8, that you can ask them to delete the exclusion and not have it covered, or pay the additional fee. So 8I, 8 paragraph 6.8 is excluded. Not going to pay, not going to have this coverage. Or I'm going to click over here and the buyer, the seller is going to pay for this extra insurance. So let's take you through a slow roll through each one of these. First off, the seller shall furnish to the buyer at a negotiable expense, either the seller or the buyer, an owner's title policy of title insurance, a title policy issued by, this should be the title company's name, whether it's Independence Title, whether it's Key Title, in the amount of the sales price dated at or after closing. So it's going to be dated on the closing date or the day after, not before, because that would be a title policy that would be in the name of the seller, and it has to be in the buyer's name. So again, it says that the seller is going to furnish to the buyer an owner's title policy issued by, let's just say Key Title, in the amount of the sales price, which is paragraph 3C, dated at or after closing, dated on paragraph 9 or later, insuring the buyer against loss under the provisions of the title policy. And then it says, subject to the promulgated exclusions. Promulgated exclusions. Promulgated means that the Texas TDI, Texas Department of Insurance, has certain exclusions where title policy is not going to cover it. Promulgated exclusions, which means it's part of their typical form where these are things that are not included in your title and policy. Restrictive covenants. Number one, if you have something that happens to the title of your home because you're HOA, it means you didn't mow your lawn, you had a boat in your driveway, or you did something to upset your HOA, and now they're after your title, they're trying to foreclose in your home, and the title policy isn't going to protect you against that. So they're not going to protect you against a fight that you have over the title of your home with the HOA. Number two, and you're going to find that it's the same conversation all the way down the line. Someone is trying to take your house, and you're going to the title company saying, hey, they're trying to take my house. I want you to fight, and I want you to help protect my title because they're trying to file a lien or they're trying to take it. And the title company is like, no, that's not what we have jurisdiction for. So all of these are specific no's. No, they're not going to get into a fight between you and the HOA. Number two, standby fees, taxes, and assessments. They're not going to get between you and the appraisal district if you haven't paid your taxes. Three, liens created as part of the financing as described in paragraph 3. They're not going to get between you and your mortgage lender if you haven't paid your note. 4, utility easements created by the dedication deed or plat of a subdivision. You mess with the subdivision, or you put an improvement on top of a PUE, public utility easement, they're not going to get involved in that when the PUE comes and rips up your improvement because you put a cement slab over the AT&T fiber lines. 5, reservations or exceptions otherwise permitted by this contract. Do you remember what the reservations were? There was only one thing that we talked about in terms of reservations.
Minerals.
Exactly right, Kay. And what paragraph was that? 2E. Following. So what they're really saying here is you agreed for the seller to have the minerals, and now they're drilling for them, and you're mad. No, and the seller is extracting the minerals, or you've refused to let the seller drill, and now they're trying to affect title, and you're in a fight with them. Title company's like, nope, we're not getting involved in that. 6, the standard printed exception as to marital rights. One spouse is trying to take the house from the other. We're not getting involved in that. That's between you two. Number 7, the standard printed exception as to waters, tidelands, beaches, streams, and related matters. You've gotten yourself in trouble with a natural resource lease. You've either extended, you've got your property extended onto the wetlands, or you're on the beach and you're using the property, and some municipality is saying, no, you have overextended your rights, and they're suing you. Or there's some type of rescission, or something's happened and they've decided that they're going to take your property because they feel it has a better use for community versus you, which is called eminent domain. And then, of course, number 8, and this has all to do with your property survey. The standard printed exceptions to the survey. Survey has exceptions on it as well. For discrepancies on the survey, which is an error and omissions thing for the surveyor. Conflicts. You disagree that it's 20 acres, it's supposed to be 200. Now you guys are in a fight over what you think is correct. Shortages in area or boundary lines. look, my property is 0.25 and you're saying it's 0.2 acres. That's not right. And you were wrong and I'm right. And so the survey is incorrect. And now we have to fix it later. Or the boundary lines. You've got the fence line in the survey wrong. And now you're suing the surveyor over the line. Encroachments, improvements, overlapping improvements, all of these things. Now, these are exceptions. The title company is saying, we are not going to cover you for a discrepancy on the survey. We're not going to cover you on a conflict with your surveyor. We're not going to cover you with shortages in area. If you say, look, I bought a 2-acre property and I found it was only 1 acre, I want to go after my title policy and you guys pay me out the difference, they're going to say, nope, not going to help you with that. Fence line got moved 15 foot over, and you guys should have known that because I gave you my survey. We're not getting involved in the fence line or the boundaries of the property either. Or protrusions or overlapping intrusions, title company saying, we're not going to get involved in any of that. These are promulgated exclusions. So if someone checks off 6B, it says, none of these are going to be deleted. Will not be amended or deleted. Remember what happens when you delete an exclusion? When you delete an exclusion, it means it's now included. So all of these things you're not going to pay for. If there's an issue with the number of acres, if there's an issue with overlapping improvements, if there's a shortage in area, title company's not getting involved in any of it. Or you can pick option B. Will be amended to read shortages in areas at the expense of shortages in area. Okay, you're going to amend it. Amend it means that it's going to say shortages in area. Shortages in area becomes, out of everything that's here, the only thing that paragraph 8 is going to read is shortages in area. The standard printed exception as to shortages in area. So if that's the only thing that this says, what does it effectively really mean?
The survey.
It means that if right now, discrepancies, conflicts, shortage in area, boundary lines, encroachments or protrusions or overlapping improvements are not included in your policy. You will not have coverage over any of those items. If you delete discrepancies and area and boundary lines, encroachments or protrusions and overlapping improvements, and all that's left is shortages in area, what does that mean?
Shortage in area is still an exclusion.
Thank you, Mike. Which means all the other ones are
insured.
Yes, exactly right, Mike. So if you want to have your title company cover, if you find out that there is a boundary line issue, or you find out there's an encroachment, or you find out there's a protrusion or overlapping improvements, and you want the title company's insurance to pay you back for those types of issues, then someone can just check off this, and all of those will now be insured. But the one that will never be insured is which one, Mike?
Shortage in area.
That's right. The only thing the title company will never pay for is you buying the wrong amount of land. They said it was 5 acres and then found out it was 2 acres. They're never going to pay you for the additional 3 acres that you thought you bought. That's never going to happen. But if there's a defect with the land that you did buy, they will cover it. And it is 5% of the cost of the title policy. It is a very tiny little number. $250. Very small number. What is 5% of $3,000?
$500. $150.
$150.
Yes. We're talking about very small numbers here. So for $150, are we going to upgrade this insurance? 1,000,000% yes. You're crazy not to. So what typically happens here is the seller says, look, I'm giving you my survey. You can have it. I'm paying for your title policy. If you want additional coverage, you can pay for it yourself. So fine. We're happy to pay the $150 and have this insurance coverage. Okay, so Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the company is going to protect you against loss of land, someone coming later and saying that they own the property. But if that person that's coming trying to take their property is your spouse or the appraisal district or the utility company or the state because there's a beach next door and they want to take it because of that, they're not going to cover it. So these are the things that no matter what, they're not going to cover. But down here, if there's something wrong with your land and we find out about it later, we can have that additional coverage and it's a couple $100. Is that something that you would like to have? Does anybody have any questions regarding this? Do you feel comfortable explaining this to your client?
Yes, Jax. Oh, no, I'll ask the question after Meg.
Okay, Megan, then Sean.
Okay, so my question is this. If we don't have a survey to provide to the buyer, and we're going to have the buyer do the survey, we can go in there and ask or check that box, and then the buyer is going to be responsible for the title policy because they're spending the extra money for insurance in this case, in case there's anything wrong
Yes.
with the land. Okay.
Whether or not the buyer, whether you're using a new survey or an existing survey, as long as the title company accepts the survey, and it could be a 20-year-old survey. So the title company is going to look at the survey and they're going to tell you within the first 20 days of whether or not they're going to allow that survey to be used. Sometimes they'll come back and be like, nope, not going to allow this one because it's from 1985 and we have no idea because they can't read it. Even if it's a 20 or 30-year-old survey, they're usually okay because they're looking at the survey information comes from the recorded information regarding the property. So they're going to have a title examiner that is going back to the original land grant, which is 1776, the sovereignty of the soil. They're going all the way back to the sovereignty of the soil land grant, and they're going to research every single deed transfer since the beginning of time all the way to today, and they're going to look at each one. Yep, this one has these two people were originally deeded the property and here were their signatures. Nope, this person died and it was gifted to this person and then here's their signature, and they look for a chain. They look for a perfect chain of buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. And if there's a chain missing, uh-oh, we can't give you a general warranty deed anymore. We have to give you a special warranty deed because there's a cloud and there's a missing chain. A cloud means there's a gap. There's a hole. There's a gap in the chain that we have to account for. So now you're getting a special warranty deed instead of a general warranty deed. And there's going to be a little bit more cost because there's a little bit more risk. No problem. We can still close on it, but you're not going to have coverage for that little cloud, that little missing gap from 1778 to 1801. That's what the title policy is. But there's other ways you can have your house taken away. And the title company's not get involved in that, which is number 1 through 7. But 8 they will get into, which is protecting your land. Now, when they're doing all the research in all the public records, they're finding out the meets and bounds for the property, and they're taking that on Schedule B. Your title commitment comes in Schedules A, B, and C. Schedule B is where all the survey stuff comes from. So a surveyor cannot survey your property until the title company creates the abstract, and the abstract is all the field work, and then they're going to put it all together on a schedules A, B, and C, and they're going to give Schedule B to the surveyor. So when you order a surveyor, the surveyor is like, great, I'd be happy to do it. Can you give me the abstract? The abstract is the field work that they're doing. They give the surveyor the field work, which is a big math problem, a whole bunch of numbers. And then the surveyor, who likes that sort of thing, goes out there and tries to figure out, based on the numbers on the page, where that property is. And they go out there and they think they got, okay, I think based on all these numbers, here it is. Let me grab my metal detector. Beep, beep. Okay, yep, this is it. That's exactly what they're doing. And then they draw a piece of paper, which is a physical representation of what all the numbers are in Schedule B. And the title company goes back and the surveyor says, yep, here's a survey. So the title company also has a math nerd who's looking at the survey and looking at Schedule B that they just did and said, okay, these match. We're good. We're going to use this survey. We're going to allow it. Or something's happened here and we're not comfortable with this. You need to get a new survey. If they say that, for God's sakes, go get a different survey. Don't argue with them. But we want to use the seller survey. If the title company rejects it, they just threw you a bone, because this is going to come back and hurt you later. So go get a new title survey, because that's an $800 document. I like to liken it like this. There are people with pet insurance and not insurance on their land. And the insurance on their land is this insurance that you have here. Title policy for your title and a survey for your land. And the title company will cover the land in the title policy. And if you have an old survey and that surveyor is long dead and not in business anymore, there might not be air and emissions insurance to cover it. And so to get the air and emissions insurance, you need a new survey. So we're going to move on from title policy 6A unless you have more questions. And of course, this is recorded, so you can always go back to this. And by the time you've maybe heard it a second time, you're like, well, totally got it. Who's got questions?
Hey, Jack.
Yes, ma'am.
So with the coverage, the additional coverage that they would pay for the title on the title policy, does that last as long as they own the home?
Yes.
Okay, until they
You know
sell
what they call it? They call it the survey deletion. Because they've deleted the survey, meaning they're not going to cover the survey. But the survey deletion means we've deleted the survey from an exclusion and now we have coverage. So the title companies call it, oh, it's the survey deletion. And then agents are like, you're deleting the survey? Is that a good thing? And you're like, no, we're deleting the exclusion. What's a deleted an exclusion? Well, we were excluding it, so now we're deleting the exclusion, meaning now it's included. Why didn't you say that in the first place? Because they're an insurance company and they have to use their legal language. So if agents understand it, they're like, okay, now I totally get it. So this is why so many agents have a hard time with this, because you're talking about a double negative, deleting the exclusion. May, did that make sense, Sean? Are you good with that?
No, that makes a lot of sense. I never was ever clear on this. And so I thank you so much for providing the clarity.
All right, nice. Laura.
Okay, let's reiterate. Yeah, because I've been always and forever confused on this, and the way and I even hold an insurance license, but it's life insurance. But I mean, the way that you put it down, 1 through 8 is never covered, and then number 8,
1 through 7 is never covered.
1 through 7 is never covered. Now that the survey, 8 is in regard to the survey, and the Roman numeral I is not insured, and then the Roman numeral 2 is insured, but never insured the discrepancies of how much land that you've owned.
That's right. So item number 8. So I and II amend or modify the sentence in 8.
Got it.
So 8 says, here are all the things that are promulgated exclusions, things that we are absolutely not going to cover no matter what. And then I says, well, we're not going to amend 8. 8 is exactly as it is. It's everything there is not included. So if you click I, then 8 stands just exactly as it is. But if you click 8II, then you literally are taking an eraser and you're removing everything from 8 except from shortages as an area.
Which determines the amount of land that you're going to buy.
Exactly correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's clear as day now.
Clear as day. Yep. So once the light bulb comes on, you're like, this makes perfect sense. And now we're not afraid of this paragraph anymore. In fact, we hope someone asks us a question about it because we want them to understand this.
And I can explain this to the buyer, and the buyer needs to make the decision on which one to select, either it's I or 2, and not the agents. Because I've worked with agents that said, oh, let's just check I, and I'm goofy enough to go along with it.
1,000,000%. This has to be something that we advise our clients so they understand what it is that they're signing up for in this contract and what they're agreeing to, because God forbid something happened and they find out that they have an intrusion or something up with an overlapping improvement, or there's something wrong, and they come back to you and say, okay, what do you do about this? You're like, oh, you didn't pay for the extra coverage. You mean for $150 the title company would have paid out this $175,000 matter? Now it's too late. You didn't explain this to me. Show me where you explained this to me. All right, so exactly right. It's not up to us to make these decisions. And if it is up to us to make the decision, I would always go with I. Exactly right. Okay, so now let's move on.
Jack?
Sean, is that you, Sean? No, it's
No,
Knock.
me.
Hi, Knock.
So I just heard you mention that we all, if it's up to us as an agent, you will want to select AII, but which one should we pick? We gonna let the seller pay for it, or is that gonna be our expense? I know it's only $150.
Well, we can't force a seller to pay for it, and we can't force a buyer to pay for it. So it becomes a negotiation. And this happens at the time of offer. So if you are in a strong multiple offer situation and you're trying to ask for nothing, then it's Mr. Buyer, I really recommend II, and that you come up with the extra $150 or whatever it is. Let's do the math. Let's ask the title company. They're saying that your title policy is going to be $900. So it's going to be $500, and it's going to be 5% of that, so it's going to be $45. It's going to be $50 for this extra coverage, and a lawsuit over this would be no less than $30,000. So you would definitely be, and unless you can read a survey and understanding what the survey says, this really protects you, and it does. Okay, exactly. Then number 9 says they're also not going to cover you, and I wish 9 was in front of this, not after this, but it talks about the exclusion regarding minerals approved by the Texas Department of Insurance. What they're really saying here is TDI excludes the title companies from getting involved in oil and mineral rights lawsuits. That's not something that the Texas Department of Insurance is going to get involved in. Okay, now moving on to commitment. This also is a very important one because this gets into the nuts and bolts of the timelines that the title company has that could cause your contract to go a little bit south. Within 20 days after the title company receives a copy of the contract, not the effective date of the contract, because do you think that all title companies get a copy of the contract on the day that the effective date says? The answer is no. Sometimes they find out a couple of weeks later. Oops, by the way, and they're like, what do you mean this was a week ago? We don't even have the checks. Or sometimes a buyer will drop off the checks and the title company, we don't even have this contract, and they're begging for the contract and days later. So the title company is saying, so be careful here because we don't know the date the title company received the commitment without looking on the signature page where it says the date that they received the contract. And you see the contract receipt? They have an option fee receipt. They have a earnest money receipt, a contract receipt, and then an additional earnest money receipt. So this right here, the date that's right here becomes a very important date here because the time frame is not the effective date, it's the contract receipt date. And that's the only time that you're going to ever use that particular date is in this paragraph B. Within 20 days after the title company receives a copy of the contract, seller shall furnish to the buyer a commitment for title insurance, the commitment, and at buyer's expense, legible copies of restrictive covenants and documents evidencing exceptions in the commitment, the exception documents, other than the standard printed exceptions. So what this is saying is that the commitment, remember when I said that they're going to do the abstract? The abstract is that the title company is going to go back to the original land grant, the sovereignty of the soil, and they're going to do all of this abstract work, and they've got a big pile of information. and they take this pile of information and they put it into what's called a commitment. Here, Mr. Buyer, this is what we're committing to. This is what we're going to provide you as part of our insurance policy. And in order for the title company to issue a commitment to the buyer, they have to do so by providing certain documents the title companies need to be able to put the commitment together, which is the HOA docs and the contract and the title insurance documents. So so within 20 days after the title company receives a copy of the contract, the seller shall furnish to the buyer a commitment for title insurance, a commitment, and at the buyer's expense, legible copies of the HOA documents showing what the exceptions are for the HOA. And then it says seller authorizes the title company to deliver the commitment and the exception documents to the buyer at buyer's address shown in paragraph 21. If the commitment and exception documents are not delivered to the buyer within the specified time, the time for delivery will be automatically extended up to 15 days or 3 days before closing, whichever is earlier. If the commitment and exception documents are not delivered within the time required, buyer can bail and walk away, and the earnest money will be given back to the buyer. So the title company needs a copy of the contract and they're going to tell the buyer, we need you to give us your credit card because we have to call the HOA and we have to get a copy of the HOA docs. And that HOA resale certificate costs $250. We need that. So it comes back now they have the HOA documents. They do their abstract, they start doing the abstract field work, the HOA documents, and they put together the commitment, and that commitment has to be to the buyer within 20 days. If they fail to get it in time, no fault to the buyer and the seller, a fault to the sellers, to the title company, the title company can extend it up to 15 days because sometimes the title company is stuck. They're not getting the HOA documents from the HOA company because it's a small HOA and the president's on vacation and they just can't get a hold of anyone and they're doing their best. Or there's a cloud on title or there's something going on and they're not able to get the documents from their microfiche or the county records office. So if they get past that 15 days, at this point, the buyer can't bail yet. Buyer's just going to have to be more patient, twiddle their thumbs. But at the point you get to 3 days before closing, if the buyer hasn't received the commitment, they can be like, nope, I want out. Or they can extend the close date, but they need this commitment. Or 15 days past the 20 days. Most of the time, the title company is bending over backwards, working really hard, trying to get the commitment out within 20 days. And we actually want it faster than that. So when you are telling the title company, hey, can you close in 10 days? That's really hard for them because the contract gives them 20 days and you're only giving them 10 days to close, but the contract already has 20 days. So I would argue that the minimum days that you can close a contract without kind of putting the title company in trouble is 20 days. But we have seen cash transactions close in 5 days before. We've seen that. We better contact the title company and see if they're on board with that and if they can help. Not blindside them with a 5-day closing and expect them to be able to do something that they're contractually able to do that's longer than your close date. We're going to talk about what it says in paragraph 21 because Drew, how many of you know what paragraph 21 says? Notices. Let's just advance and go and take a look at paragraph 21 notices really quick. The buyer's name, the buyer's phone number, and their email addresses. The seller's name, the seller's address, phone number, and email address. So looking at this, thankfully, they've added with a copy to the buyer agent at here and with a copy to the seller's agent here. And they did this to kind of send a message that agents stop putting your phone number and email address here. Why do you think agents were putting their phone number and email address here for a long time?
They didn't want to give their clients information.
They didn't want the clients calling each other. Exactly right. Like, aha. And if you do, you're going to call me and I'll catch you, you sneaky little devil. Well, a lot of agents really were trying to stop that from happening. And so they were always putting their information in here. And that's very dangerous because all over this contract gives other third parties authority to deliver things like the commitment to the buyer in paragraph 21. By the way, the commitment is schedules A, B, and C, and schedule C is liens. And if there is a lien against the property and the buyer is paying cash, They could absorb that lien, and guess what happens? It was disclosed to the agent, and because it was emailed to the agent, never disclosed to the buyer. The buyer never received it, and now you have a real problem. A real problem. So we always want to make sure that the phone number and correct and good email addresses for our client is in paragraph 21. And it goes on to say some more stuff about paragraph 21. So we're going to talk more about that when we get closer to it. Now we're going to talk about paragraph C, survey.
Jack, I have one question. I'm sorry.
No, don't
On
apologize, Cheryl. I'm happy to answer your question.
on that commitment, does it count Saturday and Sunday as the 20 days as well, or is it just Monday through Friday?
Nope, it's business, it's calendar days.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, good question. Okay, paragraph C, survey. The survey must be made. All right, so we're going to talk about survey. Survey is 1, 2, or 3. If you select option 1 for the survey, it's that you're going to reuse the seller's existing survey. And there's a whole bunch of caveats here and some black bold language, which is telling you, hey, this is super important, pay attention, because there's a 3-part series in paragraph C, 3 of C here. But 2 and 3 are very easy. Paragraph 2, the buyer's going to buy their own survey. In paragraph 3, the seller is going to buy the buyer a survey. So these are very straightforward. But C, not so straightforward. Within an X amount of days after the effective date of the contract, the seller has to give the buyer and the title company an existing survey of the property and a residential real estate affidavit. What makes a document an affidavit? Does anyone know?
Get it
No,
notarized.
notarized.
Notarized, yeah.
A notary seal. So people often say, well, it doesn't say it has to be notarized. Yes, it does. It says affidavit, and an affidavit is a notarized document, which is why you need to have the T47 notarized. So it says within X amount of days after the effective date, let's just say 10 days after the effective date of the contract, the seller is going to give the survey to both the title company and the seller. The seller shall furnish to the buyer and the title company the seller's existing survey of the property and a T47. And that T47 has to be a special document that's promulgated by the TDI, which we have a copy of that. Now, and this is where the 2 and 3-part series comes in. If the seller fails to furnish the existing survey or affidavit within the time prescribed, buyer shall obtain a new survey at the seller's expense, no later than 3 days prior to the closing date. So if we put in here that the seller is going to give me the survey within 5 days, and they don't give it to me within 5 days, they give it to me on day 6, what happens?
Seller's paid.
A survey must be ordered and paid for by the seller. You can no longer use the existing survey. They defaulted on that. So a survey must be ordered because it says the word shall, which means you have to, not maybe you like to or someone may opt to. It doesn't say maybe could. It says shall furnish to the buyer existing survey. And then it says if seller fails to furnish the existing survey or affidavit within the time prescribed, buyer shall. The buyer is required to obtain a new survey at the seller's expense no later than 3 days prior to closing. It's not an option. They have to. We've had situations where it was an intermediary scenario. Intermediary, which means we're all under the same Realty Texas roof, and the agents were friends. And the listing agent did not give the survey to the buyer agent within the time prescribed, and the buyer agent did not want to order a new survey because they didn't want to upset the other agent. What would you call that? A failure in fiduciary.
Misrepresent.
Yes. They're putting themselves first because they don't want to upset the other agent because they feel like it doesn't matter. Why do we have to do that to them? No, that's not what the contract says. The contract says you have to, and so order the survey. Now it's going to go on because this is where people miss this paragraph, and this is where they get really confused about it. Because it goes on to say, but what happens if they do deliver it within the time prescribed and someone doesn't like it? Because that's where the next part comes from, which is this if. If the existing survey or affidavit is not acceptable to the title company or the buyer's lender, the buyer shall obtain a new survey at someone's expense no later than 3 days prior to the closing date. So this is a saga that says within X amount of days, the seller has to give the title company and the buyer the survey and the T47, both of those together. If the notarized T47 and the survey is given to the buyer and the title company, and the title company says we're good. Story over. If they fail to give it in the time prescribed, day 6 instead of day 5, you gotta order a new survey, and the new survey is going to be paid for by the seller. But if the seller does give it to them in time, and the title company or the lender says, this is a no-go. This isn't going to work. A new survey has to be ordered and someone has to pay for it. And that's where this comes in. And it can't be both. So what happens usually is, all right, look, Mr. Seller, within 5 days, give us your survey. And if someone doesn't like it, the buyer will pay for a new one. And that's usually from the seller. The seller says, look, I'll give you my survey, but if you don't like it, you can go get yourself a new one. That is kind of what has been, that's the story that unfolded when you click C1 and you click on buyer.
So I have a question, Jack. So
Okay.
if the seller provides the survey, and like you just said, the title company or the lender say, no, we don't like this one.
Mhm.
So now, and then it's supposed to be at the buyer's expense to order it, but then the buyer say, I don't want to pay for it. The seller's supposed to provide the survey to me. Then what happened? Who's now going to
No,
have to
that's not,
pay for it?
that's not what the contract says. The contract says the seller within 10 days is going to give the survey and the affidavit to the buyer and the title company. And if they do it within the time prescribed, great, unless someone doesn't like it. And if someone doesn't like it, then they have to pay for a new one. But if they don't give it in time, it's automatically a new one has to be ordered and paid for by the seller. So there's not a question here because everything is handled. It's just all in the timeline. If the seller gives the survey to the buyer and the lender says no, then the buyer has agreed to buy a new one and the buyer doesn't get a choice. It's ordered and it shows up on the closing disclosure. Jamara.
So this is kind of related, kind of random, but I have some investment properties and I received laminated surveys.
Yeah.
Why did they laminate them? If I hand this to the title company laminated like this, if this is considered acceptable?
Yeah, so they're going to give you multiple copies. They probably emailed you a paper copy and then given you nice copies that you can keep forever. And people like that because they can grab a magic marker or a whatever those whiteboard markers are and be able to write on it and then wipe it off and write on it again if they're going to figure out where their pool is going to go and that kind of stuff. So I actually have a couple of those right here next to my desk, which I usually show as an example as I'm teaching my classes of those nice little laminated surveys. So exactly right. Same exact scenario. So that's why. Okay. So C1, you're dealing with an existing survey and very, very important that we follow the timelines and understand what it says and the buyer and the seller understand what their requirements are. The buyer agent and the listing agent has to explain to the buyer and the seller what their requirements are. So as we're getting into this contract and we're starting to explain some of these paragraphs, you start realizing I really can't just blindside someone with a DocuSign version of the contract. I really do need to go over them with this because there are some decisions that have to be made. It's not just what do you want to offer in paragraph C 3C and what do you want to offer in paragraph 9 closing and what do you want to offer any closing clause in 12A1B and that be it. Oh, and by the way, maybe 7H home warranty residential service contract. There's more. And Trek understands there's more. And Trek's like, look, let's make sure that we're going through this contract and explaining all these paragraphs so they understand, because we haven't even gotten into the objections paragraph. And I'm not going to explain the objections paragraph like I do in other classes to this one, because it's actually the most advanced thing. I am going to give you the Cliff Notes version. If the buyer wants to have chickens on their property, but they don't know if they can, if they want to have a branded work truck in the driveway, but they don't know if they can, if they want to have a boat on the property or a pool, if they want to have an RV on the property and they don't know if they can, if they want to have an Airbnb, a short-term rental, if it's a property that they don't know quite if they can lease it or not, if they don't know if it's a condo and we're using the condo form. Condo also has an objections paragraph where maybe the condo has a 1-year waiting list for turning it into a rental because they can only have a certain amount of rentals to make sure that it stays warrantable and it's an HOA doc, so they're on the waiting list to turn it into a rental. Objections is I have a use for the property and I want to make sure that I carve this use out because I want a home office or I want to have this is going to be a rehabilitation home that or a halfway house or all of these things, right? If there's a use for the home that is a deal breaker that you're not going to move forward with, don't be that agent that sends an email to the listing agent that says, "Can you answer these 10 questions? Can they have a purple rooster on the third Tuesday of the month on their property?" Because the listing agent's not going to know. If you have something like that, tell the buyer, look, I don't care what the listing agent says because they're going to be wrong. I want you to look at the documents ourselves and find out. If it's clear that you can't have a school bus parked in the driveway 24/7 in Terra Vista, I'm going to tell my client, look, it's very likely that that's not going to be the case and you're going to blow through an option period. But if you're out in the country and you want to have a hobby farm on the property and you're pretty sure that that's okay, get the offer in and put it in objections and give back the deed restrictions and look on the deed restrictions yourself from the HOA to determine whether or not you can or cannot. So you're going to put that objections here. A pool, an RV, those types of things. Don't rely on what the listing agent says whether or not you're going to submit an offer, because if the client really wants to get an offer in, secure the offer and get that offer answered through the option period. And if it's really unknown, tell them, look, we're uncomfortable about this and we're going to offer a lower option. You've been on the market for a while. We want time to be able to secure this, get the offer answered. Okay. Buyer may object in writing to a, and I have to change my slides because you guys are going to appreciate what I've done for you here. Buyer may object in writing to a defect, an exception, an encumbrance to the title disclosed on the survey, and it has to be on the survey, or on the commitment. Now, they have a certain amount of days to object, and that if this field is left blank, it very clearly says must object the earlier of I, the closing date, or II, days after buyer receives the commitment. So there are situations where a blank means something, and this is one of those situations. This is not a situation where a blank means the buyer and seller haven't negotiated it yet, because the contract says what happens if it's left blank. What does the contract say if this is left blank, this number of days?
It
The buyer
becomes the
can
moment
object
you
to
receive
closing.
it.
Stephen?
The buyer can object until closing.
Yes, Stephen and Mike both absolutely correct. The buyer has until the close date if they leave this blank. Now, I can tell you that when you get a cash offer, a lot of listing agents are naive on paragraph 6D and they see both of these empty and they think that's good for my seller. They're not asking for days, they're not asking for anything that's good. But exactly the opposite is true. If it's blank, it's good for the buyer and bad for the seller. It's better to have a fewer number of days for the seller because I can object to defects, exceptions, or encumbrances or on the survey or the commitment. An exception, encumbrances on the commitment, or anything that I write in that box within a certain number of days. Now let's talk about what these different things mean. A defect is a publicly recorded lien, a mortgage, or a judgment. An exception, items the title insurance policy will not cover. By the way, it actually talks about those. Let's go back up to the top. 6A 1 through 9. Do you remember what 6A 1 through 9 was? We spent about 40 minutes talking about it.
HOA, the all that, all those things.
Exactly right. So they're saying, other than those, because we already know that those are an issue, and you already know that those are not going to be covered, so you can't object if you find out about those things because it's very much covered in the contract. So if there is a item in the title insurance policy will not cover, other than the ones we know that they're already not going to cover. Deed restrictions. Encumbrances is the big one. This is a light bulb for you guys. If this is left blank, and if one of the blanks is encumbrance, and an encumbrance is a deed restriction, or an easement or encroachment, or a CC&R. What is a CC&R? Covenants, conditions, and restrictions, HOA documents. Did you know that the promulgated HOA rules in Texas say that you have to have a brown, black, or green hose? How many of you seen an orange hose? You can literally object and get out of the contract because the property has an orange hose attached to it. Issue delete all the way to the day of closing and say, well, I left this blank and I don't like the HOA documents. It says an orange hose. I'm out. Give me my earnest money on the day of closing. So this is really, really a big door to leave open. This is not a bullet hole. This is a cannon left open in the contract. So if you're the listing agent, you had better have this down to day 8 or less. I like to see 8 days or less here because this is a really big hole that you leave open under encumbrances. Or prohibited uses, home office, RV on property, etc., on the survey or the commitment. If the buyer does not object within the negotiated deadline, the buyer waives the right to object. So if you have 8 days in there, then buyer may object in writing to defects, exceptions, or encumbrances to the title disclosed on any of these. On the defects, exceptions, encumbrances on their survey or the commitment. And then it says, or which prohibit the following activity. And that's put in there. I want to have a duck on the property. I want to have a goose on the property. I want my work truck. I want a pool. I want something special use. And if you don't have anything, just say no special objections noted. We don't have any special objections noted. You can leave a blank or you can put in there no special objections. But what are we never going to put in that blank?
NA?
NA only. No,
That's
residential only.
Residential only. Exactly right. Because what they were really saying is, well, if I can't live in the property, I want to be able to object. Well, it's a residential contract, so if you can't live in the property, it's not a residential contract, so the whole contract is void in the first place, so that's unnecessary. So that's what we're not going to put there, and that's what agents were taught to put in there for a really long time. They'd say, oh, what do I put in this? For residential use only, just put that there and you're good. Because that's what was propagated and taught, because no one actually taught what the paragraph really means. So a little bit different for that. Okay. We're going to go back to the contract because we are good with that. We can now move on through paragraph 6D. As you can see, there was a lot going on there with paragraph 6D. Title notices. Abstract or title. Broker advises buyer to have an abstract of title covered the property examined by an attorney. We have a separate agreement for this, but there are certain requirement disclosures that we have in the property code. If you look at chapter 538 of the property code, there are certain required disclosures that a seller is required to make and an agent is required to make to a buyer. And these disclosures have to be in writing. So these are actually required disclosures that we're supposed to read. And they either need an abstract, which is that land grant where they go back and they look at the abstract and then they take it and get a commitment. They either, if they are an attorney, they should have the abstract so they can go through and understand what they found, or get a title policy that's going to cover them so that they can make an informed decision. Whether or not the property is in an HOA, statutory tax districts and what those mean, especially chapter 49 of the Texas Water Code, Tidewaters required disclosure, annexation of the 5.001 property code, which is also the same section where you can find the seller disclosure notice requirements for Texas, is 5-01 5-008 is the seller's, it's same property code. Property located in a certified service area for utility service provider. This is like a propane gas system area, but they talk about that in here as well. PIDs, public improvement districts, transfer fees, if there is a transfer fee in the property, propane gas system service areas, notice of water level fluctuations, which is a kind of a big deal if you're on a lake. And then required notices, if there is a mud, PUD, PID, water control or improvement district, all of that, those notices need to be here. And this is the seller and the buyer. If there is one and the buyer didn't put it, the seller needs to counter them and put it here because this is important. And if you don't know, Cindy Bell will help you with this item, required notices, because it is a law in Texas that if there is a mud and if the mud is not disclosed, do you know what can happen to your transaction?
Wait, buyer could terminate at any time because you just helped me with that.
It's worse than that. You're right that the buyer can terminate, but what happens after closing? It says in the property code that the transaction can be unwound. It can be unsold. That is the biggest piece of liability. There's only one transaction that I've ever seen that was unwound, and it was the property in Hutto because of the meeting of the minds. I have not seen a situation where this has happened, but the possibility is if the buyer decides later that they don't want this house, they can unwind the transaction based on not providing the mud disclosure prior to the closing date. So if you get all the way through the closing date and you did not disclose it, there is a transaction. There is a possibility that that transaction can come back and all of the fees to close that property, including commissions, will be now a judgment against the air and emissions insurance. So that's a bad one. Okay.
I have a question. Is there anything called special assessment here in Texas where the neighborhood was done and now there's some type of front foot fee
Yes.
that's getting paid and the buyer doesn't know or the agent didn't know? Do you
Yes.
guys, I mean, does it exist?
Yes, it does exist. However, it's going to show up in the HOA documents and it's a required disclosure from the HOA. So if the seller knows about a special assessment that's coming up into the HOA, and this would be the HOA has a $250,000 fence. They have $400 in the bank, and they're going to have to make an assessment across the board, and it's going to be an assessment that's levied against each homeowner of $1,000. If the seller is aware of such assessment, and that's in the home HOA documents, if the seller is aware, it's a mandatory disclosure. And if they don't provide that disclosure after, they're subject to that fee after closing. But special assessment is not from a municipality, it's from the HOA itself, whether that's a condo or the HOA. But yes, special assessments are a thing and they have to be disclosed, which is why part of the HOA documents is a current accounting, and the lender's going to look at them. They're going to want to see what their budget is for the year. They're going to want to see the minutes. They're going to want to see any special assessments that are recorded. And then if the seller is aware of any special assessments, they have to provide that. But that's a part of the HOA addendum. Okay, moving on to paragraph 7. And believe it or not, yes, we have 23 paragraphs to go through, but from here on out, it's going to take us 15 minutes. So we're exactly on time. Paragraphs 1 through 5 take hours. The rest of it, we're going to speed through. However, we're going to take a little bit, about 8 minutes here on property condition. Inspections can happen at any time, irrespective of whether they had an option period or whether or not they have the irrespective right to terminate the contract. Inspections can happen at any time. The seller shall permit the buyer and the buyer's agents access to the property at reasonable times. Buyer may have the property inspected by inspectors selected by buyer and licensed by TREC or otherwise permitted by law to make inspections. Any hydrostatic testing may be separately authorized by the seller in writing. Seller at seller's expense shall immediately cause existing utilities to be turned on and shall be kept on during the time the contract is in effect. Back in the foreclosure crisis, we found a lot of properties that the gas meter had been removed and there was just an open pipe on the side of the property. And who knows how many months that sat there with spiders and all kinds of stuff going down those pipes, and there just wasn't any utility to the property. Us agents would call the municipality and they would say, well, there's a $3,000 balance owed, so you're going to have to pay that in order to get the utilities turned on. So the listing agent with this property, with a seller who is selling the property, would have to pay to get the utilities turned on because the seller oftentimes was long gone. Either you're going to let the property go to foreclosure or you're going to get utilities on. That's not the case anymore. Contractually, the seller has to turn them on so that the buyer and the seller is not in this issue with the utilities. Now the question often comes up, well, what happens if it's not? If it's not, then the seller is in breach. And if the seller is in breach, now the breach has to be cured. Either paragraph 15 kicks in, which is default and super performance, or we have to get the seller out of breach. So Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you're currently in breach. We have to cure the breach, which means we're going to extend the option, and that option is going to cost me another $500. So I have to pay it. We're going to reduce the sales price by $500. Or we're going to add $500 to the 12A1B closing costs, and we're going to pay you $500 so that I at least will be whole on that, and the utilities will be turned on so that the buyer can inspect the property. Do not be in a situation where you tell a buyer that this buyer can't do an inspection. Buyer has the right contractually, through an agreement between the buyer and seller, that they can do any inspection during reasonable times. Paragraph 7B is really important, and I want you guys to have ears up on this one because this is a company policy. There's a big difference on who you represent on the outcome of paragraph 7B. The Texas Property Code 5-008 is the seller's disclosure requirement in Texas. In fact, it says it right here, 5-008. That's part of the Texas Property Code. If you go to 5.008, you will see in the law exactly the seller's disclosure that you see on TREC. It's actually in a book exactly like you see it on TREC. That is required for all sellers of a residential of not more than 4 dwelling units to provide a seller's disclosure to the purchaser. When?
Don't they have to turn it in before? I don't know. I know a lot of people attach it to the listing. But I think it has to be before they do the contract.
Yes. Before, good job, Jamara, excellent. The seller's disclosure is required to be provided before going under contract. But what happens when it's not? The law says prior to a seller and a purchaser consummating a contract, the seller shall provide a written seller's disclosure substantially similar to the law, and has a picture of it in the law book in -50008 in the Texas code. So if they don't, there has to be, the seller is in breach on day one. So there has to be a provision for that under paragraph 7B2. As a listing agent at Realty Texas, if you receive an offer and that offer has 7B2 checked, you are to put a line through 2, check 7B1, sign the contract, and attach the seller disclosure and send it over to them. It's important enough to counter this transaction because guess what 7B2 says? It says that you get a free 7-day out for no reason on the date that you actually received the seller's disclosure. And no such free out was given on 7B1. So if I have a 5-day option or a 3-day option, I've really not only get a free option through here for 7 days, because it's really kind of like an option. It's the only place in the contract where it's for any day, any reason that they can have 7 days from the date they received the seller disclosure. So if you sign a contract on the 1st and on the 3rd, the seller's disclosure was received, you have 7 days from the 3rd to back out for any reason and get your earnest money back. Let's see what it says. And at this point, it's still an offer. Remember, because when you're filling this out, it's an offer. So when the offer was received, it said, buyer hasn't received the notice. Within 5 days after the effective date of the contract, seller shall deliver notice to buyer. If the buyer does not receive the notice, buyer may terminate this contract at any time prior to the closing, and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. So if they never get it at all, they can get all the way to the closing table and get their earnest money back, even if it's on the last day. If the seller does deliver the notice, buyer can terminate the contract for any reason within 7 days after the buyer receives the notice or prior to the closing, whichever occurs first, and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. So this says, look, you're already in violation of the property code. Here's an offer I'm giving you. So before the offer turns into a contract, we should have crossed out 7B2, checked off 7B1, and they don't get such a date. But if you sign it with 7B2 checked off, they get 7 free days from the date that you gave it to them. We don't want to leave that door open. It's a door wide open. You agree? So from the listing agent perspective, we want to be careful. From the buyer agent perspective, I get a lot of pushback and not a pushback. I get a lot of questions about, well, should we even ask for a seller's disclosure? Because maybe we want that 7 days. What kind of question is that? That seller's disclosure could have a major material defect like foundation damage or something huge, and you just burned through an option. Because the place for a seller to disclose major material defects is on one place and one place only, and it's not the agent remarks in the MLS. It's the seller disclosure. So yes, we have a fiduciary duty to try to get our hands on that seller's disclosure before we go under contract, because once we go under contract, the moment the offer is turned into the contract, the option money has been spent. We don't want to blow through someone's option money to try to get free 7 days to get back out, to use the option money to get out, which would be crazy, right? So we want as much, go ahead.
I have a question. So doesn't the disclosure that they provide to you be attached with the contract while you're submitting the offer?
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe there is no. But if you're the listing agent here at this company, it had better, because the time to get the listing, the seller disclosure is before you go live in the MLS. Mr.
Right.
Seller,
I mean, even during the listing packet, when interview, you should have the disclosure signed by the seller. So
I
why
don't
not
agree with
have
that.
it? Huh?
I don't agree with that, because I like to use Seller Shield. And Seller
Seller
Shield
Shield.
is
Okay.
a link that I'm going to send, and it's an invitation to go into Seller Shield. And if we use Seller Shield and there's an issue, they will pay for our deductible. Our E&O insurance deductible will be waived as the listing agent if an issue comes up regarding a seller's disclosure item later and it hits our E&O insurance. Our E&O and deductible is waived.
So
So
basically, seller should verify the seller's information to make it accurate. Is that what it is for? Or
Seller Shield is a insurance company-ish that
uh-huh.
is a system built by attorneys for them to walk through explaining why they need to and they've got videos explaining each section. We're not attorneys. We can't help the seller touch pen to paper on a seller's disclosure. They have to fill it out. We can give them ideas. Have you done anything to the home? Has you got hail damage on the roof? Do you have mold? We can talk to them about all these things that could be going on, but we can't fill it out for them. We can't say, let me fill this out for you. Even if they're visually impaired, we cannot fill it out for them. They have to fill it out on their own. What's
Right.
nice, online version has little videos and it walks them through filling it out. And then they can pay for additional coverage, which is a couple $100, which will prepay any legal expenses that comes up to $30,000. Verify the number, because it's something like that. I'm not exactly right with the number, but I could be, but it's something like that. But more
Okay.
importantly, whether they pay for the coverage or not, if they've used the Seller Shield, our E&O insurance coverage will be waived if our E&O insurance deductible will be waived.
Okay.
So where do you find Seller Shield? On your dashboard in your .me. In the section where it says E&O and special links, where we have all the different MLSs, there's a link for Seller Shield. So I definitely recommend not giving them the piece of paper during the listing. I recommend that you send them the link so that they can fill it out and get that done, and be checking in with them. Hey guys, I really need this before we go live. You have a statutory requirement in Texas to provide this to the buyer before you go under contract.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad I learned this. I didn't know anything about it.
Excellent. Angel.
I've got a question on the attachment that needs to go with the seller's disclosure. What is that number again? I keep thinking I hear 1414, but I looked it up and that doesn't sound right.
Okay.
So,
There are two, and it depends on which seller's disclosure you use.
okay. Well, I used Seller Shield and I loved it.
Well, Seller Shield will allow you to use the Trek version or Texas Realtors, one of those two. I like the Texas Realtors seller's disclosure. ABOR, no, I don't want, I want TXR. I'm guessing that's Trex. There it is. Okay. So TXR 1906 concerning lead-based paint. There's also TXR 1407 regarding on-site sewer. There's also 14, I think it's 1414 regarding are you in a flood hazard area?
Oh, yes, that's right. 1414 is hazard.
Mm-hmm. So somewhere in here it talks about flood hazard area and attached TXR 1414, which is right here in the bottom right corner. And so the lawsuit was over the TXR 1414, whether or not they were in a 500 or 100-year floodplain. So these attachments to the seller's disclosure, Seller Shield will make sure that you get this right, and it will make sure that these attachments come along for the ride so you don't miss any of the attachments, because what has been challenged in court is if there's an attachment to the seller's disclosure, whether it's promulgated or not, that's attached to the seller's disclosure, it's like you never delivered 5-008 seller's disclosure in the first place.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm stuck in. And all right, now let's get back to property. We are here under seller's disclosure notice, property conditions. All right, so now we understand 7B. We're good with that. If we're the listing agent, we need to make sure, even if we have to counter the offer that we got from the buyer to 7B1, this is important enough to uncheck 7B2, check 7B1, attach the seller's disclosure, and send that over along with the offer to make sure that everyone understands that the seller's disclosure was received. And if you're the buyer agent and you haven't received the seller's disclosure, you should make every reasonable effort to check the MLS attachments and know the MLS attachments is not delivery. We have to send it to them as part of the package. This T47, the survey, and the seller's disclosure, the T47 affidavit notarized, all of those should come along for a ride to make sure you as a listing agent have provided them survey, T47, and the seller's disclosure. And the seller's disclosure will be one PDF from Seller Shield with all of its attachments built into it. Then you know that you're protected. Down here, it talks about the required, and item 3 is if it's not required for the Texas Property Code. And the Texas Property Code is not going to require it if it's coming from a court order, a third-party company that's like a relocation company because they purchased it, or an estate, things like that. Now, I get a lot of questions about investors who are out of state who purchase a home and then want to sell it thinking I'm not required because I've never even been in the home. They know more about the home than they think. If a window got broken, they knew about it. If the roof got blown off, they knew about it. So the property management company or whoever's taking care of this will have kept them informed about some things. So it's not that they have to know everything about the property like a crystal ball. It's whatever they do know, they have to disclose. Even if it's unknown on every item, whatever they do know, they have to disclose, which is why Texas says, I don't care what the situation is, whether you've been inside the property or ever saw it as an investor, you still have that requirement. But there are some exclusions and they're very limited. So if it's between a buyer and seller on a 1 to 4 family, there's not going to be an exclusion for them. So we've talked about 1, 2, and 3. We talk about if the property is built before 1978, a lead-based paint addendum has to be included in the contract. And then it's going to talk about this next section, paragraph D, as is. We used one example of when we would maybe check off period item 2 today. It says that as is means the present condition of the property with any and all defects and without warranty except for the warranties of title and the warranties in the contract. Buyer agreement to accept the property as is under paragraph 7D 1 or 2 down below does not preclude the buyer from inspecting the property, from negotiating repairs or treatments in a subsequent amendment, or from terminating the contract during the option period. So it says, look, all we're saying right now is that we accept the property as is. We still have the ability, and as is simply means that the seller is not required to make a repair and the buyer is not required to purchase the property. The buyer gets to do all the due diligence, learn about the property, and determine if they want to move forward or not. So as is Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, the seller doesn't have to make a repair in Texas. The buyer doesn't have to move forward. So even after your option period, if certain repairs hit a certain amount, you can still bail. And we'll talk about what happens in a casualty loss scenario. Casualty loss, anyone? Paragraph 14. If a casualty loss happens during the contract, the buyer can bail. If the repairs under property condition, which talks right about here about lender required repairs, if it exceeds 5% of the sales price, buyer can bail regardless if they're in the option period. So all of these things are covered already. So as is Mr. Seller or Mr. Buyer, you're pretty covered. But if you do know that there's something that you want the seller to do, like you want them to paint the house, or you want them to replace the carpet, or how about this? What happens if there's a septic tank? You want to ask the seller to empty and pay for the septic system emptying at the time of the inspection so that the buyer can pay for the inspection and the seller can get their blank out so that they can look in the tank and see the bottom of it, see if there's any roots or cracks in the septic tank. So you might want to have the seller pay to have the septic tank emptied the day of the inspection. And so that way so these are different things that you can ask for treatments or repairs. No dollar amounts go in here. It's you want them to agree to pay for something, or fix something or clean something. Laura.
Question. If it's a bank-owned property, there's no electricity, it's as is.
They won't use this contract.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bank-owned properties have their own contracts.
Okay.
So lender required repairs and treatments. If there's a lender required repair or treatment, now we're talking about how would a lender find out about a repair? By the way, do we want to send the lender a copy of the inspection report? No. We don't want to send the lender a copy of the inspection report. That has nothing to do with them. It's an inspection report is a copyrighted document between the buyer and their inspector. No one gets a copy of that. Not that we want to hide it from the lender, but the lender doesn't have authority to see it. Technically, the buyer agent doesn't even have authority to see the inspection report. So the inspector can't even send the inspection report to the buyer agent. The buyer has to authorize the inspector to send their report or to themselves send it to the buyer agent. So the inspection report is not just this magical document that everyone gets to see. So now hearing that, how would the lender find out about a possible repair?
Through the appraiser?
Exactly right. On the appraiser, there is a section for concerns, and they're called notes. It literally is a note section. And the appraiser will say, visible wear on shingles. Well, that's fun because now that's a little time bomb they dropped in there. Or possible oak wilt on the trees, or earth to wood contact on the fence, or handrail missing 36 inches on front porch, or burner 4 on the stove is not working, or no visible flooring in the living area, etc. Depending on the loan type, FHA or VA, there's certain requirements that certain things be present in the home. And if the lender puts something on an appraisal, the lender has but no choice to cure it, or they can't fund. So that's how they find out about it, because the appraiser wrote a note on the appraisal report. So unless otherwise agreed on writing, neither party is obligated to pay for lender-required repairs, which includes treatments for wood-destroying insects, which is called a WDI, wood-destroying insects report here in Texas. We don't call it a termite report. We call it WDI because we have carpenter ants and things that are not termites that are also wood-destroying. If the parties do not agree to pay for the lender-required repairs or treatments, the contract will terminate, and their earnest money will be refunded the buyer. If the cost of lender-required repairs and treatments exceed 5% of the sales price, buyer can terminate the contract and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. So without fail, if the lender-required repairs exceed 5% of the sales price, the buyer can get the earnest money back all the way to the what day? All the way to the closing table. So that really means if you find out you've got bad shingles on the roof, is that going to be likely 5% of the sales price? It's very likely. What is 5% of $300,000? $15,000, right? So are shingles going to cost $15,000? It's likely. So that means that it's going to have to, the seller's going to have to work with the buyer. Thankfully, the $3,000 or $4,000 deductible for that home is going to cover it. So the seller had better make good on that. So if the seller's like, you know what, I'm not going to do it, they can deal with it. Mr. Seller, they can get out of the contract and get their earnest money and leave you with this disclosure. And now you will have to fix it for the next buyer because you don't have a buyer under contract anymore. So it's all to your benefit to pay your deductible and replace the shingles. Now, you may be able to negotiate with the buyer to split your deductible in half. I've seen that happen a lot. You're getting brand new shingles, so this is good for you. So this is at least worth $1,500 to you, buyer, right? Buyer says, no, I want shingles on their home. I don't care if they're 10 years old or 30 years old. I just want them in good shape. So fine. The seller says, well, we'll put used shingles on the roof. That's not a thing. But in any event, the paragraph E is all about leverage to the buyer because the buyer can get out. Completion of repairs and treatments. And this is an important one because this puts duties on the agents. Unless otherwise agreed in writing, sellers shall complete all agreed upon repairs and treatments if there's an amendment and they agreed upon repairs. This isn't they agreed upon a additional closing cost amount or a reduction in sales price, but an actual repair was agreed to that the seller has to have completed prior to closing. All agreed upon repairs and treatments prior to closing and obtain any required permits to do it. The repairs and treatments must be performed by persons who are licensed and provide such repairs or treatments, or if no license is required by law, are commercially engaged in the trade of providing such repairs and treatments, which means, Mr. Seller, no, you can't do it yourself. You have to get someone who's commercially engaged in that practice. So when you're going over the repairs with the seller and the seller says, oh yeah, no, I can do that. I can replace the water heater myself. Are you a plumber? No. Okay, look, let's read section F. It says that while there is not a requirement for a plumber right now to be have a plumber's license in Texas because the governor decided to get rid of that by a governor decree, then you have to be commercially engaged in the practice of doing it in order for you to be able to do it yourself. So are you doing this professionally? No, then you can't replace the water heater. And Uncle Bubba can't do it either unless Uncle Bubba is actually someone who's doing this full-time as a work. So currently commercially engaged in the practice, commercially engaged in the trade of providing such repairs and treatments. Seller shall first provide buyer with copies of documents from the repair person showing the scope of work and payment for the work completed, which means a receipt. And two, at the seller's expense, arrange for the transfer of any transferable warranties with respect to the repairs and treatments to the buyer at closing. If seller fails to complete any agreed repair and treatment prior to the closing date, the buyer can exercise remedies in paragraph 15, which is our default paragraph, or extend the closing date up to 5 days as necessary to allow the seller to complete it. So if you're on your final walkthrough and you find out the repairs weren't done, it can be pushed out 5 days, giving the seller time to do it. So again, there's no breach. There may be a breach, but there's no default. Remember that. There's no breach. Environmental matters. If buyer's concerned about environmental matters, there's a disclosure for that. Residential service contract, which we've talked about a lot today as an example. There's no check-off box to turn this on. So if this is left blank, then it's not yet been negotiated, even if it has been turned into a contract. So if the idea is that the seller is not going to pay anything, that they're going to put a 0 here, or if it's negotiated, there'll be an amount here. Many brokerages require a residential service contract because a service contract will help a brokerage from their E&O insurance policy if a defect comes later regarding a major mechanical. It's actually to the seller and the listing agent's advantage to actually have and pay for a residential service contract, which is why some firms require a residential service contract to be paid for and agreed to by the seller in the listing agreement. It protects everyone. If you are an agent that's purchasing it for yourself or for your family member, you have to make such disclosure under paragraph 8. Paragraph 9 is closing. We know that one. That's the favorite day. If it doesn't close by the close date, it's not in default and the contract is not dead. After the close date, if it's not closed and funded, you don't just get to put it back in the MLS. You guys got to figure it out. And I can tell you that Cindy and I, 2 days after closing, because the lender couldn't meet the close date and the seller is trying to sell it to someone else now, we have sued them. No, we have not sued them. We have scared them with an attorney letter and we forced them to close because of what this says. But if either party fails to close by the sale date of the closing, the non-defaulting party may exercise the remedies contained in paragraph 15. The thing is, if either party fails to close by the closing date, the non-defaulting, it goes through, and as you read items 1 through 5, it very clearly says if the buyer, no fault to their own, doesn't close the transaction in time and it's a lender's fault or title company's fault, it can close after without it being a default. So it's on or before or within 7 days after objections made under paragraph 60 have been cured or waived, whichever date is later. If either party fails to close by the closing date, the non-defaulting party may exercise the remedies contained in paragraph 15, but even then, it's not in default until someone calls default. And even then, the other party can still say, I'm not in default. You're calling default, but I'm not in default because this isn't my fault and we're going to close and force them to close. I have had agents after closing sign terminations because they didn't close in time, not realizing that we could have saved the deal for them, and they let the client out by signing a termination. And I'm just like, my God, why didn't you get your manager involved? So we ask you guys not to sign terminations without getting us involved because we can most likely save the transaction. If it's just a buyer wanting out, we totally get it. But that's why we don't sign terminations. We get them with Cindy just to make sure, because we've seen too many agents just let people walk away with transactions, not realizing that their clients had rights and they didn't understand that going past paragraph 9 didn't automatically terminate the contract. We're almost done. We're going to be about 2 more minutes. Possession is either upon closing and funding or according to a temporary residential lease. You will see in the big bold language here, consult your insurance agent prior to change of ownership and possession because insurance coverage may be limited or terminated. The absence of written lease or appropriate insurance coverage may expose the parties to economic loss. If the seller stays in after closing, they don't own the property anymore. The buyer has to get insurance on the property before the seller moves in, and the seller should get renter's insurance. If the buyer moves in early, the buyer should get tenant insurance. So there's a lot going on here. And under paragraph 10B, it says smart devices. We have to make sure that if the television was conveyed, that the factory settings are reset so that the kids aren't sitting down and buying Netflix and buying videos on Hulu and buying Apple TV products. So any smart devices need to be reset to factory settings. And if there's a Ring doorbell and all of that these days, it's really just a matter of what it's connected to. However, a seller should delete the Ring apps from their phones and all of their devices so they no longer have access to any of the security of the home. And that's a requirement that we have to remind our seller, because 2 weeks later, oh, I wonder what's going on at my old house. Oh, look, they have a dog. No, 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 no. That is illegal privacy. So we have an obligation to tell them here that they have to disable all of those things. Deliver to buyer written information containing all the access codes, the usernames, the passwords, and applications. Buyer will need to access, operate, manage, and control the smart devices. Terminate and remove all access and connections to the improvements and accessories from any seller's personal devices, including but not limited to their phones and computers. This is a hard turnoff. at closing. So be sure that you guys have had a conversation with them about this. Another reason why we need to take them through this contract paragraph by paragraph. And no, it shouldn't take them 8 hours, but you should have about a 20-minute segment that you go through this stuff with them. Special provisions, what I like to call the illegal practice of law. There's not a lot of reasons that you guys should be using paragraph 11, but there are some. Paragraph 11 really is going to come down to one thing and one thing only: a note. If it's a mobile home you're selling, maybe it's the plate number. If you've got too many sellers in paragraph 1 or too many buyers, you're going to say see paragraph 11. If the legal description is way too long to fit in paragraph 2, you're going to say see paragraph 11 and use it as a larger note field. And we only have 3 lines here. It used to be 5 or 6, so they're making this smaller and smaller because agents have been using this for purposes other than what they're contractually allowed to under their license. Paragraph 12 is very simple. We're not going to talk much about this. It is simply this one thing. It is a number that the seller has agreed to cover in the buyer's closing costs. Oftentimes, this number is more than what the closing costs are. If it's more, it's not a check that the buyer is going to get. That money is going to go back to the seller. If the buyer's closing cost is $12,000 and the seller agreed to pay $15,000, the $3,000 goes back to the seller. However, a method for a buyer to use that is to order a buy down point, and maybe that buy down point costs $5,000. So they have to decide, would I rather pay an additional $2,000 to use their $3,000 or not pay my $2,000 and let them have the $3,000 back? So the lender is the one who is going to determine really what goes on paragraph 12. So sometimes we're trying to get repairs done and a lot's going on in the transaction and there's more and more damages and we just keep tacking more and more into paragraph 12. You better be talking with the lender because you may take to paragraph 12 and rise it and exceed it to a level that they can't even take, because it says whatever goes back to the buyer. It goes back to the seller because it's the seller's money. Prorations, everyone know what prorations are. The current year's taxes are prorated from the date from the first of the year to the close date of the current year. Last year's taxes will be paid in full. This year's taxes have not been paid. So the title company is going to be talking with the appraisal district, and part of their normal operations, figure out what the property taxes are from January 1st to the close date, and the seller is going to provide that as a credit to the buyer at the tax rate of last year's, because that's all we know. We don't know what this year's tax rate is going to be until next year. It could be the tax rates change, could go up or down. What's supposed to happen is if it's not enough or too much, that the parties have to handle that outside of closing between the two of them. So if the taxes for the current year vary from the amount prorated at closing, the parties shall adjust their prorations when tax statements for the current year are available. So they're making a promise that next year that they'll come back together and they'll agree to make each other whole if this number is wrong, which never ever actually happens. But it could happen, and something that you might want to even talk to your clients about when the tax day comes, when the appraisal assessments come up. Hey, all right, so it looks like you guys have to pay an extra $800 for last year that we didn't know about. Go back your contract and read paragraph 13 because it looks like you're owed a credit from that last seller. And then they have to work it out between the two of them because they made that agreement. If the property has a material change in condition during the time the contract is in force, the buyer can bail, or the buyer can wait for the insurance company to pay off and fix the property. If any part of the property is damaged or destroyed by fire or casualty after the effective date of the contract, the seller shall restore the property to its previous condition as soon as reasonably possible, but in any event, by the closing date. If the seller fails to do so, due to factors beyond their control, the buyer has a couple of options. One being terminate the contract and get their earnest money. B being extend the time up to 15 more days, which is probably unlikely. Or C, accept the property in its current condition with an assignment of insurance proceeds. So find out that the insurance is going to cover it. The insurance company says we're going to assign the monies to you guys, rip the shingles off. The insurance company says, we're going to replace the shingles. It's going to take a month because everybody in town doesn't have shingles. And the buyer says, fine, I'm going to go ahead and buy it now. And the insurance company will replace the shingles in 10 days from now, or in 30 days from now, or whatever it is. So that's what the casualty loss section is. We need to know that there is such a thing as a assignment of insurance proceeds, because we shouldn't just tell the buyer their only option is to wait 180 days before they can close, because their rate lock's going to expire, situations can change, appraisal numbers may be different, the whole thing they need to know that they have other options if the casualty situation occurs. And that happens a lot right now. Lots of hailstorms, lots of flooding going on, lots of windstorms, lots of stuff like that. So this is a paragraph we should know and keep handy, because it's going to happen to you more than once in your career. Paragraph 15, we talk about a lot. It says the same thing exact in here twice, one from the seller perspective and one from the buyer. The buyer fails to comply with the contract, the buyer will be in default, and the seller may enforce specific performance, seek other relief as may be provided by law, or both, or terminate the contract and receive the earnest money as liquidated damages. This word liquidated damages is very important. Liquidated damages means if the non-defaulting party gets the earnest money, that means they can't come back later and sue. It's done. Here's the money. That's all you get, no more. You can't sue, because this is liquidated damages, thereby releasing both parties is what liquidated damages really means. So, and then if the other party fails to comply with the contract, they can be in default. But again, if he keeps saying all over the contract, may enforce paragraph 15. So if they're in breach, then someone can call default, and the default remedy is enforce specific performance, suing them to buy the house or sell the house, seek other such relief as may be provided by law, sue them for damages, or both, or terminate the listing, walk away, and get the earnest money. Does anybody know what happens when you have a client that's awarded earnest money in a transaction that you're representing? You get 50% of them as part of your commission. And so that is part of your commission agreement. Mediation, attorney fees, escrow. I'm going to talk about only one section of the escrow, because all of it is very much uninteresting and doesn't matter to you, but what does matter to you is notices. Escrow agent notices will...
Hold on, what did you just say about the commission?
Read your buyer rep agreement and read your listing agreement. It talks about what happens if your client is awarded, if the buyer is awarded earnest money, half of it goes to the buyer agency. If the seller is awarded earnest money, half of it goes to the seller agent. So
For the termination of contract, for the termination of contract?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep, exactly right. So read your buyer rep and read your listing agreement about what it says about that, because 50% of the earnest money is part of the commission paragraph. So someone bails, you've done all that work, you get 50% of the earnest money to pay you for all of that work, and now you're going to put it back under contract and sell it to someone else. You're on contract number 6, and thing is that if it kept getting refunded to the other side, then no. But if your client was awarded it, you're representing the seller, 90% of the time the earnest money is going to go to the buyer. But if the seller collects the earnest money from the buyer, you're going to get 50% of it. That is what the representation agreement says. Paragraphs notices here under the title company escrow, which is important. It says notices, escrow agent notices will be effective and will be effective when sent in compliance with paragraph 21. Notice of objections to the demand will be deemed effective upon receipt of the escrow agent. These are notices down here. Notices. All notices from one party to the other must be in writing and are effective when mailed to, hand delivered, or transmitted by fax. So when you are providing acceptance, when you are providing termination, when you're providing an agreement for an option extension, you are required, and it doesn't say agents, from agent to agent. It says from one party to the other, which is why you have a requirement in the emails as an agent to be sending this to the email addresses they have here. All notices from one party to the other must be in writing and are effective when mailed to, hand delivered, or effective by fax. So we are required, just like the title company up here in notices, they have the same requirement. Escrow agents' notices will be effective when sent in compliance with paragraph 21. Title companies can send everything to 21, which is to the agents, not necessarily, but it has to be to the buyers and sellers through paragraph 21, which is the same thing that we have as a requirement to under notices. So just be cognizant that you have to include the buyer and the seller with every notice, whether it's a termination, whether it's an acceptance, whether it's an option extension, all of those things. Paragraph 19 talks about all covenants that this is actually a big one. Seller may continue to show the property and receive and negotiate and accept backup offers. In the contract, they're saying, look, buyer, I'm going to continue showing this property, but all of our promises and our representations and the warranties in the contract survive closing. If any representation of the seller in the contract is untrue in the closing date, seller will be in default. Unless expressly prohibited by a written agreement, seller may continue to show the property. So this representations is not, I have an agent on each side. These are because people think representations is, oh, there's a broker on each side of the transaction. That's not what this says. This says exactly the opposite. This says if the seller lies, that lie survives closing. Federal tax requirements, we're not going to dump too deeply into this, but I will say that if you have a client who has not signed a non-foreign status, Miguel is very he has eyes on this. On your listing agreements, there is a field that says that the seller is or is not a foreign person. That field has all to do with this paragraph 20 of our contract. Paragraph 20 says, if you do not have a tax ID, you do not have to be an American citizen, and you do not have to have a tax ID to buy a property cash in the United States. If you sell that property and you don't have a tax ID, you have no sort of exemption on capital gains, and you will owe the US government, IRS, roughly 15 to 20% of the proceeds that you got from the sale. And then it says here that if the seller is a foreign person as defined by IRS, which means they don't have a tax ID, or if the seller fails to deliver an affidavit saying that they are a non-foreign person, meaning that they do have a tax ID, the buyer, and just soak this in for a moment, I know we're going over, but the buyer shall withhold from the sales price an amount sufficient to comply with the applicable tax law and deliver the same to the IRS with the appropriate forms. Let's put it to buyer. So there is no required disclosure going into the contract of whether or not the seller is or is not a foreign person, because the IRS doesn't want that to prohibit someone from buying the property because someone doesn't want to fill out the forms. IRS wants their money, so you don't get an out to that. It's just a requirement that you'll get put on you, and this is the deal, and this is the part that's kind of sucky. If it's not enough, you own it. You owe it later. And they will send a bill to your house and you could owe thousands of dollars. So what happens is there is a third party company that will get involved, that will help us. And Miguel, what was the name of that company? Katie, can you ask Miguel the name of the company for the federal tax requirements paragraph? I can't remember the name of it. There's a company that we actually use that will help you determine how much to withhold. We can tell the client, the buyer, you should get with a CPA and an attorney to have them look at this, but there's a third-party company that actually will come in, and most title companies use them and make this super easy for you. And I don't remember the name of the company offhand, and so I know Miguel's going to go look it up. We talked about 21 already. This is where any notice from one party to the other is not effective, including option extensions and terminations, unless they're emailed to what it says in the contract. So from one agent to the other, it's not effective. If you want it to be effective, you have to CC who it says here, which would be the clients. And then our last two paragraphs, which is paragraph 22 and paragraph 23. Agreement of parties. If there's something checked off here, it becomes part of the agreement. If there's nothing checked off here, then it's just these 23 paragraphs. You have third-party financing, you've got the seller financing addendum, the HOA addendum. These are what we see a lot. Third-party, HOA, maybe a seller's disclosure for lead-based paint. These are the ones that we see quite often. And maybe even addendum concerning right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, which we're going to talk about a lot on Friday. On Friday's class, we're going to pick up here on paragraph 23, and we're going to talk about the third-party financing. We're going to talk about this form, addendum concerning right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. We're going to talk about how to handle a multiple offer situation and how this form works inside and outside of a multiple offer situation, and how to deal with the financing of a contract using VA, FHA, and conventional, and how those three types of loans drastically change what the contract says. So we are officially done with all 23 paragraphs. Paragraph 23, I would put none here if your client is not represented by an attorney, just to make sure that everyone understands that this hasn't been negotiated yet. So if a buyer says, are you going to be represented by an attorney? None. Great. If you leave it blank, it leaves it open for the other side to hire an attorney later. So no, I'm represented by an attorney. I just hadn't figured out who it was yet. So I always do that to help my client. And then, of course, we know about the effective date. And the effective date has to be filled in before this contract goes to the title company. You're welcome. We have filled this in for you using our form system. It's something that I had always wanted that I never had, because I know what a pain this is to fill out. So one button click and it's completely filled in. So we've helped with that. And this entire page belongs to the title company. They're going to fill this in. And that's all you have. So it is 5:23. We went 23 minutes over, so thank you for your patience in hanging out with us. We spent quite a bit of time on the paragraphs that we needed to, just enough time to get through the whole thing. You're officially class dismissed, but I'm going to stick around because I know you've probably got a bunch of questions, because I haven't been able to answer a lot of the questions. So once I get through the questions, which I will stick around for 15 minutes, after that, I'm going to do your exam, send out that exam. And then tomorrow, you know what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow's an exciting day. We get to hear your value propositions tomorrow in your Mega Mini. Did you guys have fun at lunch today? For those of you who went? Good. I hope you guys got to spend a little bit of time in there having fun. Okay, Michelle, you got your first hand up.
Yay. Okay. I have like 3 side notes and 1 question, and I'll go very quick. I wrote it down. Okay.
Give me 1 second, Michelle, because Miguel needs something, and I think he needs to say something before people leave. Miguel?
Oh, I was going to ask you, what was the question about the company that you were asking, because I couldn't hear the question.
Paragraph 20, federal tax requirements. What's the name of the company that is assisting people with the FERPTA? FERPTA Solutions. I just remembered it.
Yes.
As soon as I said FERPTA, I remembered. It's called FERPTA Solutions. Upstate. Thank you, Miguel. Michelle, and then Cheryl, and then Lisa.
Under 7D, objection, how many days do
60
you
is
recommend?
objections. 7D is as is. 60 is objection. So which one are we talking?
Just give me a second. I'm talking about 6D, objection.
Okay.
When you say buyers may object in writing to defect, blah, blah, blah. And how many days do you suggest we put?
8.
8 days. Okay.
8 days or less.
8
That
days.
is industry standard. I often see 1 or 3 or 5. I will often put 3 in there, but I will not allow more than 8. And I do see people put 8 days. I will just give you this. If I were a buyer, I would demand 8 days, because the HOA documents are over 1,000 pages.
Yeah.
What's
So
the statement before that though? Isn't that place for statement, and then the 8 days is under it?
So as I mentioned, that the 8 days has to do with that space, and that space is an or. Before that, it is defects, exceptions, encumbrances to title. And if we go back to my slides again and we take a couple steps backwards and we look, the buyer can object to defects, exceptions, encumbrances on their survey or the commitment, as it says here. And then we go back and look at what that is. It is defects as publicly recorded liens, mortgages, or judgments, items the title insurance policy will not cover, your deed restrictions, easements, encroachments, and the CC&Rs, which is your HOA documents, or, and this is the part where they fill in, if they want to have a home office and RV on property. So this is only part of, this is what they're going to type in the yellow line. All of these other things are things that they can also object on. And so if they don't like a green hose or a purple hose, they can get out. So that 8 days has to do with defects, exceptions, encumbrances, or what they type in the yellow line. So it is defects, exceptions, encumbrances on the survey, or the following prohibited use or activity in that amount of days. Michelle, you said you had more than one question.
Yes, I just three very short side note, and I think it's so important because I actually created that after I take many classes with you. First, I want to tell to every agent, if it's your first contract, obviously you can disclose that to your mother, but disclose that to one of our preferred lender. Our preferred lender, and I cannot express enough that if you tell them it's your first contract, they're going to hold your hand. Like, I mean, it's so important because when I moved from Dallas to Austin, Austin was creating like new things. Like, I mean, I never seen that, like condo regime. There's things like I never seen in Dallas, and I live in Dallas for 30 years. But anyway, my lender, obviously I use Mark Howard, and he's just like absolutely phenomenal for that. The other thing is, I've seen it over and over, is sometimes we don't think about the other agent, how busy they are, how many email they have. Every single email title, I always put the address of the property. I put either offer, either amendment. That way, like I deliver in a higher quality and I appear to be easy to work with. I mean,
and we're going to go over a little bit more of that tomorrow as well in our multiple offer class as well.
Okay. And the last thing, and this is something like you actually created as I was like working my contract, is when I'm on the seller side, okay, I don't think sometimes people realize how great Outlook is. You know, because that was one of my first happy moments when I realized when I joined the company, like you were using Outlook. I've been using Outlook for 12 years. You know, it's like that's one thing I didn't have to learn too much about it. We use Outlook, and what I do is every time I have a listing, I actually get ready my seller's disclosure, my title, like my survey, and my T47. I save it. I put the address on the title, and I put /seller, like whatever. Then what happened is, if I'm busy or whatever happened, I have that, and if I have 5 offers, then I can send it in 2 minutes. Then I deliver and I protect my seller and I make it easy on myself. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Michelle. We've got a bunch of hands up, so let's get to those. Cheryl and Deandra. Cheryl first. Good.
Hi, my
Wait,
question is, go
hold
ahead.
on, Cheryl. I'm sorry. Lisa was actually next. She has something too.
Okay.
Oh, Cheryl can go and then I go.
Thank
And
you.
then
My question too is on D, on objections on that number 2 for the days. Is if you are a seller's agent and you miss that on the contract, can you go back and try to correct it?
You can try, but I mean, you have no leverage. You're going to ask them to counter a contract. You'd have to have a you can always present amendment. They have no reason to sign it. So the question is, why would they sign that? They already have a contract. Why would a buyer sign an agreement to minimize rights that were already given to them and agreed to? So unlikely that you'll be able to get that done, but it's more likely that if you limited it to begin with, that you'd be able to limit it for the.
Yeah, I missed it. It's my bad. I just didn't catch it. And so it's blank. So now I put my sellers at risk.
Your sellers can be at risk now because the buyer can terminate for any reason regarding the CC&Rs or any of that stuff all the way to the closing table. That is right. You may be able to, if they ask for repairs, in that repair and your seller agreed to it, cap 6D as part of a repairs addendum.
We are on repairs right now. So we already got past that point. So my heart is crushed.
Well, we're going to cross our fingers and hope that just based on sheer will that everyone gets to the closing table on time without issues.
Okay, and then my second question.
And quite frankly, Cheryl, the fact that they've got through the repairs is a good sign, right?
Yeah, we're in the middle of it now. It should be completed by next week, but I got their, I'll say, demand to what they want fixed, and we're honoring everything they've asked for. So, and it's a solid loan, so buyer. So gosh, I'm just crushed that I missed it. The second part, sorry. When you said attorney, you said none. What advantage would that do if you wrote none?
I don't like it. It means that they agreed to none.
Oh, I thought you said put none.
No, I did. I have found over the years that when an attorney gets involved in a real estate transaction, nobody wins. That's what I have learned. I would love them to get advice, but I don't like it when an attorney steps in to represent. Having an attorney advising someone versus representing someone is a very different scenario. You can put none there, and it doesn't mean that they can't hire an attorney to be represented by one. It means that that attorney is not the agent in the transaction. So if there are agents on both sides and there's not attorneys, I simply put none. And now that attorney is not inserting themselves and communicating with parties, they're simply advising one party or the other. So if my client, it does not have attorney, I'm going to put none, and I put none for both, and it usually sticks that way. That's what I do. It's not necessarily what I advise.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for your patience.
Anytime. It's always good to spend time with you. I appreciate it. And thank you for coming to class.
Mhm.
Deandra.
No,
hello.
Before everybody drops out.
Okay.
Because the numbers are dwindling. I just want to remind everybody that don't forget, get a good night's rest. The points end on Thursday night, so you still have time tomorrow to catch up. And then come in and do your UVPs tomorrow. Make sure you get the videos to us, that we have to have them if you're doing a video by the end of this evening. It's got to be before 9 o'clock, I would hope. And that's it. So just make sure, if we don't have your video, we are expecting you to do it live. Hey, did you want to add to that, Jack? I see Camille is dancing in the background. We have yours, Camille. And I did mention at lunch today that you don't have to stand, but it does help if you do stand. Although we have a video of a person who will remain nameless at the moment that is standing and sitting, and her sitting one is superior to the standing one. So there you go.
Amazing. Camille, you did amazing. You look like $1 million.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I have.
You look like every luxury real estate agent I've ever seen on a video. You are looking amazing in that video, and you are sounding powerful, and that's going to bring you business. There's just no question in my life. When that video, I said that video is Instagram ready right now. That video needs to be out in the world.
Hey, you're weighing the judges. You're not supposed to be saying anything.
I can't help it. I can't help it.
Okay, fine.
Okay, Deandra, hello. I was spying on you through the window as you were teaching your class today. It looked like it was going really well.
Yes, yes, we had a great turnout. For those of you who don't know, I changed my class from Monday from 11 to 12 to Wednesday from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So definitely check out my class, especially after Mega. But I did want to kind of pop in and let y'all know, I'm sure Jack may or may not have mentioned it earlier today, that we are going to be doing a recruiting video and another video as well. I kind of want to get a few highlights, mega highlights from y'all. Especially if y'all haven't noticed, I've been part of Mega and I'm in the background, but I'm listening to y'all and y'all have some fantastic stories and I would really love to capture that and share that on social media and share that amongst y'all's peers here. So if any of you are open to being on camera and filming that, send me a Teams or send me an email and I would love to talk to you about that. That's it.
Thank you, Deandra. I'm excited to see you guys talking about your Mega journey, kind of the confidence that you've built before or after Mega, maybe some of you reciting your contract paragraphs and your code of ethics. I think that that would impress your buyers and sellers out there too. So awesome. Thank you, Deandra. All right. Who else has got questions? I see lots of us. We've got still Amelia on the call, Laura, Rebecca, Dimitri, Gilbert, Christine, Knock. Who else has got questions for me? As soon as we're done with this, I'm going to start doing the homework because you know that takes me a bit.
Yeah, Jack, I just wanted to say something. If that is okay.
Please, Gilbert. Hi.
Yeah,
I can
thank
hear
you.
you much better
Thank you.
now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to appreciate you. Thank you very much for teaching this contract because it comes fresh and alive to me. Done my first purchase resale last year, and now I'm helping a buyer. I helped a seller last year, and then now I'm helping a buyer. And we just went under contract like 2 weeks ago, and that is why I had to jump back in here because everything now that you're talking, regardless of me attending Mega before, became so lively. And then, given the fact that often I have always, even when I was taking Mega, Michelle will always jump in during the contract. And during her Buffini program, she reiterated that, hey, I'm always in Mega to study this. There are certain classes I'm always going to jump. I'm going to jump in and take classes from Jack because it keeps me more afresh. And now I want to encourage all the Mega graduates, probably try as much as possible to keep up with this. It's new, and I believe it's going to make you set you apart from every other person in the industry. Jack, I promise you next year you are still going to see me in here. Thank you very much.
Well, I look forward
Thank
to it.
you.
Mega 15 in January. Thank you, Gilbert. And thank you, Michelle. I can't wait for your Buffini class. I'm going to talk about your Buffini class quite a bit on Friday. All right, everyone. Good luck tomorrow. I know you will all do great. Like Lisa said, get some sleep. Get yourself all prepared for the day. Please, this is a safe place. This is a place where people want you to succeed, and we want you to do your best. So we're going to be cheering you on. Knock.
Hi, Jack. I have
Hi.
a quick question about tomorrow. Do we only do mainly in English? Do we allow to do our second language? What is the deal?
We encourage both.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. We've had people do Spanish speaking and then in English. And what's great, it was 3 years ago, I asked someone who was really nervous, who was talking in English. I said, can you do it in Spanish? and bam, it was a completely different person. And a light bulb went on for me in that moment. I said, you know, here this person's trying, already knows what they're going to say, but they're trying to figure out the conversion in their head, which I can't do myself. So we encourage you to do it in both. 1,000,000% yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Okay, everyone. I will have the video out shortly for your Contracts Day class. Thank you for sticking around for a little bit longer today. I appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow.